Hey, and welcome to what is always the biggest show of the year. And so, for that reason, I had to bring on the amazing Celeste Cabra. Celeste, thank you.
Thank you. How are you doing today?
I mean, stereotypically stuffed to the gills. I feel
Mm.
lethargic and disgusting. So it's like a
Well,
normal
that's
day
good
for
because we're
a
getting to
fat man.
bed early.
Yes. Yes. For those that don't know and have not prepared, we are likely going to be here for many hours. We're probably talking at least 4, if not a little longer. It's going to be a long, fun night. Thankfully, we have a lot of friends in the chat. First one I want to say, Media Membrane, thank you so much for the donation. Happy Thanksgiving, buddy. Excited to be here with everyone tonight, as are we. Celeste, Thanksgiving. What did you do anything special?
Um, Me and my partner just stayed home and made a couple Thanksgiving treats, cooked together. And then we watched the new 4K The Wicker Man, which I was really excited about. I finally
That
got to
was
see it.
that was on my list to ask you. How did you like the appeal of the new visuals?
Oh, it's so beautiful. It's the best I've ever seen it, and that's probably my fifth time seeing it across different releases and formats. And um, It looks beautiful. Like I noticed details that I hadn't noticed before, including one that I don't think I was supposed to notice, which is kind of the
Interesting.
nature of the medium.
Hmm.
Uh, John, I did make a vegan roast. Actually, it's a little bit complicated to explain how I acquired the vegan roast, but yes, I did have one too. So yeah, I got the tofurkey one. I
Nice.
like that one a lot. I like all of them, but I like that one a lot.
I'm very curious to hear about this detail you saw that you weren't supposed to see. Was there a mistake that you found?
No, just in the scene where they are doing the fertility ritual, all the nude women in the circle and jumping over the fire, they're wearing underwear, and I never noticed that before. And you can actually see it in this one that they're wearing very thin, very pale white underwear, and it was always a question mark every time I saw it. And I was like, I just noticed that they're wearing underwear for the first time, and my partner Sam was like, I don't think you're supposed to see that. I was like, I don't think so either. I think they're supposed to be, and then Christopher Lee says it a few times, and so does the other character. So pretty sure they're supposed to be naked. So that was just an interesting thing that I noticed for the
Nice.
first time.
Very nice. Well, you do have one more question. Which cut did you watch?
Final cut, the best one.
Final cut. The perfect cut of that film, I think.
Yeah, it is also the only one I have in 4K because I have the Lionsgate release. So
That makes sense. Yeah. All right, we have so much to cover tonight. Normally, we're going to go into long diatribes discussing everything before we get into the announcements, but we're going to try to make it quick. Other than Wicker Man, any major watches this week that you want to highlight and recommend to everybody?
let me think. I've been going through all the features for Killer Condom, which are extensive, and I haven't started making my video yet for the August titles. But let me tell you, as a quick tease, I'm gonna be going to bat for Killer Condom hard. That movie fucking rules, and people are writing it off when they shouldn't, and more people need to see it. It should be sold out by now, and it's not.
Yes, I agree with that. And Will is already typing like 7 comments, agreeing with you fully. Yes, the TerraVision sale is live already, Ash. We will be covering that a little bit tonight, repping TerraVision tonight, as I had to. Got some new titles announced from them. We'll be going over and everything. Tony's here. What's going on? Yeah, there's a lot going on at the underwear cut, says Dead Sea Live. Hilarious. All right. We are what about other pickups? Anything that you picked up recently that's been very, very fulfilling for you?
Nothing crazy. If you saw my last audit video, I went overboard last month, and
Just a little bit, nothing crazy.
no, but I really don't have any money. And actually, tonight I really shouldn't be spending any money. We'll see how that goes. Let's keep it realistic, but like I can't be going ham. Really, just a couple Black Friday deals. I finally got Pulp Fiction and Cool Hand Luke on 4K because they were
Nice.
$8 and $10, I think, and I was like, and those are both like upgrades I've been meaning to do for a minute. So yeah. That's
Yeah,
really
and
it, actually. Oh, you know what? I lied. I got a good deal on some stuff from our friend Erica that I'm excited about.
ooh,
But I won't reveal it yet. We'll see. We'll have to make the video.
I can't wait to see that. For me, I don't really have any pickups to go into because I am deathly behind. I've been working like crazy, and I have just I haven't done a Patreon pickup video in ages. So I'm staring at stacks and stacks of stuff that I should be showing in one of those videos. But one thing I will say is, if you're interested in off the wall and not just physical media, even though I guess it is physical media, I've got like 3 or 4 commissioned posters since my last pickup video, that since it's been a couple months, and I am going to be showing those in the next video. So if you're interested in that, come check it out on the Patreon. You guys are amazing. Again, it's been on a wonderful year. I'm grateful for everybody. I'm sure Celeste is going to say the same. It has been an intense year for physical media and for both of us in terms of growth and doing new things in the community, and I'm excited for 2024. How about you?
Yeah, I'm excited. We got the award show coming up. I'm excited to do that. I watched the recent interview that Frank Tarzi, Kino, did over at Serial
Yeah.
at Midnight, and he teased some pretty exciting things coming in the next year. So
Sounds like they're
Yeah.
aiming for 4 4K releases every month.
yeah, that's ambitious. But if anyone can do it, they can. So
Yeah, I was going to say it's ambitious, but for Kino, when you're doing 6 regular releases a week, I mean, 1 4K is crazy to throw on. Oh
mhm.
man. All right, let's get into some of these announcements. We're going to go through these quickly, and then later on tonight, just like last time, our dear friend Mr. Jeremy Long will be joining us as we go into the sale talk. And we're going to try to cover all the sales tonight. So it's not just Vinegar Syndrome. I know a lot of people are, woo, we get new VS titles, but there's Severin releases to talk about, TerraVision sale, the MVD sale, which I can't even get the site to load. I don't know if this is working for anybody else. Right now, I can't get it to load. So we'll see if we can go through that one together. MakeFlix is doing stuff. There's a lot going on. A lot going on.
Dustin, I think so. I think that's what's going to happen.
I guess we'll see tonight. And
Because
then
in the email they sent out today or yesterday, there was
Yeah.
a banner with like VHS looking static and shit, and I was like,
Well, and they say that it's going to go against their core tenets or something. I don't remember the exact words that they used.
Right.
But,
It suggested to me that it was either going to be SOV or digitally shot films.
right. And the thing is, with sublabels from them, they could just do some and mix it up with other stuff. Who knows exactly what they're going to do. But then also, as you spend all of your money tonight, don't forget new partner label announcements in 8 days, and there are 16 of them coming through OCN.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yes, everything is fine. And the worst thing is, if you are a current subscriber, you have to get them next month if you want them on discount. Otherwise, you're done unless you subscribe again. And even then, I don't even
not gonna
think that
count.
carries over. No.
No, they're not going to count. It's a bummer.
Yeah.
You know, I hadn't really, I had kind of put that in the back of my mind as a thing I know but don't want to think about, and now I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, well.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Yes, Imprint is also announcing titles tonight, probably during the show, and then we will cover those next week with our esteemed guest next week. So let's dive into announcements. First up is Synapse coming in hard last Friday with tonight 4K Black Friday of The Convent from 2000. This is one that had been teased a little bit by the director Mike Mendez. This is from 2000, like I said, and set in 1960. It's a limited edition slipcover release that you can get from Synapse or from Diabolic DVD with the cast and crew commentary, a Lords of Hell commentary featuring Saul and Dickie Boy, a video tour of filming locations, vintage making of, and original studio electronic press kit, some liner notes with a booklet, deleted scenes, gore outtakes, and the like. I've never seen The Convent, but this sounds super interesting.
That artwork is a lot better.
It is. I agree.
I
agree. Dallas says, hi, Ryan, Celeste, everyone in the chat. Let's get some deals. Tons of deals tonight. That's for sure. Yes, The Convent. Have you ever seen this one?
No.
No, me neither.
I don't think I've heard of it either. So, neat.
Yeah, I'm very curious to check this out. And it's got Coolio and Adrian Barbeau. So, I mean, that's already a small win.
I have a short story about Coolio.
Interesting.
He played Riot Fest last year. I hope I'm
I
not confusing
forgot
this
about
with
that.
someone else.
Was it
He
last year or the
passed
year
away
before? Because I know okay.
Yeah, okay. Not this year. It was last year. And I forget who we were seeing. Maybe it was Hot Mulligan. I don't know. But it was like we were walking to another stage and we caught literally the last 30 seconds of his set as we were watching or as we were walking by. And then like a week later, he passed away. So that was wild. I don't have any personal connection to Coolio, but it was like, holy shit, I just saw him like literally a week ago, you know?
That reminds me of, I think it was 2019 when Sid Haig passed. We saw him at the Kansas City Crypticon, and it was like 6 weeks later that he was gone. And we just happened to take a picture with him. He did not look to be in great shape then, but yeah, it was nice to be able to see him at least right before.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Silvestri says, when can we order the convent on Black Friday? Knowing Diabolic and Synapse, that'll probably be about 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We shall see. Next up, they announced last Friday Spider Labyrinth on 4K coming from Severin, but we're going to deep dive that one later, so we'll hold off discussing that. The big one from Kino last week, January 23rd, 4K from Kino coming, Kindergarten Cop from 1990. No new cast and crew stuff involved, but they have new audio commentaries, one with Sam Deegan and one with Alexandra Heller Nicholas and Josh Nelson. Like two of the best voices they could have got on this film.
Not at all the milieu I was expecting in terms of types of people to talk about this, but I'm so stoked because two of my absolute favorites.
I love
sure.
them. Yeah. I can't wait to see what they say.
A lot. I'm a big Arnie fan. That's a fun fact about me. Is that
I think I've heard you say that. Interesting.
I don't know what it is. You know what it is? I know what it is. It's because The Terminator was like maybe the first. I think it was the first rated R film I ever saw, and I was so into it, and so I was like, that was like my gateway into like real movies or like movies for adults or whatever. And I think it just started from there, and then oh boy, As I Lay Dying used to be my favorite band until something happened, and then
the murder or
until the attempted murder. You know, Christian love coming to fruition. Anyway, Tim Lambesis, the Guilty Party, has a side project called Austrian Death Machine.
I love
he does all the Machine. They're really good, right? Anyway, he does songs based on Arnold quotes, and so I had made it a pet project to watch all the movies that the songs are based off of, and so I ended up seeing a lot of his films that way, and just I have a history with my boy Arnold.
So other than Terminator,
to be not an entirely shitty person, which is good.
No. Other than Terminator, what do you think is your favorite Arnie project?
Terminator 2? I don't know. Terminator 2 is my favorite, but maybe Predator. I love Predator. Oh boy, off the top of my head, I'd have to look at a list. I really love Pumping Iron. I really love Twins.
Pumping Iron is great.
Pumping Irons is so fucking good.
Right.
Yeah, I see that Tony is surprised. I feel like that's not something that people would expect, but I like to throw you curveballs every now and then. My love for Arnold.
Ronnie saying Twins, Cemetery Man saying True Lies, Zombies Ate My Arm saying Last Action Hero.
Last Action Hero is really good. True Lies is it goes like one over, I think, what I'm willing to tolerate in terms of like suspension of disbelief and how ridiculous it is, but it is fun and I do like it. I'll probably pick up that 4K eventually.
And Jamie Lee Curtis. I mean, that's a big plus.
Yeah.
All right.
Sweep. Yeah.
Go to the next one. January 16th on Blue from Kino. The Russians are coming. The Russians are coming. This has a new audio commentary by Michael Schlesinger and Mark Ivanier. And I've heard this is good. I've never been able to see this, but I've wanted to see this for a while now. This is from 1966. And this is a re-release. This was released by Kino in 2014. But as we've been talking about, as they are very, very open and transparent about these, which I love, this will now be on a dual-layered BD50 disc, which will give it more room to breathe and shouldn't be as compressed looking. And there's a brand new audio commentary, new art, and a slipcover, of course. And it's Carl Reiner and Alan Arkin, some big names. Jonathan Winters is in this.
I don't know anything about this, so I'm going to use this as an opportunity to keep talking about Arnold. I forgot Total Recall. Total Recall is amazing.
It's a big
It's
one.
so good. And then I love Jingle All the Way. I'll defend it.
Nice. Chris wants to know, isn't Kino Winter Wonderland sale soon too? Yes. Should be starting just a couple days into December.
I have skipped the last 2 Kino sales, which is good restraint on my part.
Yeah.
The last order I think I placed was when they added just a shocking amount of titles to their going out of print section. But yeah.
Yeah, Kino, it's hard to pass up some of those sales, so I get it.
It really is. It took. I mean, I built a cart for fun, and then I like sit. If anybody needs any advice, I think a lot of this, whether we want to admit it or not, comes down to instant gratification, and it's like really fun to see the new prices and then just like get the ones you want. I think you'll be surprised. Hopefully, if you're anything like me, if you just let it sit for a day, see how you feel about it the next day. Like if you really still need it, like right this second. I don't know. It's been helping me save some money, but yeah.
Kino is rough for that because you can go in and just build a wish cart, and before you know it, you're at like, not kidding. I always end up at like $940, and I'm like, good lord. These are mostly $9 and $10 titles. How is this almost a 4-digit cart?
Well, like the prices are so good. It's like it almost feels like, how can you not? I don't know.
Yeah, it is a wonderful piece of advice, and I do hope people listen to that because it's definitely a part of it for some people. Next up is a biggie. February 13th, Sony is releasing Columbia Classics Volume 4, the 4th edition of their 4K collections they've been doing. There was a lot of questions if they were going to do one because they had not announced anything for 2023, but that's because it's coming in 2024. And it looks like a killer set. I mean, we've got His Girl Friday, and I'm going to go through some of the features on these, the new stuff primarily. We've got on His Girl Friday, Screwball Style, the iconic costumes of Robert Calick, breaking the speed barrier, the dialogue of His Girl Friday, which I can't wait to see what they say about that because, oh man, is the dialogue crazy in that. Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, and this one has, I think we got 1 or 2 new things in here, and I'm not seeing them using the word new. Anyways, Kramer versus Kramer, new audio commentary with film professor Janine Lanouette, and then 5 never-before-seen deleted scenes. And continuing with that, we have Starman, the John Carpenter joint, and the big thing on this is they also magically got the Starman, the television series, which will also all be on the 4K disc so that it has less discs. Everything can be on there. They're using the size of that primarily. Those are not going to be 4K UHD files, but they're going to be on the UHD disc. That will also have new never before seen deleted scenes. And then Sleepless in Seattle, a new 30th anniversary critic commentary with Karen Hahn and David Sims, a conversation on Sleepless in Seattle with Gary Foster and Meg Ryan. And then Punch Drunk Love is also in this, but no new features on Punch Drunk Love. How do you feel about the whole thing?
Okay, I have the first 3, so if anything, I'm going to keep it going. Unless they put out a real stinker, which they haven't. Like, these sets are amazing. I gotta say, every one of them that I've actually watched, too, has been a 10 out of 10. Like, restoration and, like, visual presentation. Just, like I watched Sense and Sensibility. It looked fucking amazing. Like, just incredible.
Yeah.
This one I'm pretty excited about. His Girl Friday I've never seen, but I haven't picked up the Criterion yet, so this will be a good way to get that, and then I might not need that, which would be cool. Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, another one where I need to see it. Kramer versus Kramer, I love a lot, actually. In retrospect, the more I think about it, the more I think it might be a little bit misogynistic, and I might need to reevaluate it. But one of the anecdotes in particular that I heard about Dustin Hoffman's behavior on set has kind of ruined him for me. But it's one I need to revisit, and one that I do think is really great. I've never heard of Starman, but it's John Carpenter, which is really cool. And
wow,
the TV series is on there too, which is sick. What's it called? Sleepless in Seattle is one that I tried to watch in like high school, and I made it about 30 minutes, and it wasn't doing it for me. But it has one Niles Crane in it, so I need to revisit that. And Punch Drunk Love is amazing. I fucking love that movie. I do have the Criterion for that. So I don't know what to do with it. It might be superfluous. I think all the features are the same, if if I'm not mistaken. And I did watch all the features on that. So
I will say, and this is just me speculating because I've got the first three just like you, but looking at the list of everything, I kind of think this is the most impressive set of the four in terms of film quality wise. And not that the other ones are bad necessarily, but there's like at least one or two in every other box where I'm like, they could have probably done a little better than that. But this one, it feels like pretty much all of them are really important for what they did. And a lot of people are looking at Starman as the least important here, which is hilarious because it was so early in his career and it set up so much for what he was able to do with everybody as far as collaborations, and was early on to bring his love to sci-fi, kind of like he did with Dark Star, but it wasn't a student film. So this is huge, I think.
when I first saw it, I thought it was a David Bowie film.
I get that. I totally
um,
get that.
yeah, no, I'm probably showing my age right now because I'm like, I have no idea. I've never heard of it, but I don't think it's the least important. It's probably the least famous from where I'm sitting anyway. But
Easily,
it's also
yeah.
like the most surprising and the most maybe the most exciting because it's like, oh, it's like a more underseen obscure genre film from one of the great directors of that style. So that's really cool that it's in there, you know?
And honestly, it's kind of surprising that they didn't give the rights to Shout Factory still, because Shout Factory has
Oh
had
yeah, you're right.
all of the John Carpenter stuff other than The Thing for years now, and they did put
That's
out
right.
Starman on Blu-ray. And
That's
I think
interesting. Huh.
I think that there are features missing from Starman, missing from Punch Drunk Love, missing from a couple others in this set. So if you want absolutely everything, you may not want to toss out those old versions yet. Make sure that you compare. But
Mhm.
yeah, this is a killer looking set, and not sure how many they're going to make of this because obviously it's been a very up and down year for physical media. But if you look at it, Volume 1 went out of print very quickly, and Volume 3 is currently on sale on Amazon for $66, which is like, if you don't get it at $66, that's a crazy price for this.
Yeah, I'd say go for it if you can afford it. It was gifted to me last Christmas, so I got my coverage on that. But volume 2 I got for like $70 or something like that
Yep.
when it was on sale. The last two seem to have lasted pretty well into sale territory, which is nice. Volume 1 I bought after it was out of print. I actually got it at like regular price. It was like $110 or something
Not
crazy like
bad.
that. Yeah.
Volume 1, if you have not checked eBay for Volume 1 lately,
Oh, I have.
uh,
It's tempting to get rid of it, to be honest.
these sold prices on open versions of this with all of the titles still are averaging like $400, and then sealed versions of this have sold for over $600 to $800, which is, oh, that's one of the things that I just can't understand with this hobby.
Well, mine's not sealed, and I'm not quite there yet. It still means enough to me to, I don't know, you know, like I still want it. So
Yeah, it's pretty dang good. Let's keep going with tonight. Coming soon on 4K from Blood Underground. Blood? I was reading Night of the
Blood
Blood Monster.
Underground.
Blood Underground. Blue Underground is releasing Night of the Blood Monster. They're using the US name of the film that Christopher Lee is in, which is normally called The Bloody Judge. This was just recently released on Blu-ray
Mhm.
by 88 Films in the UK. And so Blue Underground coming in here and dropping a big piece of news on the table and seeing what happens. I'm sure this is going to look great. This is another Jess Franco joint for anybody that has not checked it out. I still have not seen this one. I was waiting on the 88 Films to come down in price, and I normally I don't know if this is a big like secret. I don't buy a lot from 88 Films because I've heard a lot of not great things about them behind the scenes. So I kind of
Mm.
cool off on them, but I really wanted The Bloody Judge, and it seemed like it wasn't going to come out. So yeah,
It's got my boy Christopher Lee in it, who I technically have tattooed on my arm. It's got fucking sleazy bondage dungeon shit. I don't know. Looks like my kind of thing.
exactly. So yeah, this
But
this is definitely a checkout.
yeah, Jess Franco hasn't made a hit for me yet, but I'm sure one must exist in there somewhere. So good a
You
place
can't
to
get to
find.
237 IMDb credits with them all being duds. There
Are
you
there
go.
different
John
features
says, well, they have
between the
not
88?
announced. They have not
Oh,
announced
okay.
yet. Blue
Okay.
Underground
I
usually
imagine
waits
there are.
till a couple months out. John says it's an atypical Jess Franco film, which sounds like that's a plus for Celeste.
Is that code for good? I shouldn't be that mean. I've only seen like 3 or 4 of his films, so you know.
Yeah, if you happen to choose the wrong 3 or 4, that can be really rough and shape a lot of feelings for somebody.
Well, 2 of them were that Vinegar Syndrome double feature they put out last year, and that was brutal to get through, I gotta say.
Yeah.
But they are spy films. Okay, so they're those two Underground Angels and Kiss Me Something. I don't like spy movies. I've said this in a few different places, so that was a bad place to start. And then I saw She Killed in Ecstasy, and I was kind of like, I didn't know anything about Jess Franco, so I wasn't going in with expectations or anything. Like, oh, here we go. I was just like, this looks interesting, and I watched it, and like halfway through, I was like, this is bad. Like, why is this so bad? It's just like it's like the same thing over and over again. There might be one more, but I think that's it.
All right.
I haven't
Kino.
seen Vampires Lesbos, which I got lesbian vampire representation on my shirt today, so I gotta.
What's the shirt tonight?
Yeah. It's a Cradle of Filth's first album.
Okay. Oh, nice.
Biting Necks and shit. Principle of Evil Made Flesh. That's the name of the album.
Good to know. Blue Underground needs to give us Suave Stage Fright on 4K. I agree.
I have the Blu-ray and I haven't watched it yet.
Gary says Kino Cult recently released Lorna the Exorcist. Yes, they did. And then we have The Bloody Judge is much better. It's his take of witch persecution, kind of like Mark of the Devil.
Okay, well now we're directly in my wheelhouse, as opposed like we started at the opposite of my taste with spy movies, and now we're at witchcraft, medieval torture shit, which is the exact thing I like. So,
have you watched Mark of the Devil yet from VS, or is that on the next month? Got it.
It's I have one left for September. And then yeah. I don't necessarily watch them exactly in order, but I like to kind of be in order just so it's not like 3 months since I've seen it when I make my video. But yeah.
I have a feeling you will genuinely love Mark of the Devil.
Oh, I'm so excited about it, honestly. Like, I love Cradle of Filth too. They're one of my favorite bands, and aesthetically, exactly my thing.
Next announcement coming soon on Blu-ray from Kino is Alaskan Seas with Robert Ryan, Jan Steerling, Brian Keith, Gene Barry. This one directed by Jerry Hooper, who did Secret of the Incas. Again, no release date, coming soon. Who knows? That's from 1954. And then the other one that they announced this weekend was The Lincoln Conspiracy from 1977. This one is a little bit of an older master from Paramount, which shouldn't be awful necessarily. It's from 2017, but this one's directed by James L. Conway, who did The Boogans, which we will be discussing very soon, I think. And yeah, this one, no release date, coming soon, 1977 film. I've heard this is actually really good. Never been able to see this one.
This is not a documentary, right? This is a
correct
fictional thing. Okay,
correct.
Less questionable.
Carlin in the chat says, I mean, Udo Kier. And yeah, Udo was amazing in that movie. Next up is this one came out of nowhere. Have you ever seen Northern Exposure, the TV show?
I have no idea what this is.
So this one is one I never would have expected to get a full Blu-ray, and yet it is coming on Blu-ray on December 5th. You can get this, and I think pre-orders may be live now on Amazon, but yeah, coming probably as a mod. I think Universal's the one that's putting this out. Shocked me out of nowhere. I've only seen a couple episodes, but I from what I hear, this has a huge fan base.
What year about is this?
I want to say mid-90s.
Yeah, decades. Okay. Another maybe surprising thing about me is I actually do like quite a few sitcoms, so maybe I would like this, but I'm not sure.
What are a couple of your favorite sitcoms?
Frasier. Frasier's my favorite show. So that one. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia would be the other one. And then which one? I liked Wings back in the day. I like maybe I shouldn't say this because maybe this doesn't hold up, but I used to really like Everybody Loves Raymond. and that one might need a reevaluation, but I liked it a lot growing up. So
I get that. Next up
Hell yeah.
is me. What was this?
I love Will. He's so excited about Wings. I like it too. It's fun.
Wings gets no love. I remember watching Wings
It's
all the
very
time.
forgotten. The only reason I watched it is because Tony Shalhoub is in it, and it was like after I'd finished Monk, and I wanted more of him.
Wings
he's
and
great in
Mad
it.
About You, I used to watch all the damn time. Okay, so this was just I'll skip that. Basically, for the Patreon, we've got a watch along this weekend. So if you want to come hang out, sign up now so you can watch with us on Sunday.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm watching the chat. Frasier and Lilith also appear in Wings. I mean, I must have known that at some point, but I forgot about it.
Yeah. I think they appeared in a couple other shows together too.
Yeah.
I used to love all those silly crossovers, like it's Friday night and it's crossover special.
Yeah.
Oscilloscope is having their Black Friday sale, and you can shop now. I'm going to add that to the list of things to potentially cover tonight.
Yeah, we should take a look at it. In general, I want to just say Oscilloscope is a great company and a great label that put out really cool stuff. I really, really don't like their limited edition packaging, but other than that, like their subscription service is very, very affordable and very personal and really cool. And they put out stuff nobody else is really caring about or touching, and they really place an emphasis on documentary and on female filmmakers, and those are things that I believe in, and I think are worth championing. So,
and not to get more specific about Oscilloscope, but music documentaries they have always given a lot of love to, and no one else does it like them. I'm so glad to get those from them. I really hope they never stop. And obviously, Oscilloscope was founded by one of the Beastie Boys, so I hope that gets some love forever.
Yeah, like they just put out a documentary on Courtney Burnett. Like, who else other than maybe Utopia would do that at all? Maybe ETR if they weren't busy putting out video game documentaries.
Silent Mandible already got a couple from Oscilloscope.
Nice. I recommend the subscription. It rules.
Antonio says, little did I know one day I would end up living 5 minutes away from where Raymond lived.
Right on.
Oh, man.
When's the Everybody Loves Raymond Blu-ray? Maybe then I can revisit it.
Oh, God. I bet that would be pricey.
I mean, that dude, Friends is down to like $30.
Oh,
There's one I don't like, by the way. I really don't like Friends.
Sale is in the name. Well, normally it's oscilloscope and not oscilloscope. That is special for tonight.
They do a 420 sale every year.
Every year. Love that. Okay, going to the next one, which is another Synapse title, and that is Blu-ray coming from Synapse in Infinite Santa 8000. I had never heard of this before this announcement. I don't know about you.
No, I don't think so. Rough cover art, but you know what? Maybe it's amazing. I will reserve judgment.
And the cool thing is that it's rough cover art, but it's a heavy metal animated Christmas classic that is done in a post-apocalyptic style. So the rough cover kind of makes sense when you learn that it's animated. It's still not the best, but it looks kind of fun. This one's going to have a feature audio commentary with Greg Anson and Michael Neal. The original 13-part web series that inspired this, including optional audio commentary, multiple interview featurettes, the original trailers, and 2 music videos. Sounds like a pretty interesting release.
I don't know. Actually, that doesn't sound bad. And you know what? The more I'm looking at it, I like that Santa is all like cute looking, and then we got a weird bunny going on. There's stuff to like here. I could get down with this. Maybe.
And not only is there a lot, but when you zoom in, it even enhances more. Like there's so much more to discover in the background of all of this.
I like anime Santa. That's good. And I like that little spooky guy. I'm into this. I changed my mind.
I didn't look at the spooky guy up close till now. That's a pretty good shot. All right. Next one. Okay, here it is. The Boogans from 1981 is coming on 4K from Kino on January 30th. This will also be out on Blu-ray. This is going to have a brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master from a 4K scan of the OCN. There's a new audio commentary by the actor Jeff Harlan and Howard S. Berger, friend of the channel, on this. And Howard told me before this was announced that he had done this and said It's one of his favorite things that he's done. So I'm very curious to hear this. They also have an older 2012 commentary on here, and this should be a nice replacement. If all you had was the Blu-ray that it came out previously, I'm sure this is going to look 10 times better. Plus, it's got new commentary. That's a big deal.
Look, I gotta say, Howard S. Burger, I really, really enjoyed the stuff that you guys have done together. And people kept saying this, and then I watched his interview, and the same thing happened to me. Listening to him talk has actually like fundamentally changed how I view, like how I approach watching movies, and I have really taken his his worldview into, like, I've incorporated that into how I approach these things. Um, I kind of want to have a conversation with him because I think that he maybe goes a little further than I would, and that he doesn't seem to believe in any negative criticism. Where I think that that's important still, but like I actually kind of started to be shocked at how often I started seeing people shitting on things just because it didn't live up to what they expected it would be.
Yeah.
Which is not the same thing as actually being bad, right? And I started catching myself doing it, and it just really, I don't know. It seems like a simple thing, but it has really fundamentally restructured how I think about a lot of things. And so, shout out to Howard. He's really great.
Yeah, I'm actually supposed to have a phone call with him tomorrow. It's one of those things. I can't wait for some of these chats just to hear some of the wild stories that he comes up with. But yeah, to dive a little further, even though we're trying not to hang on any one title for like 20 minutes. One of the big things for me is we seem to be bringing this up a couple times over the last few weeks of this, but there's sometimes when watching a movie, you either have an expectation, or you have an environment, or you have a viewing experience that is less than optimal, and that makes you perceive the film as less than optimal. But
Mm-hmm.
so many people will say, why are you watching a movie to make yourself like it? It's not that. I can tell if I didn't give something the honest shot it
Mm-hmm.
deserved, and I think that filmmaker deserves that honest shot. So I'm going to do my best to give that another shot, and so
Mm-hmm.
I will. It is absolutely something that I'm not trying again necessarily because I want it to be good, or I'm told that it's good, but I'm doing it again because I know I screwed up.
Yeah.
No new Boogans extras with Rebecca Balding makes me think Kino didn't get her for their upcoming Silent Scream 4K either. I mean, that's quite possible. I know that I still don't understand the validity of this, but for a couple of the labels, they had certain feelings about chasing down people for extras during the strike. And who knows if they are still taking the opportunity to get stuff or when they're coming out. Because with that strike done now, I mean, theoretically, they could do something quickly and get it in a disc. I don't know. We shall see. Okay, full details. Black Friday tonight from Severn Film, Spider Labyrinth from 1988. This is a 4K Blu-ray CD 3-disc set, and this has a web store exclusive slipcover. This is the slip that you're seeing here. And a lot of people...
Web store.
Okay, that was perfect. A lot of people have been kind of poo-pooing this artwork. It is most likely because people have not seen the film. This is from a very iconic shot in the film, and I do agree. I think it would have been nicer if it was the full color that you get in the film, but this is honestly a little more evocative, and I've come to really love this since they announced this.
I think it's cool.
Yeah.
I've never seen it. I don't know anything about it, but I think I mean, that one's more like what you would expect, I guess.
This is very 80s Italian type cover. And that is what you're going to get on the wrap. On the inside, on this one, special features, we got an audio commentary with Dr. Will Dodson, who's in the chat, and myself. And one more thing from us. We've also got a visual essay in this called Web of the Weird that is also attended by Erica Schultz from Unsung Horrors, who's also in the chat. We worked really damn hard on this, and I think we turned in a pretty excellent piece, and I hope people love this because this is what I would say a nearly 10 out of 10 film. I love this movie. This movie is fantastic. It may not be what you expect, but for Italian cinema, oh man, is it weird. And it's pretty to look at. It's got very Argento coloring. It's just a wonderful story and super cool effects, especially in that final act.
Yeah, I'm really excited for you all. And honestly, if I wasn't broke, I would be buying this immediately. And I also really like that merch they did with it, the fucking big metal figurine or whatever. I
Big
literally had to
metal
send it
spider.
to my partners in our group chat, and I was like, just tell me I don't need this because I'm about to order it. They're both like, you don't need it.
Right.
I have to be responsible, and I can't be dropping $60 on cool spider merch or whatever, but I want to. I assure
just
you.
because it's a
Someone should
metal
do it in
spider.
my stead.
Pizza Bones in the chat says the last 10 minutes of Spider Labyrinth will convince you it's a good movie, but it's a bit dull up until then. Well, I will say if you really feel that way, listen to it with our commentary, because I think we do a good job of explaining why it's not.
Mm.
Ronnie says, I hate spiders, so I think I'm just going to listen to Will's commentary while hiding behind my couch. There's honestly not many spiders in it. I would say you're probably okay. I would say you're probably all right. This is fun. Also, didn't mention the others that don't involve us. They also have an interview with the director, Gianfranco Gianni, which is great. He normally doesn't do interviews, so I'm very curious to watch that. They have an interview with the screenwriter, Gianfranco Manfredi, and then an interview with Nino Celeste, who's the cinematographer on this. And then the actress, Paola Rinaldi, is sat down and did an interview for this. This is wild. And then Sergio Stivoletti, which we're going to talk about a lot for the Severin features. He did a new interview for this as well.
All right, hang on a second. I gotta scold our audience for a second. I'm trying to be responsible. Y'all are really, really trying to make me not be. Here's the thing about paying for, okay? So for my car insurance, if I pay for it all at once, I save about $150, but I can use paying for that. So I'm currently in the middle of paying 4 installments for 6 months worth of car insurance. And then after that, I gotta pay for the Vinegar Syndrome subscription. I cannot be stacking up paying fours for random shit. I gotta be smart about this, okay? Yeah, I hit the like button. Thank you, Stoner Investigations. I appreciate that.
Where's the pay in 412 option? Anthony knows that he got scolded.
It wasn't just him. There was like 3 comments.
Yeah,
it's okay. I love you guys.
I know
that you're just trying to enable me.
Media
I
membrane,
like that one
Sith
too.
Carbon appears Celeste. You need it.
No.
Mr. Whateverism says, I'm picking this up. The rest of the Severin releases I've never heard of and are too expensive to blind buy. Listen, I get it. Severin stuff has been pretty crazy priced. I cannot argue with that. The other big thing, unless they change something on us, I saw nothing that indicated that any of these are only limited to this weekend. So if you are super into Severin releases, sit on them. Just wait a while. You can probably get them on sale next time.
There's one. I don't know if we're going to cover it this week, but there's one in particular that I would be very close to blind buying because it seems like exactly my kind of thing. I forget what it's called though, so hopefully it comes up.
We are covering all of the Severin stuff, I promise.
All right. Cool.
Moving right along, the next one is The Unscarred. This is a Buddy Giovinazzo directed film who also did Combat Shock and No Way Home, both of the films that Severin released previously. This one has an audio commentary by Buddy, and that's moderated by David Gregory. There's an interview with the actor James Russo in this, and if you listen to the Severin podcast, they even said James doesn't do a lot of interviews, so again, this one's kind of a big deal. They have an interview with the actor Heino Furch as well. And this one looks pretty interesting. It's only his 3rd film, and it was the first time that he filmed outside of Staten Island, which for him was a big deal. And it sounds pretty great. I mean, definitely one that I'm interested in. All right, going to the next one is Stir.
This is it. This is the one.
This one looks crazy. So Severin is releasing Stir tonight on Blu-ray. This one says, in 1974, the cruel treatment of inmates at Bathurst Prison in New South Wales, Australia, led to violent riots, savage reprisals, and a still controversial official inquiry. 6 years later, I love this line. 6 years later, this furious, foul-mouthed, open wound of a film. Man, that is evocative too. The feature directorial debut by Stephen Wallace from a screenplay by Bathurst inmate Bob Jewson dared to tell the inside story when career criminal China Jackson is returned to prison after exposing abuses by guards. Tensions between inmates and officers begin to boil until they explode in rage, defiance, and shocking carnage. Max Phipps co-stars in this intense and authentic account of a brutal system, nominated for 13 AFI awards, and now it is scanned in 2K from the 35mm interpositive at the National Film and Sound Archive of Australia. We've got an audio commentary with the producer, Richard Brennan, the director, Stephen Wallace, cinematographer, actor, moderated all by Mark Hartley, who did Not Quite Hollywood. Audio commentary with the historian Andrew Nett, archival making of, a tribute to the actor Phil Motherwell, featuring Australian theater historian Robert Reed and film critic Paul Harris. Then the director introduces the love letters from Taralba Road, and then a 50-minute feature called The Love Letters from Taralba Road. This has a lot on it.
Yeah, I listened to the Severin podcast yesterday episode on all this stuff, so I could be a little bit informed when we talk about it. Also, just because I listen to them and I like it.
Yeah.
But what was I saying? Oh, they compared this to Scum, which is one of the best and most harrowing films I've ever seen. And if it's anything like that, like there's a lot. I have a review for it on my channel actually, so there's a lot in that that really resonates with me and impacts me emotionally. And like yeah, Indicator put that out. Not what we're talking about tonight, but if you haven't picked that up, you should. And if this is anything like that, it'll be a winner. So I'll get this eventually for sure.
And there's a reason why on the cover of this it says all screws are scum, is because they were very much trying to make a film kind of like Scum that would have that sort of an impact. Dustin, big friend of both of ours, thanking you for all this year's astounding work before I spend way too much money on these midnight sales. Thank you, Dustin, for that donation.
Dustin's
you
the best.
Are incredible. Dustin and I were chatting up until I went live, and even I think right after I went live. Next one, the middle of the month of November was here, which means the new release of the Physical Media Advocate is out there. You can get this on Amazon now for the digital version. Hey, you finally got to check this out. What'd you think?
Yeah, it was great. It's a lot in it, honestly. I'm really bad at reading. I'm like illiterate or something, but like it's really well put together. It's professional. I told you this personally, but I was like, Ryan, you don't have to do this yourself, you know, like people get paid to do this. Like fucking Rolling Stone magazine doesn't have one guy doing everything. Like, come on.
Thankfully, Stan Geezy, who was in the chat earlier, he's helping out a little bit now too. So Stan was a big help this month.
That's good. It looks super professional, and there's a lot of cool writing in it. Lots of it's stacked. Like it was honestly a little overwhelming. But it's worth the price of admission, is what I'm getting at.
We have very, very many like recurring articles every month now, and I'm shocked. It's 6 months in, and we have people asking to do a new monthly article every month. It's crazy. Anyways, enough about me. Next up, the big one for a lot of people, Delamore, or Cemetery Man from 1994. This is coming from Severin tonight on 4K with 2 4K discs, a Blu-ray, and then a CD 4-disc collection. God, this looks like a ridiculously stacked release. We've got the web store exclusive slipcase, an exclusive booklet by Claire Donner, audio commentary by the director Michele Soavi and screenwriter Gianni Romali, interview with Michele Soavi on this, interview with actor Rupert Everett, interview with the actress Anna Falchi, archival making of, interview with Gianni Romali, interview the cinematographer Mauro Marchetti. There's all kinds of interviews on this. Again, Sergio Stivoletti is in here, and then we have the CD soundtrack in this. This is one that absolutely I have to have eventually.
I feel like I'm cursed or something. It feels like we have to talk about this every time I'm on here, because like this is like my big hot take, is that I really hate this movie and people love it so much, and I don't want to take that away from you all.
So I've still never seen it. That's my big secret.
Okay.
I could hate it.
I'll probably hopefully 3D Blu-ray will get this in, and I can rent it again, because that's where I rented it from the first time. And maybe with, because you've assured me that the Shameless Blu-ray is probably awful.
They all are, so yes.
And like I didn't think it looked bad or anything, but like I think you said the frame rate was wrong, and that might have contributed to like why it felt like a bad TV pilot or something. I mean, also, I didn't think it was funny, and I actually thought it was pretty offensive. So I don't know that we're gonna get that out of there with a fixed frame rate, but like,
Frame rate doesn't take the offense out of it.
um, we'll see. I'll give it another shot. You know what I mean? Like, maybe I just had the wrong expectations going in, right?
There you
And it is a beautiful looking film, so like, I mean, I do want to see the new restoration, and like, I don't know, when I hear people talk about it, I feel like I watched a different movie, so I want to give it another shot.
Yeah, and the big thing you mentioned, 3D Blu-ray. We're going to talk about somewhere else tonight that does rentals, and I guarantee at least they will get it in. So it'll be available at one of the two that you can rent it from. The next one is another Michele Soavi, however you say it, Soavi title, The Church, Michele, I believe is how you say it. Michele Soavi. This one is a 4K disc, Blu-ray disc, CD. Again, Severance stacking in the CDs on these. And I know a lot of people, they basically say you can take it or leave it. I love the CD soundtracks. Do you use those? Do you have any from Severance that have the CD soundtrack?
Maybe. I probably have a couple, even if it's not from them. Yeah, I don't know. Music is something that I basically just use streaming at this point, or I use vinyl sometimes. I've given actually quite a bit of thought as to why that is, because music is as important to me, if not more, than movies are, and yet I spend all my money on movies and almost none on like actual music. I go to shows all the time. Let's be clear, I support artists, but like, it's because music is so omnipresent to me. Like, I kind of need access to it anywhere, anytime, and that kind of there is also a time and a place for like thoughtful active listening, but it is also just like almost like drugs that I need at all times or something, you know, like a pack of cigarettes or something. I can't be like tethered to one spot for that. That's all that is to say, though. I do have, like, my Blu-ray player will play CDs, and it does have, you know, it's attached to my surround system, so I can utilize them. I just haven't yet. And I do have, there's a shelf of CDs behind me that I got rid of most of them, but I still kept some that were like sentimental or rare or like just cool or whatever. I have this movie, by the way. I have the Blu-ray, but I haven't watched it yet. So I need to do that first.
I can see through the chat. There's a lot of people that love this movie. I like this movie quite a bit. I think that it's a little overrated in the physical media scene. I don't think it's the end all be all of this period, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
I forget who put out the one that I have, but the cover art on it is fucking nuts.
It's probably Scorpion that put it out.
Yep, I think so. Yep. That's the reversible, but the slipcover has like this. I don't even know how to describe it. Like this massive flesh or something. It's insane, but it's really cool.
It looks like the inside of a temple, and it's almost like the shunting from Society, all just grimaced together. So this one is going to have all kinds of stuff, just like the others. This has another exclusive booklet by Claire Donner. This has another web store exclusive slip, and then an interview with the director Soavi, interview with Dario Argento on this, interview with Franco Ferrini, interview with the co-screenwriter Dardano Sacchetti, interview with Asia Argento, and quite a few more. There's lots of interviews on this, and again, bonus CD soundtrack. I do think that this is missing a commentary from the Scorpion release. So if you really want everything again, you
will say,
keep it.
Real quick though, John knows how to sell me on a movie real fucking quick.
It has also satanic sex in it, Celeste.
But also, what's cool about the soundtracks is that, especially for these really weird, obscure titles, I don't know that the soundtrack is available for streaming. Like a lot of movies, their score is not on Spotify or whatever. So what's cool about the soundtrack CD is that they've done all the work to get it in nice high quality, and I can rip it to my computer and put it in my local files if I want to listen to it anywhere. So I do appreciate it for that aspect. And I was planning on doing that whenever I finally pick up Connie's release of Sell Out, because the soundtrack to that is such a banger.
Joe Jack says Severn has gotten serious about extras, and yes, they really have. I think they are sort of presenting themselves as one of the like top two in the game in terms of extras during the sale for the big titles. Obviously, they still have like their second tier titles like Stir and Closed Circuit that we're going to talk about that don't have as much But even then, they're not billing them as the big titles. They're only, $25, $28, no slipcovers, and that's the difference. So when you get these and it's 3 and 4 discs and tons of extras, I kind of get why they have to charge 50 or $55 because everybody involved in these has to be paid. All these interviews have to be edited. They all have to be filmed. Some of these people, they
Yeah.
got to be paid for their time. This is a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes. And I'm not saying that these necessarily should be $55 a piece, but I also get it. We're getting a lot
I'm
for
kind of
that money.
the same way. I'm like, I also just I'm not mad at that pricing. I have to pick my battles, and I can't afford all of it, obviously. But like doing my Vinegar Syndrome reviews and like making myself sit down and watch all the extras, I'm just kind of really appreciative and kind of taken aback of just how much work goes into even a single one of these.
Right.
Like the editing in these is good. Like, like once you do video editing yourself and you see how much work it is and like you watch these extras, it's like somebody is a very talented editor and doing a good amount of work on these. And like they have to fly people out to film these interviews. And fucking Vinegar Syndrome, by the way, shout out to them to the fucking grave or whatever, because like they put subtitles on all the extras. They don't have to do that. That costs more money and that costs more time, and they do it anyway. And nobody else does it, to my knowledge. So fucking, I'm happy to, pay for the work that is done. Like these people deserve to be paid, and they do good work. So
I agree. Next title is one that is always grouped together with the church, and that is The Sect, the other Suave film. And I always laugh when I see this cover. It's like one of the most iconic images from the film, but it's just not a great poster.
yeah, it's kind of rough, but it's striking at least.
I do like this
it.
new slipcover art from Severin.
I've kind of liked all of them. I think they've got a vibe going. A lot of gothic horror kind of vibes going on with the blues and stuff. I'm into it.
Yeah. So this one is from 1991, also available tonight. 4K disc, Blu-ray disc, CD soundtrack, and once again, exclusive booklet by Claire Donner, web store exclusive slipcover, interview with the director Suavi, interview with Dario Argento, Gianni Romali, blah, everybody. Like a lot of these same people, because these were primarily filmed around the same time, they had a lot of the same crews. So they got a lot of people interviewed for all these films that they're putting out this month. Just again, stacked to the gills. I swear the sect and the church, I think that they have to be tied together in rights somehow, because any company that has ever released one of them also releases the other one, usually at the exact same time.
I mean, that would make sense.
Scorpion did the exact same thing with the church and the sect. So what's going on, Sibner?
Sibner, you're late.
It's a satanic sect.
Yeah, well. All right, I'm in.
Yes, Sibner messaged me a minute ago. He says, I'm en route, I promise. And now he's here.
Yeah, well, excuses.
Well, any of these Argento Present titles going to be Black Friday sale only? I do not think so. They all are, missing any language that would make it appear as if they are limited to this weekend.
Sibner, I'm just joshing around. There's no hate here. I'm glad you're here with us.
Could you imagine a Suavi box set that was as big as the director sets they've done? Would have been tight so I could more easily convince myself to get them all at once. I get that, but also I highly doubt that each title would have gotten as many extras as they did on their own. So it 6 of one, half dozen of another. I get it. What's next? Oh, Warner Archive. Man,
Hell
what a wild
yeah.
bunch this is this month. 1991's Rover Dangerfield is coming to Blu-ray on January 30th. This is going to have some special features, cartoons on here. But man, Rodney Dangerfield in 1991, on top of his animated game, this brought back some crazy nostalgia memories that I did not know existed in my brain till I saw this cover again. I have not seen this film probably since 1992. This is wild.
Yeah, I've never heard of this, but I was like, this rules. I gotta get that. Dumb dog movies are in my wheelhouse, let me tell you. I showed this to both of my partners are dog trainers, but I showed this to one of them, and she was like, "Hell yeah, that looks sick." So we're excited about it.
Nice. Yeah, I don't remember this being great, but I was also like 5. So
Here's the thing: as long as it's not boring, if it's terrible, I'll have a blast with it.
yeah. How do you feel about Rodney Dangerfield? Do you have any thoughts on Rodney Dangerfield?
I couldn't even tell you a movie he's in if I'm being honest. Is he the guy in Caddyshack?
Yes.
Am I thinking of the right person? Okay.
Yes.
So
Caddyshack and
Caddyshack,
Ladybugs,
so
the Sidney J. Fury directed Ladybugs.
yeah, I don't know that one. I don't like Caddyshack, so that's really my only frame of reference. But maybe he can redeem himself in a Rover Dangerfield.
I'll save my thoughts to the end. I love how everybody's saying he can't get enough respect. It's such a
Is that him? Okay.
Yeah, it's the same line that he used every single time in his stand-up. Going to the next Warner archive on January 30th, we are also getting Faithless from 1932. This is with
I made a
Tallulah.
movie about me.
Oh man, that was good. New 2023 master from a 4K scan of the preservation elements, and this will have a vintage classic short subjects rambling around Radio Row, the transatlantic mystery, the symphonic murder mystery. So, again, pretty good disc.
Yeah, I'm just stoked to see all these, studio deep cuts, and this is a really old one, right? Like 30 something.
32, yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. Pre-code, nice.
Pre-code.
I'm excited about this one. Yeah, it looked interesting when I was looking at it.
This is a wild month from Warner Archive, and they're kind of all over. Not just genres, but like time periods and everything. There's some really good
it
stuff
was a
in here.
mixed bag, or a grab bag, not a mixed bag. I guess a mixed bag,
I get it. Next up is the one that seemingly everybody's excited about. 1996's Joe's Apartment coming to Blu-ray on January 30th. This is a new, again, 4K scan of the OCN of Joe's Apartment. This may have been the most famous movie poster in most movie stores from 1996 to 1998. Have you seen Joe's Apartment?
No, I never even heard of it, but at least until it was announced. But I saw a lot of people excited about it. I think this was one for the age bracket above mine.
Yes.
That was just big in that age group. But this is the kind of thing, like, 90s comedies that like doesn't really get a lot of love on Blu-ray and stuff.
Yeah.
Seems to be the kind of thing that's overlooked. So I'm happy to see this kind of thing get restored and put out. I don't know, maybe it's offensive and horrible, but still, I do want it restored and released for posterity at least.
It is very much an MTV type of film. And I just love that we have the Warner Archive logo across the top with the tagline, Sex, Bugs, Rock and Roll right next to it.
I mean, if there's a bunch of like weird bugs in it, I could get down with that,
Yeah, it's not a great movie, but it's one that is a very generationally defining film for sure.
Maybe like a Tix vibe? Is that at all a relevant point of reference? No, I liked Tix a lot. So
Tix is great. Sivner Salty says, imagine all those classic Warner Brothers films waiting to be restored while the restoration team brings Joe's Apartment back to life. I mean, all films deserve it.
I agree.
I don't know what order they should go in, but
yeah, that's more subjective. But yeah,
I guess maybe it should probably actually specifically be stated in deterioration order. If something is on the verge of being lost, yeah, we should probably bring that to the front of the line. Oh, come on. Jerry O'Connell has some masterpieces. Piranha, the remake, was great.
I don't know anything about
Silence. Okay. He gets his penis bit off by
I like the original Piranha a lot. It's really good.
It's nothing like the original.
Written by John Sayles, fun fact.
Another oldie, Cabin in the Sky from 1943, starring Ethel Waters, and we got some big music names in this: Louis Armstrong, Duke Ellington, and yeah, this one looks pretty good. Feature commentary on this by Evangela Anderson and Eva Anderson, wife and daughter of Eddie Rochester Anderson, who is in this, and then a couple others, including Black cultural scholar Todd Boyd, film historian Dr. Drew Casper, and interview excerpts of Lena Horne. We got a vintage Pete Smith specialty studio visit, audio only bonus, Louis Armstrong's Ain't It the Truth, outtake, and then the original trailer. Warner Archive, like, quietly, and I was going to say this till the end, but man, they've had a sneaky, kind of amazing year.
Yeah, they've been dropping like a lot of stuff, which is cool. And I see Dustin is highlighting another recent animated release. I'm just happy to see that they're doing the animated stuff because that's just a big thing for me.
Especially for me, the shorts being added to everything. That's huge.
Mm-hmm.
Those would never get any love. And now they're just saying, oh, you're putting out another Blu-ray. Sure, we got 3 more we can restore. Give us, 24 hours. We'll have them ready for you.
Mm-hmm.
Cabin in the Sky was Vincente Minnelli's directorial debut. Did I say Jerry O'Connell was bad? I just meant that's the generational vibe it's going with. I still want a Blu-ray of Tomcats. Love it. Carlin Cook says, Joe Dante told me originally the walking creature in the lab in Piranha was supposed to show up at the end of the film at Godzilla size.
Missed opportunity.
Missed opportunity. A Godzilla-sized piranha is kind of terrifying. Next up, The Prince and the Pauper, starring the one and only Errol Flynn from 1937, also coming on Blu-ray from Warner Archive. We have the classic Warner Brothers cartoons Plenty of Money and You, streamlined Greta Green and Sunbonnet Blue, plus the original trailer. Again, a 4K scan of the OCN, and the fact that they're doing that much when really they don't necessarily have to. I love that they're doing it. Yes, Jeff, Warner Archives is the one that did the Looney Tunes releases. And that second one, I think that second one just dropped or is about to drop, right?
I think it is on the way, I think. And then they already announced a third one, I think.
Yep, coming early next year.
I kind of agree with what Sibner's saying. I mean, it's great that they're putting the shorts on there, but I would like for them to periodically just put out collections of them too, so that people don't have to get, I mean, just a grab bag of random shit at a very high price point to have all those,
And then last thing from Warner Archive for this month is kind of a big one. The Marx Brothers in a Day at the Races from 1937. This one is going to have a 4K scan of preservation elements. And then, a bunch of stuff. We got a feature commentary by Glenn Mitchell, a making of featurette On Your Marks, Get Set, Go. Robert Benchley, MGM short A Night at the Movies, 3 classic MGM cartoons, Gallopin' Gals, Mama's New Hat, and Old Smoky, and then audio-only treasures, Groucho Marx radio performance of Dr. Hackenbush, which was written for film but was never used, and then a musical outtake, A Message from the Man in the Moon, and Leo is on the Air radio promo, plus the original trailer. They're putting a lot of stuff on this disc.
I love the Marx Brothers. I'm excited about this.
Nice. John says,
bits. But
should probably clarify slightly. Warner Archive is trying to make each disc like A Night at the Movies back then, which is why the random shorts, of course, it works.
I think that's a great idea, and I'm really here for it. I just wish they would, in addition to, consolidate them.
Basically, options are always good.
Yeah.
And you're already restoring them. Make another release and probably make a little more money.
Silent Mandible, I'm pretty sure that I have that Marx Brothers box set. It's fantastic. I'm pretty sure that this isn't in it because I don't think I've seen this.
I wonder if I think this is maybe the first time this one has been on Blue.
I think so too. Yeah. If anyone doesn't have that box set, by the way, it's usually on a really, really cheap sale, and it's great. And the documentary that's in it is fantastic.
At least in the U.S., this is the first time this has ever been on Blue. It looks like there is supposedly a release from Spain, but Spain is kind of legally dubious on some of these films. So I'm not sure if that one is legit.
Yeah.
Joe Jack wants Duck Soup Like This. Unfortunately, I think that's a different title, different company, and probably
that's in the Universal set. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and I think that's getting a standalone re-release that either just came out or is about to come out as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that is it for Warner Archive. Again, sneaky great this year. Just want to highlight and in the middle of all these announcements, take a quick break to highlight one thing that we probably should tonight before we get into all the sales. Shelf Shock Rewind is coming up, and I wanted to highlight our time frame for everything because it's going to be different from this year. And the reason we're going to go over it real quick is because we have Celeste here, and Celeste is going to be my lovely co-host during our live show, which will be on February 18th. That is the Sunday after the Super Bowl, and it's going to be a doozy this year. It looks to be even bigger, but some of the dates that you need to know. Instead of the way that we voted last year, we're going to be voting as a community the entire month of January. So I think that gives more than enough time for the Black Friday titles to get to people for you to be able to watch them and then consider them in the end of the year voting. And as I bring up Warner Archive, start thinking about it. Which of these labels from this year have been great? Which have really made an impact on you? Which ones have the best restoration? Something that you've been impressed by? And not to make it super nerdy, but I've had to do this myself. Start making notes. Start thinking back. What extras did I watch this year that were
spreadsheets?
Yeah. Which ones were mind blowing? Which ones, were very impressive with the booklet? Which ones had the best commentary? Start thinking about that because there's going to be a lot of questions to answer, and you're going to be able to do that in January. We're going to start hitting the marketing hard in December for sure.
I'm pulling for the dark horse, Mill Creek.
Mill Creek for label of the year.
to the moon, all the way. We're doing it.
Oh man,
that's mean. I shouldn't do that.
Next announcement is another Severin title. This one is coming on Blu-ray, and it is Raiders of the Living Dead. This one is from 1986. The slipcover is covered in zombies, and that's the inner wrap. And this one has a web store exclusive slipcover, audio commentary with Sam Sherman, and then we've got Things to Do in Jersey When You're Dead, interviews with the Fangoria writer Tim Ferrante, editor John Donaldson, and the soundtrack composer George Edward Ott. The original cut is also on this, which is 80 minutes, and we've got a second alternate version, which is 72 minutes. There's a short film on this called The Weird Stranger by Sam Sherman, and the behind-the-scenes stills, production gallery, and trailer. Anything about this one that you remember?
Well, I mean, I listened to the podcast about it, but I do. It's my secret. We're revealing all sorts of things today.
Yeah, this is the one thing I was going to say. This movie's amazingly stupid. Scotty Squartz builds a ray gun out of a Laserdisc player and kills zombies. That's got to mean something. Next up from Severin is The Dead One from 1961. Love this inner art.
Yeah.
Directed by Barry Mahone, and he was a decorated World War II fighter pilot who escaped as a POW, managed Errol Flynn for a while during the actor's sordid final years, Nudie Cutie and Kitty Matinee Visionary. It's kind of weird to put those words together, Severin, and more. And in 1960, Mahone wrote, produced, directed, and what is likely the first full-color zombie movie in exploitation history called The Dead One. This is filmed just outside of New Orleans. A plantation mistress summons her brother to rise from the dead for a bizarre, low-budget voyage of voodoo vengeance, jazz piano, strip clubs, honeymoon romance, Creole horror, and natty zombie attire. This is going to have the web store exclusive slipcover, audio interview with Sam Sherman, interview with the author filmmaker C. Courtney Joyner on Barry Mahone, and the trailer.
First color zombie film. Very cool.
Film. Yeah.
The Laserdisc player gun, is that kind of like in Hellraiser 3 where they kill people with CDs? The kind of like physical media weapons universe of sorts. Get a film for each format.
Yeah, I want all those people to form the Avengers of physical media villains. Next up is, I believe, the last Severin title we're going to cover, and that is Closed Circuit from 1978. This one
like artwork a lot.
Looks great. I love the cover on this. This has an introduction by Kayla Janice, audio commentary with Nathaniel Thompson and Howard S. Berger, interview with the director Giuliano Montaldo, video essay by Kat Ellinger, can't speak, on the actor Flavio Bucci, and the re-release trailers on this as well. This one sounds really good, and the big thing is it takes place in a movie theater, and I know for a lot of us, that is something that we like because when you're a movie fan, movie theaters are an interesting setting for a movie.
Indeed.
What's your favorite movie theater set movie?
I was just thinking about that. I mean, Demons is a good one, but I was at the Horathon this year, the Exhumed Films one, and they opened with Targets, and I gotta say, it was interesting being in a theater, in a crowd during the final act of that film. That was kind of chilling. So that's a good one, I think.
Great movie. And then
it's
also
looking good.
I'll go to bat for The Last Matinee, the newer one.
I haven't seen it yet. I don't have it yet. I need to grab that at some point.
Pretty good.
Will is being salty.
Yes, he is. MVD is having their sale. It is live now, and it is until November 28th. So you got some time for it. If I can't get the site to work and we can't cover it tonight, which I hope that's not the case, let me make sure I'm not just getting... I don't know how you spell mvdsale.com wrong.
Oh, Sibner wasn't here, I don't think, for the coverage of the one title. So maybe that's where the disconnect is happening.
Oh.
The disconnected disconnect.
I think Sibner knows, and he's just poking the Will Bear.
Oh, I see.
Chris says if you get just the disc bundle, it comes out to $30 a movie, and that isn't terrible. I have to say, I think this is the strongest lineup that Severn has put out on Black Friday. I mean, honestly, probably
I think it's pretty good, honestly. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Michael Smith says supposedly the 4K of Titanic is reported to be good.
I've heard that too. I've heard
hopefully that bodes well for The Abyss.
I'm glad that you are in the correct camp and the correct opinion that Titanic is amazing.
Oh, it's a masterpiece.
Titanic fucking rules. It's so good. It makes me cry. It's the best. Titanic.
Yeah, I mean, there's good times, there's bad times, there's drama, there's romance, there's sadness.
It's an amazing romance film and an amazing disaster film. It pulls off both like seamlessly. It's really something to behold. I love Titanic.
With the disaster leading to some incredible action shots.
Mm-hmm. Take that with a spoon of salt.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. The MVD stuff. There is some stuff in the MVD sale that is shockingly low. They have an Arrow vinyl LP for $3.99. That's insanity.
Getting rid of that one, huh?
Yeah, I think that one's been cheap a lot though.
Billy Zane, yeah. I remember when he showed up in Twin Peaks. I was like, where have I fucking seen this dude? And it was Titanic, but specifically the meme from Titanic that I had been remembering.
Dead Sea Life says, I've never seen Titanic, and Ernest Scared Stupid has all those things. I mean, you're not wrong.
Know.
You're not wrong, but Titanic is the better movie. All right. This one's kind of interesting based on a couple things, but Five Nights at Freddy's coming out on 4K at the beginning. It doesn't have to come out on Blu-ray and then 4K 6 months later, but this is already coming out on December 12th. This was a huge October film, and it's coming out on December 12th. The other big thing I kind of want to highlight is the director had a commentary and some other stuff that's not on the disc. So I'm not saying that we're going to get another release eventually, but it certainly sounds like we may. And I mean, it's kind of shocking that this is coming out so quick.
So wait, where are those other? Where is that commentary and stuff? Where does that currently live? Like, is it just a digital exclusive thing, or
it's nowhere at the moment? The director said he recorded.
You just know it exists and it's not on there. Maybe it'll be announced later, or maybe it'll be a surprise. I don't know.
I mean,
maybe they forgot to include it on the press release. I don't know.
The commentary's on the Day Shift edition. Where is the Day Shift edition? Thank you, Dallas. I will have to look up what the heck the Day Shift edition is.
I don't know what that is either.
I've not heard of that. And honestly, Christian, you're probably right. This will probably be a gigantic seller for physical media for Christmas presents for people that love Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, I still can't believe that they made this streaming day and date, and then it still did gangbusters at the box office.
Yeah, It's not my thing. I don't think. I've never played the game. I don't really play games at all. But like, so what didn't really interest me, and I've heard it's pretty bad. But I do have to enjoy some aspects of it. Just that a film was successful in theaters that isn't the one you would expect, and it's a female director too, which is cool. So
I don't know how I missed this. Dustin's pointing out it was a joke because at the top it says Night Shift Edition. Thank you. Thank you.
That's also true. Peacock just isn't that big. I refuse to sign up for it. That was where I called it. I think when they first announced, I was like, I don't even know what the fuck that is. I'm not doing it. Like, we gotta call it somewhere.
Yeah. Next up, some of these things that are like super niche, I don't always share, but this one looks really cool. Billy Idol did a performance earlier this year in front of the Hoover Dam, and it's coming out on Blu-ray from MVD Visual. Their line MVD Visual is putting it out, and it's brand new this year, brand newly recorded, and the trailer on this looks freaking amazing.
Yeah, I think this is really cool. I don't know how often stuff like this gets a Blu-ray, but I like Billy Idol and I like concert films, and this is neat.
Same. Yeah, this is one I hope to get eventually for sure. Okay, this is a pretty big deal. December 19th, Cinema Guild is releasing 35 Shots of Rum by Claire Denis, and this will have a Dance of Feelings, Claire Denis in conversation with Eric Hines, Regis dialogue at the Walker Art Center, Claire Denis, Unpredictable Universe from 2012, an excerpt from Talking with Ozu, and then a booklet featuring an essay by Blair McClendon. It is in French, of course. I've not seen this. I've heard incredible things about this as being like one of the most underseen incredible films.
Okay, so I have seen it. This was the first and only Claire Denis film I've seen as of yet. It was leaving the Criterion Channel one month, and I made a point to see it because she's one of those directors where it's like, I mean, you're kind of like supposed to like her, but also like from what I'd heard, I was like, this seems like my kind of thing. I think I'm really going to like it. And I watched this, and I don't know if it was a mismatch in expectations or if it was just not the best one to start with for my personal sensibilities or tastes, but I found it just kind of exceedingly dull, like kind of really hard to finish. And I think I ended up giving it like a 6 out of 10 because I did think it was decent, but it might be one that I just need to revisit, and this will be a good avenue for it. But I think this was on my Blu-ray wish list on Letterboxd, so I might need to update that because I want it to be out at least,
Yeah, of course.
I don't know. It's just like a family drama type of thing that's just like glacially slow, and I don't know. It didn't work for me the first time, but I might need to check it out again.
Interesting. I've liked. I can't even think of the Claire Denis films that I've seen. I think I've seen 2 offhand. Can't remember what they are.
I have another one. I haven't seen it yet. Trouble Every Day, because that seemed like it would be more in line with my tastes for an entry point.
Beau Travail. That's definitely one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Ronnie says, I love Beau Travail, but still have not seen any of Denis' other films. Silent Mandible. I haven't enjoyed anything I've seen by her. I've watched High Life and White Material. I still have not seen High Life. It's in the Patreon watch along poll for this week. I wanted to watch High Life. Both movies I should like, but I just can't. Oh, good. Ronnie owns Poker Face on Blu-ray. Nice.
Yeah, I do need to see that. I don't need to get Peacock for it though.
Okay. We were talking about Shameless earlier. Out of nowhere, they announced their first release in a while, Femina Rydens, or The Laughing Woman from 1969. They are putting out on Blu-ray. And a reminder that this was released on Blu-ray by Mondo Macabro in October of 2021, and then they put out a standard edition in February of 2022. The big thing is this one will have a new interview with Dagmar Lasseter, which is a world exclusive from what they say. But again, it's Shameless. It'll probably be either the same Mondo Macabro restoration or worse. The Mondo Macabro title is good enough, in my opinion. Gary says Trouble Every Day is great from Claire Denis. And Stan loves High Life. Sibner says
I'm not trying to shit on it or anything. I do think that like her stuff is probably my problem that I wasn't as into it. I think that she's probably a really talented and interesting filmmaker, and I probably need to just take more chances with it to kind of see if I can get on her wavelength. Maybe that was just a bad entry point,
And again, could have just been a bad experience and it could rule.
Mhm.
Next up is He Walked by Night from Kino Lorber, coming on Blu-ray on January 30th. We got a new audio commentary by Imogen Sarah Smith, and then they've got the older audio commentary with Alan K. Rode and Julie Kurgo on this. This will have a slipcover, and then the back of the wrap will look like this. And yeah, I've not seen this one. 1948 film.
Brad is salty in the chat.
Oh, come on, Brad. You were invited earlier. Actually, it's about time to talk about TerrorVision in just a second. A big one that seemingly everybody was super excited for, The Dreamers from 2003. Out of nowhere, got a 4K announcement from Icon Film in the UK. I've had all kinds of people messaging me about this saying, does Icon sell direct? Where can I pick this up? I believe Orbit will probably have this eventually. I'm not saying guaranteed, but I think this is the type that they tend to go for. A lot of people love this one. It's a Bernardo Bertolucci film. I've not seen it. I've heard it's incredible. I definitely need to see this one.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Are you a Bertolucci person? Have you seen anything from Bertolucci?
I don't know. What are some other ones he's done?
Bertolucci did the one on Imprint recently. And then a couple of big ones. Anyways, we're both obviously not experts. I hear this one's great. Look into it. It might be one that you love. It's got Michael Pitt from Funny Games in it, so I'm definitely
Everyone's
into
just
it.
being really thirsty for Eva Green in the chat, which is understandable.
I'm laughing because Brad is saying, "Did you invite me?" He's texting me. I totally forgot. There's something promoting myself. I shouldn't leave that up on the screen for too long. Hey, I did an interview with Joel at Scarecrow Video, and this is one that if you don't know anything about Scarecrow Video, you probably should watch this. They are literally the largest home. What do they call it? The largest publicly accessible home video collection in the entire United States. The sheer size of what they have is overwhelming, and you can rent most of it. That's amazing. Tens of thousands of titles on VHS, tons of Laserdisc, lots of interesting things to learn about in Seattle. Ronnie says, it was a great interview. Thanks. I appreciate that. Well, let's move right along. We got some new announcements from Gold Ninja this week. They are putting out Ed Wood's Revenge of the Dead. It's got a new 2K scan from a rare 35mm theatrical print, supposedly. This should be shipping in February, and got a lot of the Justin DeClue type of extras on here with Will Sloan and stuff. Just remember, if you buy from Gold Ninja, it's in Canada, so be ready for that $20-ish shipping.
I don't know too much about this label, honestly.
I won't say too much. I've heard a lot of ups and down things, and I've got quite a few releases from them. They're not terrible, but it's Justin doing this from his living room, basically. So they're very what's the best way to say this? He puts a lot of love into them, but they're the materials that you're getting, like it's a burned disc, it's a regular case, it's got some. I haven't got any of his newer ones lately, but the older ones, at least, the booklets were pretty lower quality, but it's not terrible. Let me see. I am. All right, going to the next title. We got 3 more from Gold Ninja. The Monster Man, and this one is a big one because people that are watching this probably know Master Chaos, Jose Prendes. This is his first film. This is coming on. Let's see. I think this is shipping in February as well, and it's only limited to 500 copies. So if you really want this, you might want to jump on. Jose did an audio commentary on this with Justin DeClue. There's a career-spanning interview with Jose Prendes and some extras, including another full feature film. So lots of stuff on. Oh, look at that. Look who's in the chat. It's really difficult when you have to look at two different screens to keep all this going. Hope your day is going great. Can't wait to see this, Master Chaos. All February for Gold Ninja. That's good to know. All right, going to the next couple. We've got The Golden Triangle from 1975. This one,
Temporary artwork is my favorite film.
This one sounds pretty decent. I think it's from 1975. It's got from directors Chilo, The Dragon Lives Again, and Romy and Galang. This one says, warning, this is not The Golden Triangle that stars Lo Lie from 1975. So there's two films from the same year with the same title, and the other one is known better. So
unfortunate.
Yeah. Let's go to the last one. Last one is Rock and Roll Asylum from 2022. This one's also limited to 500 copies. It is Dr. Utger, who is Adam Thorne in this. He is the, I believe, writer, director, editor, star, all kinds of stuff on this film. Seems like a love letter from himself. Tons of extras on this. And yeah, looks great. Thanks, Jose. Sibner says, I swear some of these covers sell a movie far better than the film that's actually inside. That's absolutely the case. But Gold Ninja, they do great work on some of the ones that I've seen, so I'm sure it will be absolutely fantastic. All right, we got a couple left, and then we will jump into TerrorVision. Next one up is 101 Films. In the UK, they're putting out Alligator on 4K and Alligator 2 on Blu-ray, just like Scream Factory did. These are coming on January 29th as part of their Black Label series. And they carried over, it looks to me like all of the special features from Scream Factory. So it looks like a pretty nice release, and it's all coming in a fancy hard box to keep both of them in there with some nice new art. Got a booklet, poster. Looks like a pretty solid release. Yes, Gold Ninja has definitely slept on a little bit. All right. And then this is probably the last thing I need to talk about before TerrorVision. We talked about the zine earlier, but just to try to share with everybody, I put out the first 4 issues of the zine for free. Usually these are like $8.50 on Amazon, but if you want to download all 4 of them, I will put the link in the chat again. Open that in a new tab, get all 4 of them downloaded. It's the first 4 issues, not the newest 2, but there's a lot of stuff in there. We got articles from Craig from Deaf Crocodile. We've got some really great reviews. We got the beginnings of some of the great features, and it looks like a really solid package. If you've not checked any of these out yet, I hope you enjoy them. I got the art from a couple of the first issues there. But now it's time for some TerrorVision stuff. And I think we've got quite a bit to cover tonight because we got 3 new Blu-ray announcements. We got a vinyl to talk about. We got a cassette to talk about. And there's a sale. So let's jump into it. The first title is Game of Killers. Game of Killers is from 1978. And this is, it says, 1 map, plenty of killers, 2 unlikely friends cross paths and join forces after they come in possession of a map that many are on the lookout for. How will they defend themselves against an army of assassins that are also after that map in this Game of Killers? This is coming on Blu-ray, shipping in January. And to make sure that we can hear the most details about it, let's talk to the man himself. Brad, what's going on?
That happened so quick. I literally just hit the version. My computer is literally still like starting up.
There's a seamless transition there.
Yeah, no, it's perfect. Too bad I fucked it up. But hello.
So we've got a longer cut of the film on here. Why don't you tell us about Game of Killers?
Yeah, so Game of Killers was something I've been working on for a little while. I'm a fan of, these like weird oddball, like, Taiwan, stuff from Taiwan and Hong Kong films that are more like chop socky-esque, where, if you're not familiar with that, it's some, bad dubbing, funny dubbing, weird sound effects, music that's not licensed properly, they lay over there. And sometimes you just don't even know, like, if it really is the script that these people that were dubbing it were following, or if they're just like improvising. But I've always been a fan of Game of Killers. It's a movie that's been played to death. Has had, really, really bad, just distro all through its time. The
Right.
only time it's ever been really seen in all its glory is basically in the 70s, early 80s when it came over, theatrically here in the US. It was rep by a company called Golden Tiger, who is Paul Maslach, has taken over essentially. But it was Neva Friedman, who is an old school producer. She produced stuff, some Cynthia Rothrock movies, and kind of that transition when a lot of these kind of American actors played in Hong Kong, and some Hong Kong actors came over here and played some U.S. productions. She was behind a lot of that, so she was distributing these films in the 70s and 80s, getting them to be seen. One, it was a big moneymaker, but she actually bought up these films and owned them, so that way she could continue to spread love. But obviously that died down kind of the mid 80s because horror was a big thing in kind of theatrically. But anyways, so we acquired the film. Neva passed away a couple of years ago, so it made things a little bit more complicated. And all she had was basically beta SP masters of these, for broadcast. So we've been doing our detective work for the past 2 years, and we came across this print for Game of Killers, which I was super stoked about. But it was in a total sham. It was not usable, really. It was, but it wasn't at the same time. So it turned completely pink. There's no color to the print. It's all pink. Suffered immense vinegar syndrome. I mean, there is literally
glitch moment, and he'll be back.
What is that?
You froze for a second. Now you're back.
Oh, I'm back. Okay, I was just saying, it turned completely pink. We had. Let me turn this off real quick. Maybe this might be doing it.
As he's turning that off, I will share. I was scrolling through the film last night as I was working, and found out of nowhere the Pink Panther theme playing in the background of this.
That's fun.
Random ass tune to suddenly start playing.
Quick plug for the interview I have with Brad on my channel that is quite good, I think, and doing well. If you haven't seen it yet, I recommend it.
As he's getting his internet fixed, we'll say the extras on here. We got an interview from Barry Chan on here, who is the star of the film. And then The Unknown Legacy of Barry Chan, a visual essay by Sean Williams of the Food for Thought podcast. And me, Sean and I have been working on this, and it's turning out to be an incredible visual essay. Can't wait for people to see this. Yes, Media Membrane, just like the Halloween theme in Angel Enforcers. It is exactly the same. He was talking about the print. Yes, it was very pink, but now it looks surprisingly good. And I'm sure he'll tell you about that right now.
So sorry about that. No, I had a thing that kept popping up that was making my internet click in and out. But anyways, we should be good now. But yeah, I was saying that there was, because of the chemical reaction in the canister, the moisture kicked in, and it was nasty on this print of Game of Killers. But we were lucky to be able to clean it, scan it, work with a colorist, and bring out every image that we could, all the information from the scan. And it was really beat to shit too. But after 6-8 months working on it, we were able to do, I think, some phenomenal work.
It looks pretty astonishing.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate it. Yeah, I've done some side-by-sides recently of some films that we've been working on, and just to kind of show the process of, what we've done. I think I did a 4-panel one to show what the image originally starts with to what we start to change it to, and then part of the restoration, part of the cleanup, and then final the basically color, trying to bring those colors back of what we thought maybe it would have looked like back in the day. So yeah, we're proud of it. And this has two versions of the film. One is an 81-minute version. That's kind of what was bootlegged the most over here. So we actually, what we did is we just cut it. So we had because the print's 90 minutes. So we actually cut it down, like we edited down to what you're supposed to see. And then we took, because we could find two different soundtracks. So we grabbed the original that people would have seen in the theater. And we basically extracted that from a tape, and we put that with, did some work on it, made it sound okay. And then edited that to the picture, and then did that version. And then the alternate version is a 90-minute version that has the soundtrack that was on the print, which is music that they are not allowed to be using. I highly doubt they got Morricone to fucking score this movie. But, we wanted to add that too, just to be kind of fun as like a bonus feature. And the movie does make a little bit more sense because it's literally 9 minutes of conversations that are cut out. All the fighting's still in the movie because I think 60 minutes of this is just fighting.
It's a lot.
I don't even think at one point, I think when I was first watching it, I was like, I don't know what this movie's about. Like, they just start talking about the map and they need it. But I was like, did they even talk about where the map came from? Like,
right.
But anyways, so yeah, I was really happy with it because it's, Barry Chan's a really kind of really funny dude. He did this like kind of stint for 10 years just being in these types of movies, working with the same people over and over again, and he's just a really fun, loving, like very charismatic dude. Yeah, it's like all these characters, there's so many different types of characters in this movie. Like, I forget how many villains they fight, but they all have their like quirks. They have like a blind swordsman. They have this lefty and righty character that are super goofy. They have these twins that fight. Just a really kind of every like trope you could see with like in martial arts movies like that, of like a villain having a thing. One of those villains is in this movie. Yeah. I think it's like 30 fucking people that they have to fight in this movie. But anyways.
Let's go to the next one. The next one is a big one for you. The Newly Deads. This is finally coming. This is from 1988. We got a commentary with the Midnight Mass co-hosts and sleazy film historians Michael Verratti and Peaches Christ. You got an interview with Doug Jones, interview with the composer John Gonzalez, and then Newly Dead created subtitles with more extras coming.
Yeah, it's crazy that Doug Jones did the interview. Justin actually organized all of that. We discussed about trying to get Doug Jones just because he is like this really, hot commodity where, he's doing all these fucking, Del Toro films and all this other stuff. And I was driving on my way to The Exorcist Believer, which turned out to be one of the worst nights of my life. But I was on the phone with the videographer, and he was like, "Hey, can you send me a copy of Newly Deads because Doug Jones is coming in the studio tomorrow?" And I had no idea. I was like, "Wait, Doug Jones? Like, he agreed?" And he's like, "Yeah, Justin set it up." And I'm like, Doug Jones is just going to talk about this fucking weird ass movie? Like, he should be embarrassed about this.
I didn't even think you were talking about that Doug Jones. I was like, what? You don't mean the Chameleon Man himself?
Yeah, it is the Doug Jones.
Doug Jones.
The and it was the first person to actually say yes and do it. Like,
gotta love that.
Everybody else, we're still kind of like, do you want to talk about the Newly Deads? And they're like, I don't know, maybe. But yeah, no, Newly Deads was like one of the very first VHS that I bought when I was like 9, and I bought it off the title because I was like, that is an incredible title.
It's a great
And
title.
obviously, this movie made millions of dollars because of that title. But yeah, this is our second release of the City Lights film. These are transferred from Beta SP Masters, which are basically made for broadcast. So it's better than anything that's existed. And way better than anything that Troma put out on DVD because they, own these films. Yeah, it's just a really kind of wackadoo slasher. It's very progressive because it uses the trans idea, like you have a trans character in a movie. Because they say trans sometimes, I think, and they say drag queen another time. But yeah, no, they actually got his name, or their name is Scott Caskey, and they're a very popular drag queen in Las Vegas, and they actually hired a real drag queen to be in this movie, which is very, at the time, these are like low budget sleazy movies. But yeah, no, it's cool because Mouse the City. Michael reached out to me and he's like, I do a comic. Like, yeah, absolutely. This is like completely up their alley too because it's super sleazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of slasher-esque. It's very soap opera-esque too. Doug Jones has sex in this movie. There's a lot of sex. It's super sexed up. It's a very sexed up movie.
He also does in Shape of Water too, which is fun.
but yeah, I've always really loved what City Lights did. So it's basically Pepin, or I'll say that Richard Pepin, Richard Munchkin, Joseph Mary, and Todd Gilchrist. So these guys created City Lights, and they basically made their first movie for $60,000, which is Mayhem. And or for City Lights, Joseph made a film before that was semi-successful as a comedy that he produced. But that wasn't on the City Lights label. So these four guys got together and they created City Lights, which is basically the super low budget, between $60,000 and $200,000 budget films that they pumped out 15 of these films within 4 years.
Jesus.
So they were making these things basically every like 3 months. They were turning around another film and then selling their brand to video stores. And these guys made millions of dollars back then. Like it was easy to make $1 million on a tape. But they pumped 15 of these things. In the meantime, that kick-started the PM Entertainment stuff because they were having basically a separation from Todd Gilchrist. So, Joe, Munch, and Pepin, they all went to do this PM Entertainment stuff. And these movies had between, basically $300,000 to almost sometimes $1 million budgets, depending on how much action they wanted to do. And action was the hot thing for them. They actually made more money on the action films than Newly Dead's Death by Dialogue and Hollow Gate. Those are the main three horror titles that they did. They went on to do these action films, and they definitely changed the model. They were part of the influence of having these why video stores were paying so much, is that they really were the pioneers of like, let's just make like 100 movies and we can make $1 billion.
Right.
That's what they did. Joseph owns 37 hotels between Las Vegas and Arizona and California. He's a fucking billionaire. Munchkin is a professional poker player. Gilchrist has passed. And then, Pepin. I was talking to Pepin the other day, and he's like, "Oh, we're going to London for a few days to hang out." Cool, man. Talk to you when you get back. He's like, you got to come up to my mansion in Lake Arrowhead and we can hang out there. He does sound kind of like a Christian Slater, I guess. But a cool guy, a bunch of cool guys. And the cool thing about City Lights is that they hired all these people in the very beginning, and then they continued to work with them movie by movie. So, to grips, DPs, producers, all these other people, they would continue to be in these productions. And they basically got raises each time and were hired within, and then started working PM Entertainment. Like John Gonzalez, he, I'm pretty sure he scored all City Lights films. I think he scored most of the PM Entertainment stuff because they just use the same dudes all the time. Charlotte Driver's a big one too, who started as an actor, and they wanted to take her top off, and she said, "I signed up for the film, and I was not supposed to take my top off." She's like, "You either pay me more, or you hire somebody else." And I think it was Munch. He said, "Make her a producer on the next movie because she's can negotiate and get things done." And then she became a producer up until PM Entertainment stopped. So yeah, just like a lot of cool people, really cool stories. We hope to make kind of the City Lights documentary after doing all the films, just to kind of talk more about the business side of things, because these guys were fucking geniuses, man.
I wonder if by then Mary would want to be involved because, man, he's into some wild stuff. Like if
Yeah,
you
I talk to Joe a lot, but he doesn't want anything to do on these discs.
if you go look up his name on YouTube, he's doing like LA mansion real estate videos and stuff.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He was interviewed. He has this interesting interview that posted a few months ago. This dude who goes around interviewing just random people. Not it's very professionally done. He does a really good job. But one of them is Joseph Mary about his hotels. And he lives in this big mansion in Beverly Hills that he bought in 1992 or something. And he talks about the PM Entertainment stuff on there. And it's kind of cool because he shows the guy movies. He's like, check this out. We jumped off this skyscraper. And he's like, "Oh, with stunt guys?" He's like, no, this is just a regular guy. We just tied a rope to him and threw him over the edge. And it's like, he's like, "See these cars jumping?" He's like, we just did this on the street, LA, no permits, no nothing. I mean, they were vigilantes, it was crazy. But yeah, Joseph doesn't want to do anything on the discs. He's a good pal of mine. We talk a lot, but I don't know. I'm trying to get him to talk. I have everybody basically talking, but him. Some and some of them, they worked. Like for example, Pepin worked a little bit on Hollow Gate, but he was there because DeZazzo was kind of being booted out and Mary was kind of taking over the project. Yeah. But Pepin doesn't remember anything about Hollow Gate. Charlotte Driver, I'm trying to get her to talk about Hollow Gate because she tells the story about why the Golden Retrievers are in the movie instead of having like Rottweilers or like Doberman Pitchers. And she tells this really fucking funny story about it. But anyways, yeah.
Because Golden Retrievers are the hardest dogs. We know this.
They're pretty great. Let's go to our third blue of the night. We got Chris LaMartina's What Happens Next Will Scare You. Obviously fits right in the TerrorVision branding after WNUF made a big splash. Why don't you sell What Happens Next Will Scare You to everybody?
I mean, Chris, if you've ever seen or met Chris, he is probably one of the most charismatic people I've ever met in my life. Like I just wanted to kiss him when I first met him. And he's just a really wonderful person. His wife, Melissa, is wonderful. But yeah, this just came because Ryan and Chris are very, very good friends. Chris has done promo videos and directed, like the Freddy's Nightmare stuff, even way before, WNUF. And that's how WNF came about. Chris had the rights back and wanted to do something with it. And, that's why, we got it. And What Happens Next Will Scare You is just kind of, it was released during a time, with COVID and everything. 2020 is, from a Kickstarter from like 2019. And I think Chris just kind of needed to get it out, because it's not like a contractual thing, but it's just more or less like, I made this movie and everybody's bored at home and, it's 2020. So we just felt like it didn't get enough play, and not a lot of people, like, I think, knew it even came out, because when he did WNUF, I mean Halloween Mega Tape, when he did that like blew, I mean, obviously it's that in vain sequel of, he doesn't like to call it WNF2, even though we do. um when that came out, that really kind of, everybody paid attention to it. And then I think even more so, What Happens Next will Scare You kind of got pushed down a little bit.
Yeah.
It's actually really cool. It's a really cool kind of anthology setup too. Even though it's like they're just watching videos, but it's kind of like, if you like the VHS stuff, but a little bit more W and FE, I guess you could say, more cute. That this is kind of, and but there are like some really good, like, scary segments. And that's the cool thing about Chris. He's very good at balancing horror and comedy, in the sense where those are two things that clash a lot for me, where I don't care for it too much. But Chris does it just enough to where it's really enjoyable, but also nostalgic, but also kind of teeters sometimes of actually being scary.
Yeah, and it's a really fun setup, and it's well made. I'm glad to be able to update the DVD, even though it's not super old. On this, you got a commentary with Chris, which is it's a good commentary. You got a group commentary with the cast and crew, deleted scenes with commentary. Aurora Borealis is back. That's a fun one to say. Doing the What Happens Next Will Scare You Shocktail Hour. And then a visual essay called Underrated Portmanteau by me and Billy Ray Bruton. And that was a lot of fun to work on. I hope people like that one.
Yeah, two titles.
In one night.
Is this your third appearance tonight?
Third appearance tonight, yeah.
Prolific.
Fucking king.
I'm getting there, I guess. Yeah, this is one I highly recommend. I backed the Kickstarter, I think the week it went up. Chris has obviously done a lot of stuff, especially in the last decade, and deserves a lot of support. Not to mention, I'm glad that the iconic art is on the slip still. This is going to be a great one.
Yeah, we're excited about it, and yeah, I mean, and plus it's our third Shocktail Hour, I think.
Nice. Already getting prolific with her too. And then the other thing, we got Toxic Crusaders up. We got the vinyl LP and the cassette going up.
Yeah,
shipping in December.
Yeah. Toxic Crusaders. Ryan is a big Toxie fan. He would probably be able to talk more about this than I can, because he kind of handles this. But it's a really goofy soundtrack. If you're a fan of the cartoon, then absolutely. But it's a doozy. It's a doozy.
I kind of want to get this LP. It looks really good. God, I really hope Troma does something with the show. I think there was rumors that they're hoping to follow up that 4K of the Toxie set with a Blu-ray release of this set.
Yeah, and plus, I mean, always the variants. Ryan's really good at the variant stuff.
Definitely is.
But yeah.
The other big thing, the site is on sale right now. What are some big recommendations in the last couple minutes as we hang out here that you'd throw out for everybody?
Yeah, I mean, I would, End of the Line is something I always go to, because it's just so goddamn good.
Yeah.
Yeah, those titles are. We also added the non-slipcover version to everything, so you can actually, if you want to save like $5 per title, even on the stuff that's like pre-order, you can get for $19.99 now if you don't want the piece of cardboard. But yeah, End of the Line. This is a time to always promote Strigala, because I've loved it for so long, and it's picked up over the past, I would say, maybe few weeks, to where I think we're down to like under 600 or something like that, and that was a 3,000 print too. Yeah, Strigala. And then, I mean, stuff that's not on sale, I would say, is great to pick up as well. Parasites is another one I would say that I understand it's probably the one that people might disagree. I know I'm not really selling it, but I always like to be honest. I think it's the one that people dislike the most. When I say that, it's like a 50-50 thing. Um, because I think that Chad Farron actually nailed kind of the nostalgic aspect of without winking at the camera, which I
Right.
hate that a lot of filmmakers do. And he basically made, like, I still say it's like Judgment Night meets The Warriors, fueled by like snorting cocaine and watching John Carpenter movies and making a film for 20,000 of it. That's how I look at Parasite. So I like kind of how mean it is. It's really gritty. It's super low budget. And they literally shot it in some of the most dangerous parts of Los Angeles, and has like real homeless people sometimes. Um, they did pay them. They got them jobs. But yeah, it's that I would say. Oh, thank you for scrolling through there. Pick up. I forget half of our titles sometimes. But yeah, Malum's a fun one. I mean, here's the thing: is when the screaming starts in Malum, those are both UHDs. Um, Not to pat ourselves on the back, but we haven't even been around for a year, and we were able to do 2 UHDs, which is a huge deal. One, because a lot of people don't know this, because I don't think labels talk about it, but UHD costs different as a license. You literally have to license UHD as like a
The front
brand
end. Yeah.
because of Sony. So we have to pay per unit of what we manufacture to another corporation, and we
I
have to
did not know
pay
that.
for that license too. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yep.
And we did 2 titles like that, and within our first year, and it was a lot of work because it's UHD's triple the cost. So I know that people, always criticize other labels or shocked when they're like $57.99. Well, it kind of makes sense sometimes depending on the packaging and whatnot. We still try to be pretty fair, doing $29.99 on our UHDs, $24.99 if you're wanting it non slip cover.
It's a killer price.
Yeah, and plus doing HDR on a film is really stressful. Malin being released, it's out now. You can
That's
buy
what I
it
was
in
going
the
to say.
store
Yeah.
and it ships like immediately. It was on pre-order for a long time, but that's mainly on what I was about to get at. Is when you work at HDR on a film, it's a very like critical thing. It takes forever, and you have to be super smart about it, because basically you're just kind of fine tuning the color. With When the Screaming Starts, we kind of did them at the same time. And When the Screaming Starts, we actually had done in England. With Connor, the director, present, and so that was actually a little bit easier to do, because he monitored like over like I think it took like 5 days for them to do it. So the film's already colored, but you can basically turn things up a little bit redder, a little bit blacker. When the Screaming Starts unique because it's a lot of like dark red, dark brown, and black. So it's a unique looking movie. And that was a little bit easier to do. Malum was a little bit tricky. I mean, obviously the DP and Anthony worked very closely on it, but it's a super fucking bloody movie, and there's a lot of color in it. There's transitions from tape to I mean, it's still shot on digital cameras, but it's like the lost footage, the handheld camera stuff, and it switches to a picture. Well, when film or when a movie does that and you're applying HDR, it throws everything off. So that takes a little bit of more time. And plus on Malum, I forget, honestly, I was so like worried about the HDR and UHD. I forget what Michael Keane cut for the extras, but there's like an hour and a half thing of just monsters, I want to say. we have like 5 hours of like bonus material, and I think an hour and a half of that was cut just for the making of the monsters. And it's actually literally just them going through and applying makeup to people and watching them put on like prosthetics and stuff.
Jeez.
Pretty wild. Just because it's B-roll, they just have a camera rolling.
Right.
But yeah, the UHD of having 2 titles this soon for us was a pretty big deal. So we're pretty happy with how those two turned out.
Yo, real quick, you got the logo tee on sale for $10. That's a great deal. I might have to indulge on that.
You just enlightened me. I didn't know that.
Did I miss it already?
I mean, Ryan went through and he did did a lot of the sale prices. I was just working on I just kind of control the movie stuff.
Ryan, go to the sale tab at the top.
Right here.
Oh, there
from
it is.
$9.99.
Also, the glow in the dark pin is $5, which is really cool.
Nice.
I might be doing a little merch haul. Got to rep,
Yeah.
the good shit.
We do have a piece of merch coming out. We couldn't. It's basically we have it in stock and we have it in hand. But it's a really funny thing we did, and just keep your eye. It might pop up through the weekend if we can get like the right pictures and kind of get it set up, because it came in yesterday. And we just didn't really have enough time because it was like, everybody's like off and doing Thanksgiving, and we're trying to get it done in time. But it's super cute. It's pretty funny.
Well, now
But yeah,
I'm
keep your eye
intrigued.
on the site because something might pop up. But yeah, I mean, I stand by everything. I mean, I think everything, it just depends. We have something for everybody, I believe, especially these last 3 announcements.
Yeah.
We were pretty nervous about announcing them because I was like, they're so weird and different. I mean, I guess October 13th was pretty weird and different too, but we're trying to do variety. So if you don't like one thing, you like something else.
Exactly.
So
I'm here for it. I like everything. So I like the eclectic stuff. I like the curveballs. I like being challenged. But we've been through this. Again, we know these things.
I appreciate it.
Well, thanks for hopping in and selling these for everybody. I'm sure it'll be a big deal for everybody this weekend.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you having me. Sorry I missed that big invite that you sent me, and I apparently ignored it.
You're a busy guy. I don't know if I can invite you the last second.
No, I get it. So, but anyways, I appreciate it, and I'll probably crash now.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired. So,
all right, my friend.
well,
have a good rest of the night.
having me.
It's glad we will always be glad to have you. This has been super fun.
All right, see you
Thanks,
later.
sir. We'll talk soon.
All right, bye, Celeste. Bye, Ryan.
Bye.
Well, that was random. Let's keep the random going by adding in Mr. Jeremy Long. Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome.
Oh, so good to see you, Celeste.
Me too.
And Ryan, hi.
Oh, thanks. So it's sale time. We did this last time, and now we've got all kinds of stuff happening. I mean, Vinegar Syndrome live tonight. The last time we discussed this was the halfway sale, and lot that was out for that time. People were questioning what the rest of the year was going to be like, and now we've seen the rest of the year. How do you guys feel about VS this year?
Big fan.
Big fan of the partner labels specifically over here.
I don't know. People have been poo-pooing the VS output this year, and I'm not here for it. I'm a big fan of what they've done so far this year. I don't think I've sold much of anything so far. I've been enjoying all my stuff. I think I have 2 titles that I've sold, maybe. Well, one that I've sold and one that I'm definitely going to sell as soon as the video is made. But I think that's it.
I mean, remember, for the record, Celeste, I wasn't poo-pooing their regular VS line. There's quite a few that I've liked this year from them. I've just been extra impressed with their partner labels.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm always about the partner labels. They become overwhelming at a certain point. That it's like this behemoth that it's almost hard to categorize as one thing. It's like fucking 65 different labels,
It's
and we're getting 2 more in 8 days or whatever.
Did Brad see my message in the private chat before he left?
I don't think he did. Not at all. I love that. I saw the pop up and it said, "I love you, Brad." I was like, "Oh God, Jeremy."
I do love Brad.
Before we go through in all the sales stuff, I do want to highlight the thing that we normally do, which is talk about what's coming out next week, just so we don't forget. And next week, there's a bunch of Vinegar Syndrome stuff listed here because it's the last Tuesday in November. They've got the Monster Squad 4K from Kino as next week, WandaVision 4K Steelbook next week, Naked Gun 4K Steelbook, Black Hat 4K from Arrow finally going out to everybody. Tales from the Dark Side 4K from Scream Factory, Barbarella 4K from Arrow, Tremors 2 4K. I honestly cannot wait to get that one in. I love Tremors. I did not mean to click Daryl. Street Fighter 2, the animated film on 4K. That's wild to me. Death Wish 4K, the Eli Roth directed Bruce Willis starring film.
Oh, yes. Let's not forget.
Sandman, the complete first season or series, however they're treating that right now, 4K. I think that's a mod release. We got Monk, the complete first season. Are you still picking that up, Celeste? Celeste is gone. I'm on a different tab, so I didn't know.
I didn't even notice either. Listen, I'm going to a special screening of Mr. Monk's Last Case, the new
yeah.
On Wednesday, and Tony Shalhoub's going to be there. And listen, he's like, I'm Tony Shalhoub's biggest fan, so I don't know if I'll be buying this Kino Lorber season 1 because I already have all the other seasons on DVD, and I know Ryan's going to be like, well, you should upgrade to Blu-ray, but no new bonus features, if I'm not mistaken. Correct?
I don't remember if they're new or not, so I won't say much.
Okay. If there's new bonus features, upgrade.
I don't remember. I will say. Severin, Count Dracula 4K coming out. That is the Jess Franco
Y'all didn't
film.
get my private message? Damn.
I read it. I just didn't want to read it out loud just in case.
No, it's good.
Oh, I
word things very carefully.
It was
it's okay. I had to go pee.
I now understand.
But yes, I will be I'll probably get it on a sale because I gotta be, fucking budgeting like a chump. But I'm excited about it. I don't believe there are new bonus features. I think you're right, Jeremy. And I'm jealous that you get to go to a screening of the new thing. Maybe this is me being baited into I don't know, cynical nostalgia, but I'm very excited about that.
I'm excited. Episode. No, I love the show. I'm equally excited. If you can fly out there, you can be my +1. I have a +1.
Hell yeah.
Bloodnail saying Street Fighter 2 movie got me to animate as a kid. That's great. Let's see. Valmont next week, The Conformist from Raro. More Radiance titles coming next week. Bullet Train. Holes is getting a weird new update from the Disney Movie Club. I think all it is they're adding a digital code, which odd.
Classic.
Is it a wide release or is it just the Movie Club still?
Just the Movie Club still, I believe.
Man, I'm surprised they care enough to still run that shit, honestly.
They closed it down into Canada, so I wouldn't be surprised if it closed down soon. Scream Queen from Visual Vengeance, The Wrong Door from Visual Vengeance, Boyfriends and Girlfriends from I think that's Metrograph, the Kino Lorber partner label, and then a couple others. The TerraVision stuff should be shipping soon as that comes in. Slashers, The Jar, Wood Chipper Massacre, and pretty solid month of stuff coming out lately. It's a big week still. Any of these that you guys are keen on or that you already have on the way?
Well, I got all the VS stuff,
Yeah.
Oh, that Barbarella, it looks really sick. That artwork is amazing. And I didn't adore the film when I saw it, but I'm a big fan of Jane Fonda. And this is as good as excuse as any to revisit it. And it's stacked with extra features. I'm probably going to get that at some point.
I am. I'm stoked I was able to trade for it, so I have it coming soon. Yeah, pretty good week.
Probably pick up WandaVision and Naked Gun Steelbooks, TBH.
Naked Gun, that makes sense. Makes sense.
Definitely Naked Gun. WandaVision, very expensive.
It is expensive unless you ordered on day one from the Disney Movie Club, like I did, which I think I got
out to do that shit.
I think I got the first one for like $40, and then all of them after that were like $20. So I got all of them at once, so I could get them all. For
all of them. You mean this one and the Mandalorian season.
And Loki, yeah.
Oh, they did Loki too?
Yeah.
See, I wouldn't want the Mandalorian ones because, as you know how I feel about that. But in fact, probably WandaVision will be the only one I'll get out of the bunch, if I'm being completely frank.
I get it.
I was reminded of a moment on Bob's Hall of Fame stream for you, Ryan. The funniest thing I think I've ever heard that I keep coming back to randomly when he said, "I didn't know Jeremy was a comedian until you told me." I thought that was the funniest shit. And then you said that's the most backhanded compliment I've ever heard. It was so funny.
What's funny is as he said it, I don't think he understood that it was an
No,
insult.
he said it entirely in earnest, which was why it was so funny. Like he wasn't joking. It was hysterical.
I'll never live that down. I get that a lot. Oh, you're a comedian?
Oh man. Video store, you are not alone. There's a lot of us that can't spend a whole lot. I'm certainly
I
not
really
spending a
shouldn't.
whole lot tonight.
Well,
I'm gonna shoot for 0. That's my goal budget today, but we'll see how it goes.
I'm pretty confident that I'm getting the Sever and Everything bundle.
Jesus. All right, so you're good to go.
Ryan and I had a whole conversation about this.
We did.
And realistically, thank you, media. Realistically, thanks, Jeff. Realistically speaking, that won't be the only thing I get.
Hey, you can spend on behalf of the rest of us.
But
and live vicariously.
I had DC.
Yeah,
well, listen, here's the thing. And I already talked Ryan's ear off about this, but so Celeste, you can tell me what you think. I was already going to get the Michael Savali. That's how you say his last name, right?
Michele Soavi.
Whatever. I was already going to get
Michael Spavi,
right? I was already going to get that bundle, which is $300, right? So it's $200 less.
Okay.
Because I want all the goodies from those films because I love all 3 of those films so much. And so if I'm already spending $300, I saw it. You don't have to leave it up there. And that's only getting those 3 films, and then I'm probably going to want most of the other films. And if I buy those separately on top of the $300 bundle, we're probably already going up to $500 or even more if I buy them separately. So I might as well get that everything bundle. Comes with that pretty sick Spider Labyrinth figurine that I know Ryan wants really bad.
It's pretty great looking.
Yeah, I think that is financially and logically sound.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll PayPal paying for it, and we'll all be good. Life will move on.
So getting back to VS, since that's what is going live, which with new titles that we still don't know about, we have heard. Well, I don't know about you guys. Have you seen any of the rumors floating around on some of the guesses on the 2 mystery titles?
Yeah, I've heard Existence from David Cronenberg is one that's been floated a lot. Anything by my boy David C. I'm here for. So
if it's a Cronenberg title, that's a pretty big mystery title.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be down for it. I'm trying to link my YouTube.
Oh yeah, I put in all my reviews like last week because I was like, I need to build up those rewards points. Maybe need to start shopping smart with those things and not getting reward slips and actually just get free shit, you know?
Yeah.
Sorry, folks. I'm trying to.
Was that your cat, Jeremy?
It is my cat. I don't know why she's doing that, but I'm trying to link my YouTube to this thing too, so that I can comment to people.
Yes.
Which I don't think I could previously do.
Yeah, Sibner, I agree with you. The Cronenberg makes sense because they use the term master of practical horror. Like, there's not many that could really be tied to that title.
Oh, good. I'm in, I think. Listen, screw all of you, because the only person who supports me buying the everything bundle is John Peters. Who says that I'm goated.
Hey, I just said it. It made sense to me.
Oh, sorry. Anybody who's in the chat, I meant.
Oh, wow. Brendan says Existence is my favorite Cronenberg.
I haven't seen it.
I haven't watched it in years.
Yeah, it's been a long time for me.
Ryan, I am encroaching on your platform, so to speak. So I want to get your permission before I get on my political soapbox real quick for like 5 minutes, if that's okay.
Not only do you have permission, You are solo.
Full screen. Oh God. Okay, I did this last time because here is like a time that we all get together to spend a bunch of money, and I get that, and that's fun and cool and good, and I support it, and I'm excited to hear what you all pick up. But I know that all of us have at least, well, maybe not all of us, because it seems like a lot of us, more than usual, a lot of us are broke today. But those of us who brought money to spend, I'm gonna renew my ask from last time that we just give up one film tonight to donate to a worthy cause. And last time I picked a bunch of trans charities because that was really bad. And to be honest, it hasn't gotten better at all. But there is an active genocide happening in Palestine, and I am going to put, at least in my chat for my stream, a link to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund to help innocent kids currently being like ethnically cleansed out of their homes, like resources for hospitals, for food, for shelter, all those things that they need. I'm going to drop that. That was over on my Patreon. We do a monthly poll to see where 10% of the proceeds are going to go. That won last month, and it's almost certainly going to win this month. So I'm proud of the audience I've cultivated, that we all seem to care about this. And, now I'm getting flustered being full screen for so long, talking about controversial things, which shouldn't be controversial in my opinion. But
they're not controversial on this channel.
Not at all.
I'm going to drop it. I'm going to drop it in the chat. So
it's been a weird week.
That's my plug.
It's been a weird week with this because of the whole Scream thing, and it makes no sense to me. Like, claiming that people should not die is not anti-Semitic at all.
Not a reason to get you fired.
Fucking bullshit. I got so angry. Shout out to Jenna Ortega for being like, "Fuck y'all." I'm
out. Oh yeah,
here,
I love that. Like, when I found out about that, I was so excited.
Anyways, yeah, we're done with that for now. But link is on the screen right now, just in case, since that will only show up on last time.
We'll circle back later, and there will be an exam on it tomorrow.
PCRF.net. Go check it out, please.
Yeah.
Back to VS then. Existenz, David Cronenberg. We've discussed this. That is a possibility for tonight. I'm trying to rack my brain. I've heard some people make some wild guesses that make no sense to me, but Existenz seems to be a leading guess for a lot of people. I mean, we've heard rumors about the whole brain dead, dead alive Peter Jackson thing. I guess you could theoretically call him a master of gore practical effects.
I would actually be genuinely
There's no fucking way that they could keep that under wraps. I don't think so.
I haven't
Sam, what's up?
Well, but I would be excited for it for sure. Good morning, Sam.
I would be so stoked on that one.
Christopher, I don't know if you're talking about Freaks from the 30s. That just came out from Criterion in an excellent edition.
Yeah. Or are you talking about
that's chill.
Freaked with
Freaked. Okay, gotcha.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that's a possible. Maybe that's what they were talking about.
Yeah, Chris did say he means freaked.
Oh, okay, great.
This is one thing we probably
bowels. Wow. Sorry.
What?
I'm reading Carlin's comment.
I saw it.
I liked that wording.
It was very funny. We should probably mention the last couple of emails. They have been hinting at a new label coming out of VS. Not a VSA, VSU type thing, but a new label they're calling it. It doesn't seem like VS will be in the title at all. And a couple of the things that they're including, like, it goes against our core tenets. It will be stepping out of some things that they don't do. And then Celeste was remarking on, what was it? TV static, I think, in the email, right?
Yeah, it had like VHS looking static or something. So I think it's either, actually TV movies would be a good candidate too for what this might be. Now that you've said that, but I was thinking it was either, because Vinegar Syndrome proper only does stuff shot on film, right?
Right.
And that's like part of their thing. So I was thinking it was either shot on video or digital, like modern films, or maybe a combination of the two, like maybe some kind of non-film centered thing. I don't know.
Yeah, That
I
would
think
be
we better
interesting.
squash this Dead Alive talk. I really don't think it's going to be that.
Yeah, I really don't think it's going to be Dead Alive. I don't think that's
I
something
agree
they
with
can keep a secret.
somebody said this. It would be a VSU. Absolutely. I think that's what the level of thing that they would do for that.
The hard part, though, is that they the way they branded VSU from the beginning, which I think they've pretty much stuck with on the VSU, because the VSAs have been all over the place. The VSUs have been things that wouldn't fit in the normal VS line. And like Dead Alive, even Existenz, honestly, those kind of make sense in the VS line. So I don't think Existenz would have made a VSU. I don't think obviously Dead Alive is worthy of a VSU, but I don't like the titles they've
you know
chosen
what?
for VSU.
Maybe it would just be more like a Blade in the Dark type beat, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Giant release, big book.
Yeah, for sure. Can I just
Freaked
say
would be
how nice
brilliant.
it is for the three of us to be back again for year 2 of this?
It's still the same year, Jeremy.
Wait, I thought we did this last year.
We did it the halfway.
It feels like last year. I keep having to remind myself.
You didn't do
that it
this
wasn't,
at
but yes,
last
it was
year.
halfway.
We didn't do this last year's Black Friday.
I wasn't there. No.
Oh, hey Stan. I could have swore we did. Well, it still feels nice to be back.
I
again.
think you were here last. Was
agree.
Celeste not here last Black Friday? No, because Celeste,
No, I
you and I
wasn't.
were still just getting to know each other last Black Friday. Interesting.
Well,
It's been a long year.
I think my first proper appearance here was for the subscriber week thing, because you didn't have a guest for that. And I thought that was crazy. I was like, I'll do it.
Yeah,
And that was a
we
good
brought
move.
you on last
Now
moment.
this is a regular thing.
Zach says Severin is up already,
What?
so you might want to hurry there, Jeremy.
Yeah, I gotta get. I sorry.
Oh, yep, it is up.
I won't be
There's
able
only
to
100 of
comment
those
because
joints,
I gotta
right?
get
You
my
gotta get that.
giant bundle. That's limited to 100.
$499.
I mean, when you broke it down, I was like, I mean, that makes sense to me. Like,
Thank you, Celeste.
if anything, the 300 sounds overpriced if they're only doing 500 for the whole thing. But I don't know.
I agree. You're getting all the other films for an extra, and other goodies for an extra $200 on top of the, whatever.
I think the real moral of the story is I need to get in on Jeremy's line of work.
Yeah. Luke says Justin La Liberty was on the Just the Disc podcast, and he said the surprise title was one that he was excited for the most. And Justin rated Existenz a 5 stars on Letterboxd, so it would possibly make sense with that.
Getting some sleuthing going on at the 11th hour with 2 minutes to go. We'll see.
And then our historian Eric says, yes, it was just Jeremy last year.
Oh,
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate that.
Eric. I appreciate that. And I was
Oh, because last year was the New York Ninja Star moment.
No. Now you're confused. That was the halfway, because I was there.
That was still this year.
I remember egging him on to get that very
That's
voraciously.
That
That's
did pull
right.
the trigger. Why is this not letting me check out?
Uh-oh.
Jeremy, it says sold out already.
What?
I'm kidding.
It's funny because up until the moment that someone said the Severin sale was live, I was not even sure I was definitely going to do it. And now I'm like, what? It's sold out. But it's not letting me. I'm concerned. It's not letting me check out.
Video store
Black
review
Mass
says
bundle.
we need IMDb listings for the streams.
That'd be great, actually.
They do fucking YouTube videos on there. Someone could get on that.
Is it possible it's not letting me check out because it's not actually 9:00 yet my time /midnight?
No.
Then why
I'm also trying to check out just to see if it works on my end, and I'm stuck on a loading screen too, so I don't know.
Okay.
This will be down like immediately.
At least it's not.
Wait. No, I'm on the checkout screen now. I don't have the money to snipe this from you, so no worries. But
but a lot of other people do, I think.
Everybody said what I just did to you was brutal, Jeremy.
As I'm definitely.
Yo, I like this patch of Satan missionary style on this girl. That's good stuff.
I'm gonna have
I'm
to
a fan of that.
try this on my phone or something because it's not letting me.
Media Membrane says he just checked out.
That's concerning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm getting the spinning wheel of death over here.
Oh no.
That's a rip. I don't know.
It is about to be time for VS.
8 seconds.
My phone is not working either, so I don't know what media membrane. If you could comment.
Rip.
We are
Hell
up.
yeah, there it is.
Existence
Oh,
and the Black Room and the Untold Story 2. That's the VSA. Wow. And then A Gun for Jennifer. DeGosser Video. They're putting out Redneck Zombies. Wow.
I don't know what that is.
It's a trauma film.
What are these Angel
Interesting.
films? Oh, these are the legacy slipcovers, right?
Yep.
Or catalog slip, whatever they call them.
Catalog slipcovers, yeah. Interesting.
I don't know anything about these films. Were they?
Angel came as a box set originally.
Okay.
wait, they have Angel.
I mean,
Angel
are they good?
Holy hell! They're selling a Vinegar Syndrome LED logo sign for $145.
Wait, that's so fun. That would make such a good piece in my backdrop.
And then a $30 now playing stand.
How did media membrane check
Oh,
out?
I like that.
I'm literally on multiple different browser windows, and I'm getting nothing but.
All right,
You know
I'm going to
what?
look at some of these to get some details for everybody.
This now playing stand. I have something similar, but my cat knocks it over all the time. This might be a worthy purchase to keep my things safe.
Michael is saying, I've already pre-ordered Prophecy. Can I use the add to existing order? Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Thanks, Paul. People are saying they can't check out, so not just me. I don't know how media membrane did it.
Existends, and looks like it's got one of those hard case boxes with the slip on the inside. Man, they are going all in on that art for this. That
Media
looks really
membrane
great.
Venmo'd Andrew Furtado $20, I think.
He used the tip functionality on the site.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is going to be a 2-disc 4K Blu-ray set. Comes with a spot gloss flesh textured hard slipcase. That sounds disgusting. But it's designed by Haunt Love, which is great. A 40-page perfect bound book limited to 10,000 units.
That makes sense to me.
This is going to have a new commentary track with Dr. Jennifer Mormon, archival commentary track with Cronenberg, 2 more archival commentary tracks. I can't speak. New interview with the art director, Tamara Deverell, on building the world of Existence. New interview with the makeup effects artist, Stephen Dupuis, on bringing Existence to life. New interview with the producer, Robert Lantos. New interview with the opening title designer, Robert Pilichowski. And it's 7 minutes for the opening title. All right. Interesting.
Yo, this slip box is fucking gross looking.
It
I
is.
can't wait to feel it. It's fucking nasty.
Oh, this is crazy. Existence is a huge title for them.
Yeah, that's a big deal for them.
I'm not crafty enough for that. My
Will
partners might be able to pull something like that off.
Let's go to the Black Room. This is the other mystery title. This is the slipcover on this one.
I've never heard of this one. Is this something that's like big?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Not that I know of, at least. Hopefully there's no nipples as I'm scrolling through here.
That's always a
Not
risk.
something you'll ever hear me say.
All right, we're good.
That's not true.
No
I have the same
nipples.
problem.
This one is directed by Ellie Kenner. Maybe I shouldn't assume, is Ellie a female director? That's pretty cool. Linnea Quigley and Christopher McDonald are in it. It's from 1981. The Other Side of the Mirror interview with director Ellie Kenner, interview with actor Jimmy Stathis, interview with actress Claire Korff, formerly Clara Perryman, interview with the special effects artist Mark Shostrom, interview with the production assistant Lisa Cronin, and then Stephen Thrower on the Black Room and the career of its writer Norman Thaddeus Vane. Interesting.
If anyone who's
Ellie Kenner is not a woman.
at Severin can
That's
comment,
also interesting.
I would much appreciate it. Because, y'all, I have like Firefox, Google Chrome, Safari, and they're all stuck on loading.
Okay. Ellie is a guy. He is Israeli.
Mhm.
Okay, so the Lost Picture
Cool.
set, Lost Picture Show box set. They have all of the extras and the packaging pictures up now. This is the first time we've seen the packaging,
Ooh.
and it's this little thin fold-out box. And this is the winged box that they were talking about previously. That's actually really well made, and it kind of looks like the Sony Columbia Classic sets.
Justin posted it somewhere today, and he said that it fits on a shelf, which is neat.
Great. That is very good.
Which I was not anticipating. I thought for sure it was going to be like a Shawscope type beat.
Neil says Black Room has been a film Joe Rubin has wanted to get for a long time. It's one of his grails. That makes sense. Okay, so the extras on this. This is going to be a 6-disc set. We have the Against the Grain feature-length documentary exploring home video studios and their efforts to recover and restore lost and forgotten films. A brief walkthrough of the Vinegar Syndrome headquarters in Bridgeport. Commentary tracks by some of the leading film authors and historians, including Elizabeth Purcell, Amanda Reyes, and Bill Ackerman, Charles Devlin, Sam Sweet, Sean D. Langrick, Chris Paggiali, Finley Fribert, and Michael J. Bowen. Original trailers for a couple of them. Alternate title sequences, video intro and outro for The Last American Hobos, outtake nude scene from The Last of the American Hobos, short film directed by Titus Mode with an intro and outro by the director. Quite a bit going on in this one.
843 minutes. And I've committed to making a video about it. So
my
I can
gosh.
watch all of it.
Whoo!
I've been really working hard to catch up, so I have time to do this.
Wait, what's a different access number?
I think he's roasting you for having dial up or
Yes.
some shit.
Oh man.
I'm surprised Sam Deegan's not on this since she's like
Yeah.
working there now.
Yeah. Let's see. The other thing, Prophecy. We didn't have all the details on that. Is that up yet? Oop. Oh, the site was odd for a second there. Oh, wow. This is another one of the diagonally split box sets. That's some decent artwork.
Yeah, that's fun. Neat.
Interesting. So for this one,
Sandwich
4-disc set, we got 2 4Ks, 2 Blu-rays, commentary. Man, I'm just done talking. Commentary with writer-director Gregory Wyden and the producer Joel Swasson on the first and the second one. The second one is going to have Greg Spence instead of Gregory Wyden. Third one with the director Patrick Lussier and Joel Swasson. We have a brand new documentary featuring interviews with directors, producers, DPs, special makeup effects artists, and then Making a Prophecy 2, another new documentary, and then Making a Prophecy 3, a new documentary. They've got a lot of stuff on here.
Very cool.
My dear friends Michael and Sophia, who directed the film I wrote, Clickbait, did some of the special features for this release.
Nice.
So shout out to them.
Very nice.
Real quick, this is the most people I've ever had in my channel for a live stream, so shout out to all y'all. I appreciate it. This
Love
is fun.
Black Room was on one of the Video Nasties list. Interesting.
Oh, okay. Neat.
Jeremy, were you able to check out yet?
I'm finally on the checkout page. Why is it telling me shipping is $15 when it says free shipping for any orders over $100? Do I have to type in a code or something?
Can you choose free shipping?
Oh,
They might be refunding it.
Turns out it was that easy. I had to choose free shipping.
Okay.
Why does it automatically land on free shipping? Are they trying to trick people?
I'm so glad you are on this stream so we can teach you how to check out.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
All right, let's go into a couple others. We've got Fatal Games. Did we have full extras released on this before? No, we did not, because I do not remember reading that Bill Ackerman and Amanda Reyes did a commentary for it. That's nice. We got a bunch of interviews with actors and actresses. Wow. A lot of stuff going on here. Archival artwork behind the scenes photo gallery. Yeah, this is one I can't wait to see. Fatal Games looks
I really like the artwork on this.
Yeah.
You got a
I
spooky
honestly,
guy.
one of their like 5 or 8 best slips ever, I think.
It's a good one.
Let's see. What is the next one?
We're making some progress.
Untold Story 2 with some hard ass back artwork.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, this one I probably should not scroll through, I'm assuming. Untold Story 2
And
is...
even the thumbnail for the trailer is rough looking.
Oh, is it? Like, oh, jeez. Okay, so this is a VSA, and interesting. They don't... Oh, okay, so it's limited to 5,000 units. This one is newly scanned, restored in 2K from the OCN. Commentary track with Sam Deegan on this, and that's it. No other extras on this. Huh.
I've not seen Untold Story 1, so we'll have to come back to that, I think, for me.
Very interesting.
The deed has been done, y'all.
I'm glad.
There's no going back.
I was worried for you.
Thanks. I was slightly worried. There's no going back now.
Gun for Jennifer is the
Give them
other
an email.
VSA.
Like, I changed my mind. I'm sure it'll be fine.
This one says,
out.
a young woman from Ohio fleeing an abusive marriage has just arrived in New York when she's attacked and nearly raped by a pair of thugs. At the last second, she's rescued by a gang of armed women who leap from a van, shooting one of the attackers dead and compelling the would-be victim to pull the trigger on the other. With nowhere else to turn, the young woman who calls herself Jennifer is quickly inducted into the gang, which has been targeting male sex offenders, leaving a trail of castrated cadavers across the city. As the cops start to realize that they have a vigilante squad on their hands and the gang decides to set its sights on higher profile targets, Jennifer must decide which side of the law she wants to end up on. Shot on location in Manhattan in the mid-90s. Wow. Directed by Todd Morris, starring Deborah Twiss.
The artwork is a little strange.
Yeah.
But
it's a little
this
odd.
looks like my kind of thing.
This has a commentary
love
track.
A girl boss movie.
Yeah, with Deborah Twiss and Todd Morris, making of that's 50 minutes long with a bunch of people from the film, and then a 12-page booklet with an essay by Alexandra Heller-Nicholas.
She's such a great writer, honestly.
Main
like, I'm always
individual
excited to read her essays.
Speaking force on rape revenge films. Yeah, this looks like a must. Castrated cadavers. Yeah. All right.
Good band name.
It is a good band name. So our first title from DeGosser Video is Redneck Zombies. But I have a feeling, yeah, we got a little line here about the new label, DeGosser Video. It's a brand new label created by several of the devious minds behind VS, which will bring to Blu-ray deluxe editions of both canonical and underseen shot-on-video genre cinema, in addition to work shot on film, but edited on tape. Interesting. Wherein the original film materials are believed to be lost or destroyed. Similar to Vinegar Cinema's focused on film preservation, DeGosser will work only from original analog tape materials, with an emphasis on maintaining the aesthetics inherent to each respective video format. Additionally, each title released by DeGosser will be made available in an ultra-limited new VHS edition fitted in a custom-designed hardshell light box. Huh.
You know, this makes sense because I feel like there's a lot of films that were shot on film that they have like kind of boxed themselves out of with their policy because they don't have access to that material and they could only put out the videotape elements. And so this is probably a project born of that, probably consistent frustration.
Well, and just think if we have people finally willing to undergo this, like Tales from the Crypt is something that could eventually be tackled if we could ever see somebody get the rights for that, because that was shot on film and edited on tape. The old Tales from the Dark Side show is the same thing. There's a lot of those old ones that were shot on film and then edited on tape.
Now, I have famously recently got into SOV stuff quite a bit. Is this one that people can recommend in particular?
This is a big one if you're a fan of Troma. I remember seeing this a long time ago and not being super impressed with it, but I, just like you, I'd not been super into SOV at the time. I have a feeling a lot of people are going to want this. This is probably going to be a big one.
Well, I gotta say, I'm feeling good. I'm not feeling a strong impulse to buy anything right this second, which is good. There's stuff that I want, like the VSAs actually look really interesting to me out of everything here that I'm not already getting, obviously. I was worried about the catalog slipcovers. I thought I might have to jump on those, but I'm not sure. I've never heard of these, so I don't know. And since it's like a trilogy, I'd feel like I have to get all of them, and that is a little much right now. New slips in the Media Club. Damn, let's take a look.
That was Celeste language that you were speaking there.
Yeah.
So for the record, I did some quick math, and if I had gotten the Malto bundle for 300 and the Tangled Web bundle to get Spider Labyrinth, because Ryan and Will worked on it, and it's a great film, and I want that spider figurine, and then all the other titles individually, it would have been an extra $189. So $11 or $10 shy of the full everything bundle that I did purchase.
There you go. That's shopping smart.
And I got other stuff in the everything bundle, so it shakes out, I think.
So, Redneck Zombies. We've got a new commentary track with the producer, Ed Bishop, the director, lead actress, archival commentary track with a bunch of them, and then a new critical commentary track with James Branscombe and Nick Vance of the Cinematic Void podcast and an isolated score. They've got the alternate 20th anniversary edit, which is 90 minutes. And then Sweet Redneck Memories, making of documentary from this year with new interviews with the cast and crew. Unfinished archival making of documentary, some deleted scenes and outtakes, scene from Crabtown, USA, a 1986 local cable access show that was a precursor to this. Archival interviews with a whole bunch of people from the film. Different trailers. Yeah, lots of stuff going to be on this release.
I see that in the Media Club, the Slip for Pets has come back, and that is a film that I watched, and I wasn't super enthusiastic about it when I watched it, but I feel like I think about it a lot, and it comes up in my brain a lot, and it's one that I feel like has aged well in my mind that I would probably revisit. So I might grab that. We'll see.
Okay, this LED sign is already down to 33. How many were there to begin with?
When I clicked on it, it was like right when it went live, and it was like 89. I'm guessing 100, but it's fucking moving.
Good
units,
Lord.
which is surprising to me.
It's really rad, though.
It's nice, yeah.
If anybody wants to jump on this Severn Airlines bag, this will probably be the only time it's available by itself, y'all. And I have one, and I love it.
There's a vegan question. Is that real? I'm guessing it's not any real leather in that thing.
Let's see if it says.
That's $60. I doubt they're going to pack that thing with real leather, but
yeah,
I always have to check,
Outfitted with custom cotton nylon lining and Severn logo zipper. So no leather.
Right on. Yo, does that fucking VHS light up?
It does.
That's badass.
Damn, that's cool. Shit.
And
They know what they're
see-through.
doing. I swear to God.
$60.
The Wonderman Project says that there was 150 of the sign.
Jeez.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I clicked on it like that was the first thing I looked at because I was curious how many, and it said 89. That's insane. That what 70 people were willing to, or 60 people were willing to drop that money like within a minute.
Yeah.
So if you go to this Redneck Zombies limited deluxe LED VHS, there is a YouTube video that explains the DeGasser video launch that is almost 18 minutes. So I'm not going to play it, but that's
I'll definitely be watching that.
Yeah,
That's
that's
really
something
fun.
definitely to watch later.
I do kind of want the Vinegar Syndrome sign. I don't know where I would put it. The LED sign.
Oh, Jeremy, to
Where
have
would
your bank account.
Ryan, where would I hang that up? Though Ryan's been
Right
here.
behind you. I see wall space.
There's not
Over your bed
on the. You mean on the ceiling?
on the ceiling.
Yeah, the bachelor pad. That's not a red flag, I promise.
I do have a bachelor pad. Are you joking that it actually is a red flag?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm thinking about it.
Look at the image. I mean, it kind of would be a red flag, I think, for a lot of people that don't know what it is.
I feel like it would be more of a red flag for people who do, to be completely honest with you.
So I didn't look at this before. The dimensions on this thing, it is 2 feet by 1 feet.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Dude. Man.
Oh, and it's battery operated with the remote.
Oh.
And then you can wire the sign itself, and then there's a battery operated remote for it.
That's makes it even more rad.
Really impressive, actually.
Down to 28, so better buy it now.
Kurgan says, I've accidentally spent 1,100 between VS and
Oh my god.
Jeez.
Somebody who has
I wish I had the kind of money to accidentally let that kind of money leave my bank account.
Listen, PayPal paying for Celeste.
We went over this earlier.
I'm sorry, I wasn't here.
So for those that love Rad, they also have the deluxe LED VHS of Rad in the store that also lights up.
Does have subtitles. Okay.
Ryan, for everyone's benefit, because I definitely have the answer to this already and don't need you to explain it to me, can you tell everyone what they're getting if they're a subscriber from Vinegar Syndrome?
But this is for their benefit, not yours, right?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay, so as a subscriber, you are getting, Jeremy, you are getting the Vinegar Syndrome's Lost Picture Show box set, the Prophecy 1 through 3 4K collection, Existenz on 4K, the Black Room. Both of these two were the mystery titles.
Yeah.
And then you are also getting Fatal Games. You are not getting The Untold Story 2, A Gun for Jennifer, Redneck Zombies, or the VSU, which was announced previously, Daryl.
Right.
And then you don't get the glow-in-the-dark liquid-filled enameled pin for Redneck Zombies. You don't get Angel new catalog slipcovers. You don't get Celluloid Odyssey skate deck.
You know, I might have to get those Angel alternative slipcovers, TBH.
Something in me is not surprised.
Do you have the original versions, or is this?
I have the box set. I paid a.
Well, then what are you gonna do with the slipcovers?
Nothing.
No, like I mean, I know you don't actually do anything with the slipcover. I mean, like literally, where are they gonna go? Just like
They go in
kind
my
of folded
pile.
next to it on the shelf, or what?
Well, I have a little slot of extra slipcovers that I've like
Framed?
not framed.
Jake is asking, is the April Fool's donation item coming with something in this sale? Wasn't sure if they're doing a slip or something similar to the Invisible Maniac slip last year. We honestly do not know. And last year we didn't know until people started getting their packages. So I have a feeling we will probably get something with one of these titles. And I got to be honest, with Fatal Games being such a huge title and there not being a hard box or something on this one, and it's just the slipcover, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a Fatal Games hard box or lenticular slipcover.
That'd be pretty rad.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully
it's a lenticular slipcover, so I can sell it and pay for my next subscription.
Yep.
That's a good idea, Celeste.
Barney points out something that I forgot about. Yes, we did get a $5 coupon for the new label specifically, which is.
But you got it for non-disc items, so you couldn't even get Redneck Zombies on Blu-ray with that. You would have to buy.
I thought it was specifically for the new label.
You already get 50% off of the Blu-ray, so the $5 off is for non-disc items from the new label.
Oh,
when you're a subscriber.
Okay. Well, that's good because I didn't need to spend it anyway.
To answer Zachary Bryant, I could add to my PayPal paying for.
David, no, it was not revealed last year when it went live. Nobody knew what they were getting last year.
Oh, Wonderman Project says down to 17 neon signs. Those are flying off the shelves.
So you better get it now, Jeremy.
Off the wall.
Off the wall. So Redneck Zombies, they're doing a glow-in-the-dark liquid-filled enamel pin. And this actually looks pretty rad.
Well, it's $10 with that nifty coupon.
There you go.
That's true. Ryan, you collect pins.
Yeah, but I don't really have room for anymore, so I've kind of stopped. The only ones I still do is the Severin Hall of Fame pins.
Oh. You have the willpower
to
stop collecting.
You want to do the Scream Factories?
No.
The gold foil fucking...
the holographic stickers either?
Mm-hmm.
Stan says, this is also complicated, but that's why we're here to help each other, Stan. I'm here for you.
Ask away.
Wait, is there a 101 copy of Existence? Because I thought that was fully out of print, because I know that Sloppy Seconds has it, and so I was just under the impression that there wasn't a copy out there.
In the UK, there's a copy. 101 Films UK.
Oh, okay. It's Blu-ray, I'm guessing?
Blu-ray only, yes.
Okay. I thought maybe it was a DVD. That makes sense.
Zach, if you feel comfortable sharing your address in the chat, go for
it. New Angel slipcovers is interesting.
Do you like
that? The box, I think, was a little bit better.
The box.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of it, honestly, which is partially why I'm not like, oh shit, I gotta get those. I mean, they're
but look at how they're designing them. I bet the second one, they probably go together. Yeah. But you're never gonna
sucker for that.
All three of them together.
Who says?
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't know.
I'll line them up. I'll display them.
The Hollywood on the front too lines up. I gotta admit, those look nice together.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
For what? $10 a pop?
Oh, I didn't even see. Have they gone up?
$7 a pop.
Yeah, $7. Which actually, I think that's gone down. I think they were $7.
I think so too.
I'll get them for $7 a pop. That's not bad.
You know what? And Chris Silvestri on Facebook says, I feel like we will get an Angel 4K set. One thing to remember, we've actually already had Angel in 4K announced coming in Germany. So I wouldn't be surprised, because Wicked Vision is doing Angel 4K. I wouldn't be surprised if we got Angel 4K in the States eventually.
That's interesting. I sort of feel like I don't think that they would put out catalog slips if they were planning a 4K right around the corner. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
could
they're
also
more
not be them
that.
either.
Yeah, that's true. No, I guess not. Never mind. I was gonna ask if it's just the fuck, I can't talk today. Was the box set? Is it just the box that was completely out of print, or were all the films out of print and now they're back on the site with the slips?
You could get the films previously.
Okay.
The standard edition, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Ooh, a Universal Now Playing stand with the VS logo on it. I didn't even see that.
That's the thing I'm mostly considering getting, just to protect my cases and slips and stuff from my cat, who
that's a good idea
and knocks them over.
And it's made out of acrylic.
$30 is not that bad, honestly.
It's more than I'd like to pay for it, but if it's really nice quality,
Sure. Well,
I didn't even see this the first time. There is a Vinegar Syndrome branded Duncan Yo-Yo. What?
How many of those are left?
Only 91.
How maybe 150 for that too, just like the sign.
It actually has the Duncan brand and Vinegar Syndrome.
That's shit. The sign is down to 2.
Well, that shouldn't be surprising. If it sold 148, it's going to sell 2 more.
I bet you if I refresh, it's gone. Yep, it's gone.
That's honestly kind of shocking to me.
The LED sign is gone.
People going hard.
I was fine with that. I honestly don't know where I would put it, so I'm okay.
I'm glad.
That ninja star.
You're okay.
I had places.
Does that still haunt you?
Not until we did this today, and
The one that got away. The one that flew away and didn't come back.
Oh man.
Well, what's everybody's? Oh, congratulations, John Peters, who just placed his Severin order. By the way, that bundle still has not sold out. The everything bundle. I mean, I know it's expensive, but I just assumed with only 100 of them being available, it would be gone real fast.
And it is very expensive, to be fair.
Yeah, but look at how many people bought that sign, the VS sign.
Those are slightly different, at least.
So what's everybody's favorite? Yeah, I'm almost definitely going to get these Angel slipcovers. $7? That's nothing. What's everybody's favorite release from VS?
I mean, Existenz is a big win for them. Although I will say, I'm still most excited for the Lost Picture Show.
Me too. That's the one right there. I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think out of the ones that don't come in our subscriber box, I think the only one that's kind of calling my name at the moment is Redneck Zombies, and the other ones I might wait for. What do you think?
I don't think any of this is going to sell out tonight. If you want to think about it.
Oh, I will definitely be waiting. Yes, 2,000.
It is definitely not going to sell out.
You know what will sell out is the VHS of Redneck Zombies, which is down to 173.
That will, I think, yeah. So if you really want that, I mean, it is cool. I don't really do VHS, but
yeah,
I'm going to.
It would genuinely just sit on my shelf, but it looks so cool in these pictures.
Well, just think about it like a fancy slipcover. You'll be all right.
Les knows me so well already.
Just a chunky.
Okay, so in the rewards, they've got a new slip mat. They've got Battle for the Lost Planet and Mutant War. They've got Beyond the Door 3, Blood Beat, Blood Harvest. That Blood Harvest slip is great.
I have the OG, thankfully.
I really like the cutting class one.
I was going to say, I might have to get that cutting class one, for Pete's sake. That one looks really nice.
God, they've got a lot right now.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Incubus.
I have that one.
The OG.
That's a good one.
The Pets one, that's a big one for a lot of people because that one was gone for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
But you have to put in an order, Celeste, to be able to get one of these.
You're right, I do. Well, maybe I can just get Pets on Blu-ray.
Agreed with John. John DeMarsco says Existenz and Cronenberg coming to VS is really cool. It's immediately one of the best films in their library.
Mm-hmm.
Zach wants us to name one of the older releases from VS that you would recommend. Celeste, what's the first one off the top of your head you'd go for?
Older ones. Iceman Cometh.
Body
I like that one a lot.
Body Melt, that's a good choice. Iceman Cometh is a wild choice. I'm gonna go with Candy Snatchers.
Good one.
It looks like I kind of forgot about this, but I had been keeping an eye on the all the old stuff that was getting low in terms of slipcovers, and the lowest one that I was interested in was Fair Game, and that one looks like it's sold out already. But that's okay. Wow. I wasn't the biggest fan of it.
Oh, is that not partner label VS title?
That's a Dark Star.
Oh, I wonder if I have that one. I was talking to Celeste one day.
No, go ahead.
He's like, "What? So wait, you just keep track, and then you buy them if the slip is running low?" And then I'm like, "What's your storage like?" And I never sent you a video. I told you I was going to.
No, you didn't. I was waiting. Okay, I'm actually a little bit bummed right now because I had my eye on the tale of Tsar Sultan from Deaf Crocodile. It was getting really low. I was really playing a game of chicken with it. And then finally the other day I was like, oh, fuck it. I'll just use my rewards points and get it just so I don't have to worry about it. And then the site was down.
Oh,
and
no.
I was like, well, I'll wait till it goes live again. And I just checked and it's gone. So I'll drop the ball on that.
Well, it's expensive, but I will say it is available on the Deaf Crocodile site right now, but it's $40.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, I can't. No.
Would it possibly still be on like Grindhouse or Orbit, Celeste?
Yeah, it's quite possible to be there.
Yeah, but it's going to be an extra $8, and then after shipping,
not if you
might as well just.
Not if you get 2 other items on Orbit, and then you type in 3.
Yeah.
The Redneck Zombie VHS is down to 1.
Oh, I say I agree with Horror Guy. Fade to Black is amazing.
Fade to Black is
I
great.
get that. It's so fucking good.
Which title were you just talking about, Celeste?
The Tsar of
Tsar of Tale of Tsar Sultan.
That's what it is. Yeah.
I'm looking now to see if in my spreadsheet I want to see if I did not. I missed out on it too. Turns out. I have it marked as a get ASAP as well because it was so low, and there she goes.
All right, I'm going to take a look at Severin now, since most of us have gone through Vinegar Syndrome, and it looks like the bundles are still available, even the $500 one that's only limited to 100 copies.
That's what I'm saying, yo. I know it's expensive. I just thought it would fly off the. I mean, think about it. Around the world, people are tuning into this sale. And 100 people didn't buy that yet?
This stream even.
There's
at least that many people watching us right now.
One thing is, gosh, it's difficult to bring up the title, but Quality X has a new film out as well, Deep Inside Annie Sprinkle. And let me see if I can show much of anything. Nope, definitely can't go through the stills. I can share the slipcover though. So
David Lash says 9 available on where? Grindhouse, David?
No, none available on the Deaf Crocodile site.
Oh, I'm not paying $40 for it.
So Deep Inside Annie Sprinkle is brand new from the Melusine site, and this is from the Quality X line.
I'm looking at the screenshots. There's some wild ones in there that we can't show, but you should look at on your own time, everybody watching.
I will be opening that in another screen.
There's one in particular. You'll know it when you see it.
Believe
me.
Ryan, can you send me the link?
Not to one photo, I don't think. Actually, yes, I can.
Great. I need to see it.
It's on the Melusine site. It's the newest one.
I don't know what that site is.
Melusine.
You don't know what Melusine is? Really?
I don't.
It's the porn one.
It's the VS adult
title. Oh, well, Ryan knows I never participated in that, even when it was all on the same site.
Well, look at what I just sent you, and maybe you'll be participating. This is directed by Annie Sprinkle and Joe Sarno. Feature-length audio commentary with Annie Sprinkle on here. There's a theatrical trailer, a hard version, and soft version. 32-page illustrated liner notes, archival image gallery.
Yeah, it's a female director. That's really cool, actually.
Human Centipede sequel I can get behind.
It's better, more fun. I love how everyone has apparently pulled this up on my recommendation. You're welcome.
Yep.
I gotta say, I've been. Here's a fun thing to say. I've been getting into the porn stuff lately. There was one I watched recently that I really liked. Oh, Malabimba. That shit is fucking amazing. It's so good.
Malabimba is great.
I've been wanting to get more into this side of things.
I only watch porn if it's in a sold out theater where I'm touching shoulders with all the people next to me.
And it's only my recommendations that you listen to.
I don't know about you guys. This is my new phone background.
No, I have children, unfortunately.
Do they go on to your
Unfortunately, don't let that get clipped.
So, Severin, bundles available, lots of new titles. We've covered all of them tonight, but some of the older titles, we don't dive into Severin all the time. Any catalog titles from Severin that are on sale that you guys would immediately jump to as, hey, everybody should check these out?
I haven't even looked yet. DBH.
Don't go in the house. That one's really good. The Beast Must Die is a lot of fun. The Changeling.
Yeah,
really good.
Axiom
Out of the Blue.
Oh, Out of the Blue is. I voted for that to win everything during last year's Shelf Shock, so clear.
Out of the Blue 4K with slip is $30.
Wow.
Perdita Durango is my choice if I'm looking at 4Ks. Yeah. That one's $25.
Perdita and Axiom Mutante.
Santa Sangre's $30. That's a great set. Blood for Dracula's $30. That's a great set. Day of the Beast is a lot of fun at $25.
These are only 4Ks. There's my number.
I'm specifically looking at the 4Ks. Yeah, and Drowning by Numbers is only $22.
Save 50%. You know, I bought that from. I did a really dumb thing. I bought it from, I guess, Grindhouse, and it didn't come with the slip. So I wanted
because it's a site exclusive slipcover.
Correct, and I did not know that upon purchasing. But for 50% off, maybe I should grab it, because he drew that.
Well, tell you what,
Greenway
send
drew
me the slipless one.
Yeah,
and then you can feel justified in replacing it.
There you go. Why don't you guys work out a trade?
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll just send it to Celeste. What else would I do with it?
Hell yeah.
I would give it to CD Trader and get $5. So I'll give it to Celeste.
I'll give you $5 for it for the shipping.
How long is the sale going on? Just for the weekend, right?
Just the weekend till Monday night.
Yeah, I may genuinely grab that for 50% off. I did really want that slip, to be honest.
Real quick, the Civil Dead over on the VS side from Utopia is half off and under 100 slips right now, and it's a really good movie. Oof. It's a kind of offbeat, weirdo, like indie comedy with that's a lot darker than I think people might anticipate. It's really good. I will say the subtitles on it are awful. Like they have clearly not been QC'd at all, which is unfortunate, but the film is really good. So that's a quick recommendation.
Thank you for letting me know, because I was waiting for it to go under 100 before I pulled the trigger. Another one I was keeping an eye on. My friend Whitmer Thomas is in it. So time to pull the trigger on that bad boy. Thank you, Celeste.
Mm-hmm. Writing on the back of what Celeste just brought up, I gotta say, I am not real happy with a lot of subtitles recently on boutique releases.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on, but it seems like it's just a cost-cutting portion that
I mean, they might be like just AI generated or like automated or whatever, and then somebody goes in and fixes it and does like one pass on it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I will say, Vinegar Syndrome proper stuff, it's always perfect. They do a great job, and even on the special features, I'm always happy with them. Yep. It's not like necessarily a problem I'm noticing like all the time, but this one in particular, there were some really egregious errors and weird things in there, and I was like, come on guys, like watch it once. Like you'll see.
Reminder too on the Severin thing is that many of the box sets are supposed to go on sale for one day, I believe on Saturday. So if you have your eyes on some of those box sets, they're not going to be half off right now, but give it a couple days or a day and then it will be half off.
Oh no, I also missed out on Slope's Game Room Sega, The Complete History. That slipped on too.
Well, before you miss out on another one, did you have a Don't Fall in Love with Yourself, the one about the guy from The Locust? Because that's under 50 right now.
Really?
Mm-hmm. The other one I was looking at, I need to get What's Up Connection.
Oh, that's
because I kind of want to be complete on Connie's stuff. And that's what I'm missing.
Intense.
Connie is a fun one to be complete on. They have some great stuff. Well, I have to update my spreadsheet now, y'all. something I know Celeste knows very well about.
Well, I used to keep my own, but then somebody has one that is like better than mine and has everything, and also is like it updates on its own, not live necessarily, but like it has regular updates.
Oh,
I'll just send it to you.
How'd you get that, and how do I get it?
It was just posted on Reddit.
Really?
It's just a public. Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll put it in the chat.
Thanks.
You got it.
Thanks. So
it doesn't update as fast as I'd like it to.
So now I don't have
but
to.
It's faster than I would update it. So
very impressive.
I imagine it's a program that does it every so often or so. I'm not sure.
Because Ryan knows that I don't.
There are 21 people currently viewing it, actually. So
You
know what? I should just drop it in the general chat so everybody can see it.
Sure.
Because I don't think this is like an insider thing. I think it's pretty public.
163 copies of Redneck Zombies VHS left. For the record.
Flesh and Fantasy with Slip is going fast. That is one of the newer sub-labels.
I
VSL.
got that one immediately, and then I didn't fucking watch it yet. But I have it.
It says,
how gay is it?
How gay is Malabimba? It's a touch, not very.
Out of 10, I'd give it like a 5. 5.
I'd say like 3, 3.5.
Well, it's. Yeah,
they allude
really
to it more than
there's a good scene in it for that kind of thing, but that's kind of it.
Did you all see this?
Say it,
Justin.
Yeah, Justin saying Existence is flesh textured. It's such a gross way to say that, but I'm really
it is,
stoked
but I'm
to
very
feel
excited about it. Ronnie, I will say it's not super gay, but there is someone in it who is gorgeous and takes full advantage of that. So it's worth it. If we're exclusively just being horny about it, I'd say it's still worth it. But it's also just a really good movie. So
it is a good movie. Definitely worth it.
Vengeance is Mine is down to 108 slips for the record.
Hey, Stop Stabbing Me is down to all the way down to 1248 on Severin.
That's incredible. That's an incredible price. And I don't have that one yet. So maybe I'll throw that on with the Peter Greenway title that I'm going to probably pick up. Spend a little bit more on Severin.
Yeah. Severin has some great titles. And again, if you are put off by the entire folk horror box set, which is incredible, I highly recommend it, but it does get pricey because it's massive. You absolutely should have at least the documentary, which is only $15 right now, and that documentary is astonishing.
Wow.
That Nasty Habits set is good too. If you're a horny degenerate freak like me, then it's
you're a horny degenerate nunsploitation fan.
If you're into nuns, let's just say that. Go for
it.
Overboard with slipcovers, somehow only $10.
I might throw I might throw that in the plate too. Remember, Ryan? I was almost going to get that when I went to the Severin event, and I put it back for something. Basically, Celeste, they had a table and they had this. What was the amazing deal, Ryan? It was like get 8 titles for $100 or something nuts.
Yeah, it was very good, but when you think about it, like they only had like B tier type titles on the table, so it was like fairly close to the sale prices.
True. I took advantage of it, and Overboard was one I was like flip-flopping on with something else, and I didn't get it. So don't stop stabbing me. Overboard and Drowning by Numbers might be coming my way for honestly under $50 for all 3 with this crazy sale prices. And then
Blastos TG says, I picked up Tales to Keep You Awake and Extraterrestrial Visitors from Severin. Can vouch for the Spanish subs being legitimate on any Spanish language film they do. That's good to know.
Hey, that rules. A lot of people don't care enough to put alternate languages on there, or maybe charitably they can't afford it, but that's nice that they go the extra step there.
And then Drowning by Numbers without slip will be coming Celeste's way.
Did you watch Slashdance yet, by the way?
I have not yet.
Did you watch it,
Just
Celeste?
so people don't think I'm being greedy. I
Celeste
did hook
told
up
me-
Jeremy with Slashdance.
Yeah, Celeste did. It was very nice. But Celeste said, just so you know, it's really fucking terrible.
It's really bad. The director's first film is also included, and that one is maybe worse too. So, well, here's the thing: you're gonna watch a movie called Slashdance with like big titties on the cover or whatever. Like
That
you're hoping
cover
for two
is the
things
best
out of
thing
that.
about that movie.
You're hoping for sleaze, blood, something. There's nothing. It's literally just like really badly choreographed, like audition dance sequences for like 80% of the film. It's a rough one.
Slashdance is very boring.
I had to have the limited slip, y'all.
It is a nice one.
It is a really nice slip. I'll give him that.
No Way Home is available on the site still. $25 though. Severin, just over the years, their catalog has turned into something great.
It is a really
They
impressive.
have some real like sleeper kind of like art house stuff too, or like you know,
Yes.
not just sleazy stuff, like really cool things. Not to say there's anything wrong with sleazy stuff, but like they're not just that, and they don't really market that other side of stuff as well. Because I like don't know about some of it. Like I've pulled up some of their titles, and it's like, you know, like super critically acclaimed, like really important films that have been put out by
Right.
them that just kind of fall by the wayside. You know, All or Nothing. That's the one. Get that one if you're gonna get one thing. That's one of
All or
my favorite films of all time, and I couldn't
Yeah.
believe that they put it out.
It's a great. I love all of his films.
Mike Lee is incredible. He
A lot.
understands people.
Yeah,
Honestly, like his films are so empathetic and so wonderfully written and performed.
Criterion has a lot of his stuff out. So for Severin to get a
Mhm.
hold of that one and release it is
Yep.
fantastic for them.
Mm-hmm.
It's a genuinely good film. Yeah.
Zach says the catalog at Severin got better as their ability to keep their website up during Black Friday got better. Sibner is asking if Sex World is really worth it.
Sex World
and
rules.
Emphatically, yes. It is a very
That's
good release.
that's the one that I recommend for people who like want to dip their toes into the adult
Dabble,
stuff, or like because it's just a good movie and like it has a really interesting premise. And I always say this when I talk about it, but it justifies its medium because like that's a premise that you can really only explore fully if you're going to show hardcore scenes. And so
Right.
it's really good, and the transfer looks great too. So I really like it. I recommend it.
And I believe it's still. I don't think anybody else has claimed anything. I think it's the first adult film to be on 4K in the world.
Yes, that's what they said, and that's actually what got me to buy it. I just wanted that for the novelty of it, and then I was like, "Oh, I actually really like it. This is cool." You know, the problem with the porn stuff, and this is maybe cynical, but like, it doesn't sell out. Like, it doesn't sell like the other stuff, so I don't have an
It's true.
incentive to get it as quickly, even though I am probably as interested in it as a lot of this other stuff. You know, maybe that's a me problem. I think because to be honest, Deep Inside Annie Sprinkle is the title I'm most excited about out of all the stuff that I'm not already getting. I'm like, this actually looks really great, and I'd like to hear her commentary and read or watch the interview and stuff. And I want to see this this one frame in action. You know what I'm saying?
I'm expecting a comment in the chat from Anthony after I say this, if he's still here. Oh, well, look, he just commented. But for anybody who's curious about titles that are running low on limited edition slips on Vinegar Syndrome that are also on sale, as Celeste brought up a couple earlier, Glow is down to 76.
I have that one.
And I will probably
Anthony, I don't have the Angel titles.
I will probably be picking up Glow to continue my reign of trying to have all slips.
Mouths Across America. That sounds like a worthy endeavor. Jeez. The horror of it all. I feel like you should have gotten that bundle.
Who?
The horror of it all. Got all 9 new releases: the church shirt, the Severin beanie, and the Peter Cushing box set. Nice.
Well, the Peter Cushing box set would be the only thing that's not included in the bundle, but otherwise, yeah, I think you might as well have gotten the.
If all you wanted though was the beanie and the one shirt, there's no reason to spend an extra.
It's valid.
$80 necessarily.
Well, how much the only the films bundle is close to 300 though too. That's
it is. Yeah. So, well, I think they've got the merch. Like almost all of the merch, I think you can get right now.
Okay, yeah. I think you're right. Actually, I think that probably did make sense. If you don't want the.
Well, you're still going.
The Connie socks aren't discounted. That is some bullshit. Send them an email.
So 310 without the beanie. So it would have been 330 with the bundle and the 2 articles of clothing.
So you're saving 100.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yo, that pumpkin shirt is so cool. I like it. I almost bought it and then I didn't.
It's a great shirt.
I love it. Look at it. Yo, quick story. I went to a local burger spot in my neighborhood, and they had a Severin sticker like pretty prominently displayed, and I was like, yo, Severin, what's up? And he was like, yo, you're into that stuff? Like, you know, if you're into it, you know.
Yeah.
And so we had a moment. That was cool.
Nice. Gotta love the moments. Yeah, I did not need any of that other stuff.
Take that $180 you saved and spend it on Melusine.
Mike says, I think I have to just cross my fingers and hope that the new Severin ones make it to half off next year. They will, most likely. I mean, all of the ones from last year are half off right now. So.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I have a quick story that I think Ryan will get a chuckle from. I went to a Scott Pilgrim event for the new show 2 weekends ago, and I got recognized. I
just finished watching it last night, by the way.
It's so good, isn't it?
It's pretty good.
Oh, Celeste didn't like it. I got recognized for the top 2 things that I'm known for, apparently, in life. Not writing a movie and not doing stand-up comedy for 15 years. First, somebody comes up to me and says, "Are you on that Disconnected channel?" And I was like, yeah. And then another guy, a group of people, while waiting in line for the signing, is like, "Dude, you look like Dave Grohl." And I'm like, yeah. No one's seen Clickbait.
Jeremy, just to clarify, I did give it a 7 out of 10. I didn't like it at first, but by the end, I did like it. The thing with Scott Pilgrim is I'm currently dating 2 people, and both of them have that at their #1 film of all time. So I'm kind of the outlier in that I like it a lot, but not like that. You know,
you just don't want to give in to them. That's what you're saying. You don't want to be like, "Oh, I love it."
No, it's just like there was a lot of hype in the room. You know, people they were really excited, and I was like, yeah, it's pretty good.
You're now in the room.
I really like the animation a lot.
The animation is great, and they slipped a lot of Easter eggs into the show, which is really fun as well.
They were picking up on all of them, and I was just like, not, but that's okay. I'm glad that it was fun for them. You know,
the animation style is really cool. The story is really fun. But yeah, I mean, it's my second favorite movie of all time, Celeste. Mm-hmm. So I'm in that group with your with your 2 dating significant others.
I'm going to switch gears and what we're talking about and take us over to the MVD sale. This was a big one for us last year.
Look at this.
I shouldn't look at this either, but let's have at it. So $500.
All right.
If you go, well, first, I think many people in the chat would benefit just from looking at Blu-ray or Blu-ray DVD. And when you look at Blu-ray DVD, there's only 11 things here, and it's the MVD Rewind titles. And Where Are You, Jay Bennett? So these very good prices on a couple of these. Like Boogie Boy, pretty good movie for $7. It's a great movie.
Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. I mean, it's not as good as the Killer Tomatoes Strike Back or the Killer Tomatoes Eat France, but it's good.
All right. Real quick, 1 second. Return of Swamp Thing is okay. It's whatever. But like, I rented the 4K of it from fucking Lightyear. I don't even know who that is. It doesn't have subtitles on it at all. For a boutique 4K in the year of our Lord 2023, you don't have subtitles in English? Are you kidding me? I was like livid.
That one, if I remember right, was not MVD, right? That
I don't think so.
is, yeah. So it's
So I'm
Lightyear,
just
and
saying it might be worth getting the Blu-ray instead if that's something
yeah.
you care about.
Although I think this one has the uncut version of it, and
I'm like furious because like, what else am I gonna do? Like, if you want that on 4K, like that's your option,
right,
and then you
that's
don't get
the only
subtitles
option.
on it. It's fucked up.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry, this is my like pet project, and I get
No, I
angry.
agree. I talk about subtitles all the damn time. But these titles at $9 is pretty great.
Yeah.
Gosh, yeah, some of these are pretty good. But then if you go switch over to Blu-ray and you start looking at priced low to high, there are some
Yeah.
crazy decent titles here for so little money. I mean, some of these, like I've not seen Crazy Six, but the names in this: Burt Reynolds, Rob Lowe, Ice-T, Mario Van Peebles for $4.
That's just nuts.
It's so little money.
I placed an order last year over here, and I got some good stuff.
Nice. I remember kind of liking Possession with Sarah Michelle Gellar, but for $5, like that's hardly anything.
Mr. Jealousy for $5, 100% worth it.
Let me see if there's anything here I can recommend.
Edmund.
I don't recognize any of it so far.
Edmund with Bill Macy for $5. Any Bill Macy performance is worth $5. I promise.
Happy Hooker goes Hollywood for $5. That thing was up on Ronin Flix for like $23 for years. Monday Morning at $5. This is a fairly new MVD Rewind title, and it's $5 on Blu-ray.
Carrie Mulligan sent that one to me. I haven't watched it yet, though.
A bunch of these are Scorpion titles that were up for years at $20-$25.
I see Canadian Bacon. I don't know anything about it other than it like just came out, right? So
yeah,
that's cool.
And that John Candy is amazing.
Dogs of War with Christopher Walken for $5.99. See, this is wild to me. The Killer Elite is genuinely an amazing movie, and it's $5.99. Robert Duvall, Jimmy Caan, $5.99.
I will say $8 flat shipping is a little steep, but it's probably worth it if you depending on how many titles you get. But if you're only going to get one, that is problematic, right?
Yeah, it is.
If you're getting one title, it might be more than the cost of the title.
Yeah. This Bram Stoker's Shadow Builder, I've heard it's not good, but that cover is so bad it makes me want to get it. It's so like amazingly horrible that like I'm intrigued by it every time.
The Illusionist is worth it. How much is that, Ryan? If you want to scroll down,
$7.99, I think. Right, I got that last year. $6.99. Yeah, I like that movie.
Obviously not. I mean, it was competing with The Prestige when they came out the exact same year, but it's really good in its own right. I genuinely like it.
We got Vampire's Kiss for $12. Wow. I love Vampire's Kiss.
Yes, me too. For $12. Nick Cage recently said that there's 5 scripts he read that as soon as he read it, he knew he had to make that movie. And it was his new one, Dream Scenario, Raising Arizona, Adaptation, Leaving Las Vegas, and Vampire's Kiss.
Wow.
I see Vile for $14. Didn't that like literally just come out?
Yep.
Wow.
It's on the sale already? Damn.
So recently, I think it's on the other side of my computer right now.
MVD ain't joking.
We got Ghoulies on 4K for $23 already.
That's not bad.
Yeah. The RoboCop series for $21.
If I remember right, I think there was a problem with that one. Oh, Mikey. I freaking love Mikey.
I gotta be honest, I don't recognize the majority of these, but these are good prices. I see we have Witch Trap for $13. That's a former VS joint.
Another Nick Cage title, Wind Talkers at $9.99.
Have either of y'all ever noticed, probably more so a question for Celeste, who also tracks the releases like I do for slips, notice that the limited edition number will go up sometimes?
Yes, I do notice that.
The last time that you looked at it?
I think it's either a glitch or they do sometimes find more or
Yeah.
like get more back in the warehouse somehow. But I think
Well,
generally speaking,
take
if it's
stuff
like a
to-
moment-to-moment thing, yeah.
Right.
They take stuff to cons a lot, and when they come back, they estimated what would have sold, and if they deduct however many they take, but they didn't sell out of them, they have to put them back.
That's fair. I get that. That makes sense to me.
All right, that's MVD. Next one, I think that people should probably take a look at. We don't talk about them enough. Is MakeFlix. They've got some decent stuff, and Black Friday weekend they've got new titles. They've got The Stink of Flesh, Townies, Splatter University Books, Camp Blood 10 animated, Revenge of the Empire of Apes, the Joe Haggerty Legacy Collection, Hollywood Chainsaw Hookers comic book, and the Unliving comic book. But a lot of their titles are literally $5. $5.
Quick side note, once again, for anybody who's looking, who's kind of like Celeste and I, and wanting to make sure they don't miss out on any VS limited slips, especially while they're on sale. If you don't have Detention from Decalogue, it's down to 53. So that's one that I'm going to be getting.
And I recommend it.
I got that during the first subscriber week.
You like that one?
$10.
Do you like that one, Ryan?
Detention is great. Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know.
Oh, I see why people were talking about Sworn to Justice. That one's super low.
Yeah.
It's a VSA type of deal. Oh, it's gone. Never mind. Rip.
I have that one, I think. Yeah.
Mm.
I have all the VSAs. I don't know why I even need to double check.
How often have they reissued them in a standard edition? Because I know that it always says they might do it, but they probably won't.
For VS, they have not.
Really? Not at all?
Not that I know of.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Because there's some good stuff there. It's kind of a shame.
There's a lot of good VSAs. Yeah. Every now and then, I guess they'll get released on the standard edition from somewhere else, like Vice Academy did.
Yeah. And actually,
Yo,
we were just on MVD. They've done a few of them.
Yes, that's true.
I see Barry is saying that the Gorgo is going fast. I'm going to entirely take credit for that because my last video is doing pretty well and I really talked it up. So you're welcome.
And I don't even think Gorgo's on sale right now.
It's not.
Jeez.
But Gorgo rules. Get Gorgo. It comes with a poster of his anatomy, which is neat.
That's pretty
But
damn
I doubt that'll make its way to the standard edition. So
Probably not. I have Gorgo and I haven't watched it yet, but I love the box.
it's only 70 minutes.
I have it prominently displayed.
Ronnie's pointing out another one I need to get. I don't know. I've got a couple things in my cart and I'm holding strong. I haven't bought anything yet.
138 left. Do I have that one?
If I remember right, Unknown Man of Shandagor was their first or second title.
It's
that
their
they put
very
out.
first one.
So it's a good movie. I did not love it the first time, but I'm kind of like Celeste. I don't love spy films, and it's not exactly a spy film. Like, it is almost a spoof, but not. I'm not going to sell it well, but like within the first 3 minutes, they're talking about like vaginas. It's that type of weird, like, we're just gonna be all in on this crass humor, and it's not throughout the entire flick. It's just normalized, and it's done in the style. It's filmed beautifully. Good movie.
So
I'm
was that...
wondering because. No, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Oh, sorry. No. Go ahead.
I'm just like, because there's a good amount of stuff that's on the verge of selling out, And me 6 months ago or a year ago would be panicking and buying it. But lately I've had such good luck finding stuff that's already out of print at like really good prices that like I'm kind of calmed down a bit. I don't know. I have so much stuff I haven't watched yet, and I don't have any money, so I'm kind of like,
right.
I probably shouldn't just be buying stuff, you know?
It's a fair argument there, Celeste.
Anthony, I don't think Ryan hates spy films. I kind of do, honestly.
Yeah, I definitely don't hate spy films, but like James Bond, I've only seen a couple. I could not possibly care any less about that entire franchise.
I honestly am not a huge fan of that franchise either.
Well, I was thinking about it the other day, and I was looking at lists of spy films, and there are ones that I do like The Spy Who Came from the Cold or whatever it's called from Criterion is amazing, but it's not this typical like action spy films are ones that I really don't like. And like even the first Mission Impossible, it's okay. Like I like elements of it because it's Brian De Palma and like he doesn't really make bad movies, but like a lot of it is just like really like nonsense jargon. And like I said it on the They Live by Film podcast recently, but like it really feels like middle-aged dad fantasy movies. Just don't connect with me at all.
I'm surprised Anthony didn't send that instead of Zachary about True Lies.
True Lies.
See, that's another one where I'm like the spy aspects. I just make me cringe out of my body. Like, I don't know.
I do really like the Mission Impossible films, I'll admit, but I'm not a huge spy movie fan either, and I could care less about the James Bond franchise.
To be honest, I think it is a problem with me. Like, I don't like writing off whole genres. I really don't. There's something about a particular type of spy film though, where I'm just like,
I think that counts. Johnny English. I love Johnny English. Have you seen Johnny English, Celeste?
No, I don't. I've never heard of it, honestly.
You never heard Mr. Bean?
It's a Rowan Atkinson film.
Yeah. Have you ever seen Mr. Bean?
I have, yes.
Imagine him as a
back in the day
and talking.
I thought you were going to tell me that Mr. Bean was a spy film, and I was like, I think I'm remembering it wrong.
If we're saying Johnny English is a spy film, then we could kind of classify the Pink Panther, which I also love.
I agree with Ronnie. Shandagore is not at all a conventional spy film. You could definitely like it if you don't normally like the genre. And then the last comment, it's a weird Cold War spy film, sort of a parody, very unique, beautiful cinematography, great commentary from Sam Deegan. I guess I didn't sell it terribly then, because Ronnie said a lot of the same stuff I did.
Quick note for everyone. Just trying to keep everybody up to date on sale stuff, of course. The rewards slip for Blood Harvest sold out.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. As he checks to see which slip he should add to his card.
Will from Hong Kong Cinema Appreciation Society is here. Is that Dave Grohl at the bottom?
You can't escape it. You need to shave the beard, because I won't advocate for you cutting your hair.
I will not cut my hair.
On principle.
As a person who doesn't want to show my double chin, I will not shave my beard either. But thanks for the suggestion, Celeste.
All right. The Birds 2. I kind of went to bat for that one in my review video because I actually think it's fairly decent, and I think people were really unfairly comparing it to the first one.
Yeah, if it wasn't
made for TV legacy sequel 30 years, you really think it's going to be as good as a fucking Hitchcock masterpiece? It's not. But for an Animals Attack movie, it's way better than I thought it was going to be. And there's some good special features on it. So, it was in their recent warehouse sale. I imagine it'll be in a subscriber week sale coming up. But as a general recommendation, I say give it a shot.
I don't know why I'm still showing Makeflix on the screen. But the other thing about the subscriber sale stuff, we don't know if that's going to happen again. It likely will, because Vinegar Syndrome has a sale every time the wind blows. But yeah, it's not a guarantee necessarily.
Quick cue for you two specialists in the chat. That isn't me. If I was going to get a reward slip or two, which would you folks recommend?
Which ones do you have?
I have Blue Vengeance, Double Exposure, Don't Go in the Woods, Blood Harvest, thank goodness, because it's sold out. And Red Mob, I think, and Shot, and Uninvited, and Undertaker, and Wonder Woman. Did you catch all that?
Most of them.
About half.
I'd say Incubus. If you don't have the original slip, I'd say Incubus.
Okay.
Incubus is a great slip. I would agree.
It's a really, really good artwork, and it's a good movie. It's got John Cassavetes in it, which is crazy.
Yeah, I like the movie a lot, and I don't have the slip for it. Okay, I'll do that one. And
then that one.
I'm probably cutting class.
And I would also say Pets. I think that's great artwork, and I like the movie. So
Pets, I'm not even sure if I own the standard edition of, to be honest. But I'll double check.
No, you can throw it in. You got to buy something to get it anyway, right?
Can you put more than one reward slip into an order, or can you only do one at a time?
I'm pretty sure you can only do one at a time.
You can only get one at a time, yeah.
Brian solved my problem for me. He said, just hold your head up, Jeremy. Double chin problem solved.
There you go.
And or you could wear a scarf all the time.
Good, also a good idea. You mean I could wear like what's that Christina Ricci movie where she has the scarf up over her face 24/7? You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
I don't think I do.
It's like
people have been telling me I look like her recently, and I am taking that as a great compliment.
That is a great compliment, actually. Someone told me I look like Christina Ricci. I'd be stoked.
Well, Dave Grohl doesn't look a lot like Christina Ricci, unfortunately.
I take that as a compliment too.
Yeah, why not?
But I get it every day. What is that movie?
Penelope?
Penelope, yeah. Did someone say it in the chat? Or did you just figure it out?
Right? Well, I'm highlighting it on the screen right now to show you. Wave did.
Thanks, Wave. Yeah, so I'll have to do what Penelope did in Penelope.
Whoa, Arbalos has a new title up. Interesting.
Really? Oh, I'm really glad I didn't put
I'm kind of glad I didn't get the Region B of that, because I bet the Arbalos one is fucking nice looking.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, I was almost going to put in a movie.
Oh, look at that. They've also got a sale on right now.
Oh, god damn it.
That's going to be the death of me. Oh, God. I was almost going to get...
I need
cheap the other day and a couple standard editions. So now I'm glad I didn't.
That artwork is so fucking good. God damn it.
So good. Look at that. They have a hand-drawn
limited edition run of 1,000 limited slipcase collectible giant drawing as seen in the film, new 4K restoration from the OCN by the National Film Institute of the Hungarian Film Archive. New video interview with the cinematographer, new interview with the editor, first 2 short films, theatrical trailer, 12-page booklet with new essays. Damn.
Well, I'm obviously getting that.
Real quick, since I feel bad shitting on a genre, a couple spy films I do really like. I like a lot of Hitchcock's.
Yeah.
I like Notorious especially. Notorious is amazing, and I love Dishonored, but that's because my favorite actor, Marlene Dietrich, is being at her most badass in that fucking movie. It's so good. So there's my positive note to end that discussion.
Ryan, could you do me a favor and go back to Arbalos main page? What's their sale looking like on the?
Well, if we click on Blu-ray, Chameleon Street is down to 30 for the limited edition, and that movie is freaking incredible.
Wow.
The
Damnation is really, really good.
Lena Menkes, the 3 movies, is down to $37.50 for a limited title from Arbalos. That's incredible. Damnation at 30, that's a good price. Yeah, they do.
Look, if you're trying to get into Bellatar and you don't have 7 hours for Satan Tango, as I haven't had yet, that's a good starting point. It's 2 hours. It's pretty similar visually, and it's beautiful. It's great.
It's a good point.
Son of the White Mare is really good too.
God, I'm gonna be spending more money on Arbalos after we get off this stream.
Yeah.
Well, why not right now?
Because right now I'm spending money on Vinegar Syndrome, and I'd like to tell you what all I have in my cart for a mere $100.
Okay.
These are all limited edition slips that are going to sell out, and then I also threw the Angel slips in there for $7 a piece. and Incubus. I have Civil Dead, Don't Fall in Love with Yourself, Glow, Detention, the 3 Angel slips, and then the Incubus reward slip cover. Not bad.
Do you have Coco D Coco Da? That one's really low.
I do have Coco
Okay.
D Coco Da, but thank you.
Do you have Kid Candidate?
I do have Kid Candidate.
Okay. Do you have Flesh and Fantasy?
I don't have Flesh and Fantasy.
That one's real low. You might want to throw that one in.
Is that a... Oh, wait. Maybe I do actually have it. Let me look.
That's a VSL.
It was the first second VSL. Or first.
The first one they announced, second one in the catalog.
That's what it's... Yeah.
Flesh and Fantasy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it is sold out.
Damn.
Oh,
Maybe I should double check What's Up Connection, because that's in my cart and I'm just dragging my feet on it. It's down to 34.
Silent Mandibles says, anyone know where I could get some second run stuff on a sale? Arrow stuff is now on sale as well.
Oh yeah,
they carry
their
second
UK
run
side
stuff in the UK.
has a lot.
Reminder to everybody, just in case you were not paying attention to them now that they're not an OCN partner label, Fun City Editions also has their sale going on. Radio on Blu-ray $17.50. Fatal Femmes that just came out recently, it's a double feature, down to $25 for the slipcover version. And then Primetime Panic Volume 2 down to $32.50. Pretty good prices.
I have to get Flesh and Fantasy somewhere else, I guess.
I mean, you don't have to.
We're friends at Orbit.
I have to, Ryan. Our dear friends at Orbit. I'm gonna run and get a glass of water. I'll be right back.
Man, that Twilight artwork is so fucking good. I don't have $40 to spend on it, but man.
To be fair, Arbolo stuff does not sell out for quite some time. I have a feeling that it'll still be there for a while.
Yeah, I think so too. And to be clear, I think they deserve it. I'm not saying they're overcharging. I'm saying
I agree.
I'm a broke ass fucking chump and I can't be buying this stuff.
So let's talk about
artwork is gorgeous too. Fuck. Yeah, oscilloscope.
Oscilloscope is a big deal. This one, use code OSCILLOSCOPE. You get 20% off celluloid, 30% off vinyl, 50% off everything else. And they've got a lot of great stuff. So let's look at their DVDs and Blu-rays. Moon Garden pre-order Anonymous Club just dropped. And I think if you try to add this and use the code, I think the newest versions work with the code. Let me see. Oscilloscope. Yep. So Anonymous Club just came out and you can get it on sale right now for $16.50. That's crazy.
Yep. That one's Sirens I got in the mail recently, and we almost watched it and then bailed on it, but I've been really intrigued. It's a film from Lebanon about an all-girl thrash metal band. I mean, that's sick, right? That can't be bad, right?
Sibner, what was that last sale? That was Fun City Editions. That was the last one we looked at. Any Cat City heads in here? I mean, Deaf Crocodile themselves normally hang out in here. And we love Cat City so much we all call it the Cat Movie. So check out Cat City.
It even has a colloquial term specific to this community.
So yeah, Oscilloscope, literally brand new titles are on sale for half off. You can't really argue with that. And some of the stuff that they've put out, a lot of people don't even realize have been on Blu-ray because other channels, other people don't really cover Oscilloscope. So pay attention. Clay Dream, Short Bus. Some of these are ones that people wanted for a long time. Truth to Power. That's the
Serge Tankian
documentary. God, they've put in a lot of titles throughout the years too. We Are Little Zombies. I've not watched it yet, but it's supposed to be amazing. VHS is a documentary they put out. That's pretty good. Dear Zachary is a big title from them.
Yeah. I don't like it very much, and that's a hot take, but I know people love it, and it's worth seeing once. Columbus is one I will wholeheartedly recommend.
Columbus is one of my favorite films of all time, so could not give it a stronger recommendation.
Jeremy, do you see this? Both Orbit and Grindhouse have Flesh and Fantasy with a slip, says Anthony.
Why, thank you, Anthony. It looks like I'll be putting in a 3 free Orbit order with that and Tsar of whatever the fuck it's called.
Well, let's check. Do they have it?
They probably do. Give me good news, Celeste.
Yeah, so Columbus, a lot of people would recommend that one. Let's see.
Nope, they don't have it. They're sold out. I'm sorry.
Oh no. Is that because there's one copy and you're buying it?
No. I told you I'm not going to buy it, so.
Support Kogonada and get Columbus, y'all. Is it on Grindhouse, Celeste?
I don't know.
Let's look.
Jeremy.
What?
You just want everybody to do it for you.
You asked like immediately, like I had it pulled up already.
Celeste, have you researched this for me yet? Could you answer as soon as possible, please?
There's one available on with a slip on Grindhouse right now.
So then you better hurry.
Well,
and I just said that out loud on stream. I should have done Celeste's approach of saying that there's 0 available.
After you check out, so there was one available. I'll throw out Meek's Cutoff as another big recommendation.
Yeah,
they've put out a couple different Kelly Reichardt films, and Meek's Cutoff is a masterpiece.
It's great. I
Wendy and Lucy is my favorite of the ones they have.
Lucy's great. I like Bellflower a lot.
I was going to bring that one up next too. It's a Disaster. That's a good movie.
Good old David Cross.
I will say, I haven't seen it yet. No, I mean I have seen the movie. I haven't seen you come across it yet. It's DVD only, which is unfortunate. I want them to upgrade it, but Art and Craft is a delightful documentary. It's about a guy who recreates famous artwork and like passes it off as the real thing and gets away with it. And it kind of creates this like crisis in the fine arts community because they can't actually tell the difference. And he's just like this super funny, interesting, like autistic nerd. And it's just like the best. I love it. We Need to Talk About Kevin is another one. Big fan.
Great film.
Great movie. I'll also throw out there Coherence. That's a big one for me. Love that movie.
You can get We Need to Talk About Kevin in time for Christmas. You can watch it with the whole family. It'll be great. Right after It's a Wonderful Life.
You know, We Need to Talk About Kevin is a Universal film. And so when I went to Horror Nights with my friends, I was like, what happened to the We Need to Talk About Kevin maze? Where it would be a good horror maze though.
No.
Yeah.
No.
That might be a touch insensitive.
A little bit, yeah. Let's see. I just went by Wendy and Lucy because we just talked about it.
There's Rare Exports. I know a lot of people like that one. I didn't connect with it, but it's an interesting film, so I'll throw that out there.
What was the documentary you just named?
Art and Craft.
Did I miss it?
It's an older one. I watched it on the Criterion
sorted
channel.
by just featured.
I believe that's in release date. You might have to just search it. I don't know.
Jeremy, your screenshot is so loud.
It's charming.
And that sound means Jeremy just made a purchase. And he left.
I see they have another Montreal documentary. It's DVD only, but I'm a fan of that band.
Yeah, Oscilloscope does a lot of good stuff, but I fully agree with you. Their limited packaging, not great.
It falls out.
There's Art and Craft.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. Huh. Okay. I'm opening that in a new tab to try to contend with. Stan is sold on Art and Craft as well. Ronnie says Jeremy made another purchase and he's ashamed. That's why he's gone.
There's a great scene in Art and Craft where he's at like a fucking really prestigious like art event, and he was like invited as a guest of honor because they're trying to like understand him and like maybe talk him out of doing what he's doing, but he just like doesn't care because he has fun doing it. And there's this great moment where he just kind of apropos of nothing without context quotes Dracula at people, and they're just so confused. This is so good because he just watches TCM like 24/7. It's great. I love it.
Sibner says a lot of good deals on Groove.
Grove.
Banquet of Savings on Blu-ray collections. Oh, you can get their 100 film box set for $100 or whatever. I don't know if it's a 100 film box set. I shouldn't have said that. Let's go Black Friday. They don't just have deals on all of them. Monk DVD complete series for $30.
Yeah.
Or 14 Land Before Time films for 17.
Yeah. I think I got to number 4 and I was like, this is punishing. And I stopped.
I mean, that first one is great.
It's amazing. The second one is horrible.
Yeah.
But it is pretty meme worthy. It's very fun to like watch, I guess, but it's awful. The third one's not very good either. I see Tar for $12. I fucking love Tar. It's so good.
It's a crazy price for that 4K.
That artwork is sick too.
A lot of
Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. I fucking love that movie too. That's a 9 out of 10 for me. I just think it's genuinely great. The only reason I haven't bought it because I just watched it, and so I'm not gonna watch it anytime soon. I'm sure it'll be on sale again. But if you haven't watched it yet, or you don't have it and you want it, strong recommend from me.
Genuinely great prices on many of these 4Ks.
That Enter the Dragon, I probably should get, but I haven't yet.
Oh, Jaws 2 is only $9.99 also.
Mm-hmm. That's a great 4K for a terrible movie.
Yeah. And then they're still charging $12 for Halloween Ends.
17 for The Exorcist. I'll get that at 10. I'll wait it out. The first Puss in Boots is 10, which I like a lot too.
The steelbook of The Exorcist from Best Buy is going for like $70 already.
Well, it sold out really fast.
It did,
it was like fucking 35 at retail. So, I mean, it's a cool steelbook. I actually kind of wanted it, and I like checked when it came out, and it was just gone. I was like, no, it's not worth all that.
Who is Jude? VCI has some wild sales, but their quality is questionable at best. Questionable is even giving them a lot of credit.
Jeremy, there was much speculation as to what you were doing in the shadows. What's going on there?
Oh, I was organizing some purchases and screenshots to OCD wise keep track of everything and not overspend, which I probably already did.
Yeah.
But I take screenshots of everything and then put them in a folder. To keep track of my.
They have apps for money management that don't have to just be Blu-ray specific.
I don't trust the banks. I keep all my money under my mattress.
It's not a bank.
I don't trust the government or the banks or the apps.
Oh man.
Oh, I see. Legend for $5.99. I mean, I'm sure the Arrow is a better transfer and all that, but what a great film.
Well, and it's not just $5.99. This is, you get 3 of these for $15.99.
Tim
So
Curry.
it's even less than that.
My boy, Tim Curry.
And you can get the Birdcage with it, which is truly a magnificent movie. And I don't see them doing anything to upgrade that anytime soon either.
Probably not. Sadly. What the hell else am I going to get from Grindhouse with this Tale of Star result?
Do they have a free shipping promotion? I think you just might want to get that on its own.
I don't think. Do they have free shipping?
Free shipping if you spend 100, but that's a lot to.
That's what I'm
get
saying.
there.
Get more stuff so I can get the free shipping.
You know, I really want to save that $6. I should probably spend $74 more.
Okay, but hold on. I understand it because I'd rather spend $74 on stuff I want than $6 on like what shipping.
I get that.
I get it.
And the
I
thing is,
definitely.
there is stuff I need from them.
It's like if you're gonna be getting it anyway.
Correct.
Now this mentality has gotten me in trouble, and I'm trying to get away from it. But I do understand it.
There is some pros and cons to the mentality. That's true.
Like the first time I finally didn't do this for Orbit, because I always got 3 things, was when that Andrei Zuwowski set was like about to sell out, and I was like panicking, looking for 2 other things, and I was like, I don't need any of this. I'm just gonna eat the $5.
Yeah,
and it hurt a little bit, but it was also liberating.
When you are panicking like that, it's smart to pull the trigger and suck it up and pay the shipping cost. Yes, but if I have the luxury, then I almost usually try to make it so that it's free shipping.
Do you have Fair Game? Because that sold out today, and they might have it.
I think he said he did not have it.
Fair Game?
Might want to check that. Mm-hmm.
The Dark Star Pictures title.
It's an Australian. It's not really a rape and revenge, but that's the closest point of reference I could give.
Oh, I have Fair Game. Sorry.
Okay.
I do have that one, but thank you.
Thank you, Media Membrane. I appreciate that.
The Redneck Zombies limited edition VHS is down to 152. Not going as fast as we expected, I don't think.
I didn't expect it to sell like crazy.
Oh yeah.
Limited. Well, not really.
I don't know. The VHSs sell relatively quickly, and they had a cool gimmick with this one. So
yeah, that ups its quality.
They had way more than normal, though. That's a big thing.
Mm-hmm. I almost bought the Corn Shucker on VHS just for the vibe, but I was like, that's silly. I don't need to do that. And then it sold out, and I didn't have to.
How about we take a look at the
Arrow is always on sale. I swear to God.
They are.
That
$500 bundle from Severance still has not sold out, even though there's only 100.
So I got to be honest on that one. That one is a little surprising to me that it hasn't sold out yet.
I'm a little surprised too.
That's what I'm saying, folks. I'm like, I get it's expensive, but it's just crazy to me that 100 people haven't bought it yet in the last hour and a half.
I mean, it's $500.
It is, yeah.
Think about the amount of people that are visiting their site right now, and 100 people haven't spent $500 yet.
Think of the amount of people that can barely afford dinner tonight.
I did buy it, dude, McMahon.
Hi, that's me.
DC says, what's making its way to your end of the year film list? Well, we shouldn't talk about
He gets it
this week.
So, good time to share. Jeremy is the guest on Reconnected next week. And what we're going to be doing, instead of just saying, like, what is our favorites, we're going to guess what's going to be nominated at the Oscars.
And I'm sure favorites talk will come into that. So,
of course.
I'll save it for them.
Hey, real quick. Ronnie has mentioned several times that she's broke as shit, just like me. And so I want to just personally give her a shout out and a thank you for being a top level patron of mine, because that actually really does help. And it's greatly appreciated. So
shout out to Ronnie.
We love Ronnie.
Always.
I'm sorry you're broke.
It's okay. I'm always broke. I feel like I've been saying that for years now. The pandemic broke me. I used to be really good at saving money, and then I just like the nihilism kicked in, and I was like, "Fuck it." And now I just got into a hole, and now it's hard to get out of. Right?
I hear that. I've been in the hole.
Chris-
I understand. I understand.
Christopher, I would encourage you to not play the lottery, even though I understand the impulse.
It's tempting, but yeah. So I threw Overboard, Hey Stop Stabbing Me, and Drowning by Numbers in my cart, and it's only $45 for those 3 titles. That's when you know a sale is great.
Pretty good, yeah.
I have a feeling Ryan has had enough of me.
Not at all.
Never. I don't want to just be a pity party the whole time. Part of what is informing my not spending anything tonight is I do have to keep in mind that I plan on renewing my subscription. So
Ooh,
yeah,
that's expensive, but also like you get a lot. And it's like a consistent thing that like brings me joy every month. So,
agreed. I was going to get a Radiant subscription. I'm not sure if I'm going to actually be able to pull that trigger. Sadly.
Yeah, I don't think I am either. That was a big one for me.
Which is
I was trying to keep up with them, and they have just been off to the races. And it's rough. I just kind of gave up on it.
I'm currently.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
I'm currently complete with them, and I'd like to stay complete without having to like purchase every single one. But I don't know if I can do the bundle, the subscription at this time. Unfortunately.
A quick question. Radiance, they do booklets on everything, right?
Yes.
Limited.
Are those only limited editions?
Yes.
I hate that. I could maybe live with the inconsistent artwork, but I really do value those booklets, and it sucks that they're limited.
That'll put it in perspective, Eric. He says that Radiant subscription was only about what you've already spent tonight, Jeremy.
500.
Well, but in addition to, it becomes problematic. Yes.
Yeah. I think it was about 650, 675, something like that
for the year.
Oof.
Yeah.
And we have till the end of the year to do that.
You have until December 31st to do it. Yeah.
I might actually be able to squeeze it.
Right before the Vinegar Syndrome subscription too.
Oh Lord!
Which this year, I see that being over 1,000 this year for sure.
Odd. I don't know.
Damn, David, that's cold. You should read those booklets.
That is pretty cold.
Mike, those OBI strips are pretty nice.
Are limited.
Chris, I probably won't go to sleep until that bundle sells out because I just stay up late in general.
Wait, what? Michael says...
No, they do that. It's the fucking worst. I don't know how they haven't gotten their shit together yet, but when I did my last video covering their sales, I felt like I was finally like not crazy because I was watching it happen. If you scroll through enough pages, they start recycling titles. And so there's no way to know if you've seen everything. It is insane. And no other website does it.
That sounds extremely
it baffles me that nobody has fixed that. But I felt crazy for the longest time because I was like, I swear to God, I saw that one already.
That's annoying. I'm only on page 3, and now
that's 3 films by I'm not going to butcher that poor man's name. That one. That's a great director, and those are some great films. Arrow has honestly, like, they've built a pretty impressive catalog.
They've been around a long time now.
Like they've put out some pretty insane stuff.
Vizia says that's a Zabi feature. Yay, the Hut group.
So I'm back on Arbalos now. I did that just for Ryan. Oh, by the way, did you see has everybody in the stream right now, not the chat, just the 3 of us, seeing things?
Ronnie, that's kind of what has been like helping me stay sane with this stuff. Is like I have so much stuff I haven't watched that I already have that I'm trying to focus on, you know. And I think I just interrupted you, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was just wondering if you've seen Thanksgiving.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Is it NECA? Is that the company?
For action figures?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that they're doing the.
They have a really badass John Carver thing that I want.
Man, NECA has really nice stuff at like very affordable prices. They're great.
They are. They also kind of.
Someone's gonna tell me that their CEO like is the worst person alive or something, and I'm gonna feel bad. But
yeah.
They also have a turkey with its head cut off for Thanksgiving as well. That's a stuffed like plush doll. That's really
Avery's beloved Squishmallows were canceled today, which is unfortunate.
Oh no!
Not actually, but
canceled
like
how? What?
The CEO is like a really big supporter of the Israeli government and actually has sent employees to fight in Palestine.
What?
It's about as bad as it gets. Yeah, it's pretty rough. So, unfortunately.
Yikes.
Like literally, yeah, it's bad.
Jake is saying, Jeremy, did you see the online ceramics drop today?
I didn't. What is it, Distorted Visions? I love Thanksgiving, Stan. I just saw it again today, and it's going to be an annual tradition for me. Eddie hadn't seen it, so him and I went to a buffet and then went to see Thanksgiving.
The online ceramics drop. Oh, man. Okay, I guess I got to share this page.
I guess you do.
Well, now that I'm leaving Arrow, it's going to come back and be all out of order. I've never heard of this site. Jake is great with merch sites. So when you scroll down, this is the first design you see. That's fantastic. And then they've got
these designs are hurting me. They're so bad.
Yeah, that one is not good.
This is horrible.
I like that one. I like the one on the left.
That one is slightly competent. It's at least not a square. Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm not loving most of these.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I like the Thanksgiving Begins one.
Well,
That
and this is, I believe this is front and back. And I think all of these are front on the left. Back.
Oh,
yeah. Big recommend. Big Disc Energy is posting about the Dietrich von Sternberg set. Those films are absolutely incredible. Just amazing stuff. I think the indicator box is a little bit better, but I think it's out of print. So highly recommend.
Jason.
Damn.
Online Ceramics did a bunch of the A24 shirts. Ah.
Oh, they did?
I don't believe you. I'm sorry. I'm looking at it. I don't believe you.
What a great response.
Not with these designs. I don't buy it.
What
is what Celeste is saying.
Do you mean some bootlegs or like official? I don't know.
I didn't even look at the prices. Somebody said $60. Where?
I don't see any prices. You have to add it to cart first to see the price.
Come on, this website is like what 2007 is what it's from. Fucking
what is this?
The website is really whack.
Oh, geez, it is $60. You just click a size and it pops up. My goodness.
This is a haunt. I swear to God.
I would never.
What a terrible design. You click on the title, the size, and it immediately puts it in your cart.
And then
that's genius, actually.
You see the price too.
Wait, I hit the X and it says, yes, they're still in your cart. We'll just minimize this. How... Oh my gosh, this is the... Do they do this on purpose to be annoying?
That's hilarious.
I don't know.
Well, wait. If that other one was $60, this sweatshirt is probably going to be like $90. 105.
I love that we're all witnessing this live together.
$105.
These are like streetwear prices for like the most ugly merch I've ever seen.
Jake says, yeah, they do most of the officially licensed A24 merch. That's why they're so expensive.
Well, now I'm just confused because their stuff generally looks competently put together.
Yeah.
And this just doesn't. So I'm confused by that.
Wow.
Woof.
Woof, indeed.
I mean, some of these are okay. That one that just has the 3 girls on the front where they look like they screen printed a photo onto the front of a shirt. That one's rough.
So I'm going to go back to TerraVision. This
I
one.
love you, Brad.
Looking at all their Blu-rays, like stuff at $14.99, these are some great prices. Highly recommend Srigala. Again, love that movie. Some guy who kills people is pretty damn good.
I like that one.
Cannibal Campout, people have been loving lately. I've not seen that one yet. Malum is shipping now. Escape from Hellhole. People need to pre-order that one.
Yeah, I just got Malum like late last week, I believe.
Lots of good titles. And
now,
go ahead,
Jeremy. I have a question for you. With your VS, with your OCN partner label, Complete Philosophy, as it were. Yes.
When we're done,
I want to know,
Celeste, and we end it. I'm gonna take my laptop and go show you my set. Since I've never.
That's good. But I'm curious now. Does that translate to when they leave? Like, do you feel compelled to keep up with everything TerraVision and everything Culture Shock and everything Fun City, even though they're not a part of the brand anymore?
Not so much. So if I really like what they've been putting out, then yes, I do feel compelled to do that. So I have with TerraVision because I love them, and I have with Fun City because I love them. Not as big of a Culture Shock fan, so I haven't been keeping up with them as much. But I would like if Connie left, I'd probably still follow them.
Mm-hmm.
Factory 25, I would still probably follow if they like left. But so it's kind of a give and take depending on what the label is, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. I got you. Okay. Now I'm seeing people talking about online ceramics as that they actually are like a streetwear brand or whatever, and that they don't just do movie stuff. And maybe that's why this is not computing with my brain, because I don't understand that.
Same.
Like I don't understand the $60 for a t-shirt thing or the $100 for a t-shirt thing. Like even as big a fan of Drangang and Blady and everything as I am, like when they drop clothes and it's like $100 for like the ugliest shirt I've ever seen, I don't understand that either. So I think this is just out of my wheelhouse. Honestly,
those A24 shirts are ridiculously priced when they release those, but they sell out in like 2 seconds.
I love this comment. Sivner says that sweater is straight up 2004.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like they look horrible. I don't get it.
It's 2004. It's like albino black sheep.
Yeah.
I think I'm just sounding like a old person at this point that doesn't get it, but that's okay.
Get off my lawn.
Celeste, have you gotten much into TerraVision?
So I have a handful of their releases from OCN because I could get them at really good prices.
Right.
And I don't have anything past that, unfortunately, yet. Simply because, and it's not because they're unreasonably priced, but when, I don't know, like the $5 shipping and everything, it just kind of, it all adds up. And I have to have, lately I've had to be very, very selective with my purchasing, and it's just been harder. So the answer is, I love what they do in principle, and I want to support them as best I can, which is partially why I did that interview. And like, I try to plug their stuff as much as I can, but
right,
I don't personally have any other stuff yet.
Ryan, am I seeing this correctly that even new releases from TerraVision are on sale?
Newer releases, yes, but not stuff that is like brand new or on pre-order still.
Right, but like for example, I don't have. Can you scroll up more?
Yes, sorry. I was looking at like 9 tabs at once. Scroll up more. Okay.
Like I feel like I don't have. Wait, even more. I just saw one.
But yeah, they have like at least a dozen releases that
here
I'm
we
like super interested in.
Wood Chipper is on sale. That's a pre-order.
It is not on sale. It is listed as sale because they went in and changed it to be slip or no slip. So if you do no slip, it is $19.99, and if you do slip, it's $24.99.
Okay.
Okay, maybe that's a question you could answer for me, because when I was looking at their website, like after we did the interview, I was confused by which ones had that option and which ones didn't. I couldn't quite figure out a rhyme or reason to it, and I don't really know why you would not have that option for all of them. So I was a little confused by that.
I think as of today, it's updated where they all have that option now.
Terrific.
Yeah, I mean they have a lot. Like I really want to get End of the Line. I've had that in my cart so many times, and it's currently sitting in my cart right now. Actually, I don't know. And like honestly, I might TerraVision might be the place I end up spending money today, just because I really want that shirt.
It's a good price.
Apparently, it glows in the dark, which is cool.
Did I miss the shirt?
Well, I'm only looking at the Blu-rays. So when you go to where did I find it the first time? Apparel.
If you go to 2023 Black Friday sale, oh, you got it there too. Yeah,
$9.99, and it's the logo. Which the one, if you're a subscriber, you get this one, but the logo to you don't get. So I kind of like the shirt quite a bit actually, because I really like their logo.
I think it's cool. Yeah,
it is really cool. You're right,
and I like that pin a lot too.
Oh wow! Eric posted the VS 2023 cost breakdown in the Discord. Nice.
That's going to be helpful for my videos, so thank you.
I've used it in mine too. Thanks, Eric.
Blood Car looks like a lot of fun, Chris. I'm excited for that one.
Blasto says if people aren't getting the third window version of Door, people should pick up the TV version. That movie's incredible. And I mean, I don't know the answer to this, but I wouldn't be surprised if TerraVision, if they have Door, because I know a lot of people are going to third window because it has both Door and the sequel Door 2. If it sells well, TerraVision might be able to get Door 2.
I'll be right back. I have to double check and make sure I don't have this one Arbalest title before I pulled the trigger on that order.
Which one are you looking at?
I forgot. Don't judge me. I forgot if I got the 3 films from Nina or not.
I think you did, but I'm not entirely sure.
Celeste is loving
this relationship is a lot like me and Avery's. I gotta be honest. I'm constantly reminding her of things about her.
Well, Ryan is
my like, I don't think I've seen that, and I'd be like, you have. I know that for a fact.
Ryan does that for me, and then goes, "Why do I know this?"
Oh yeah, getting real honest there. Okay, so Black Friday. There you go. That's what I was missing. So you got Horror Workout at 15, even without a slip. That's a pretty good price.
Mm-hmm.
Return of Swamp Thing vinyl for 25. The Guyver vinyl for 25. This thing looks so rad. The colors on this.
Oh, I like that one.
Yeah.
I've got some fun splatter vinyl in my collection.
Nice. Copperhead's a good one. I'm always so hurt going through the TerraVision site because like some of these films that you get the soundtracks for, get the film, please. I would love to see TerraVision releases of some of these movies. Like this Elves artwork is great. Somebody get Elves. The Freddy's Nightmares, please. Somebody be able to put that out.
I'm seeing a couple questions in chat. Do we think the Nasty Habits set will go out of print? I don't think
not
that's
anytime soon. No.
I feel like they'd tell people if it was like on its last legs. Do you think that's accurate?
Severin never really. Oh well, they have for like DVD stuff, and they've even done sales. They've been like, hey, we're coming to the end of our run with this title, and we have 500 on hand, so now they're only $20. So historically, yeah, I would say yes. Thanks for that, Jason. Appreciate you the compliment there. Let's see. I missed a lot of comments looking at these other tabs. A24 shirts go on Grailed for $500.
Maybe I should be grabbing some of those.
Jesus. If you look at the packaging photos for the Lost Picture Show, the hand clearly can't even wrap around the packaging. Oh, yeah. It's like barely holding on. Yeah, that box set, I think, is still easily the most intriguing thing for me from Vinegar Syndrome right now.
I think that's a strong candidate for release of the year.
Yeah.
We'll see.
David
What's the
said,
verdict, Jeremy?
in case anyone is wondering, A24 definitely isn't having a sale.
I would never expect them to.
Prices went up today, actually. That's a joke.
The verdict is I do have it. Ryan was correct, as he always is. So in my cart is the only ones I'm missing, which is the 2 pre-orders. And then because they're on sale, Son of the White Mar and Juniper Tree. Then I'll be Arbolos complete.
Oh boy. Now you're going to try to go for the slip for Son of the White Mirror and Satan Tango and find out that those are $200 on eBay. David is
good time.
David is reminding that just recently they did discontinue 2 female spies with no warning on Severin. And then there's another Franco title that just went out of print. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that is because they're going to make their way over to this new Kino Cult line. Because they're just coming out with all these random ass Franco titles and Ilsa titles. That line, I feel like, is going to be pretty dang strong.
Quick
Well, they're
side note.
stepping into a pretty competitive market and coming in strong with it. So
that's true.
What did you all do for your Thanksgiving? Not movie related.
I made a shit ton of food.
I bet it was delicious. As somebody,
me and one of my partners made food, and then we watched The Wicker Man on 4K.
Great decision.
It was
Sounds
wonderful.
Like a fun way to spend the holiday. Congrats.
It was very nice.
That's good. Are you going to share your tradition since I know it and everybody else doesn't, Jeremy?
Oh, I said it earlier.
Did you share everything? I don't remember.
Eddie and I both moved here together from East Coast and have known each other since kindergarten, and all of our family is still back on the East Coast. Basically, since we've lived out here, which is going on 9 years, our tradition for Thanksgiving is to go to a buffet, so we don't have to cook any food and have zero cleanup, but still feast, and then just go to a movie. So we went to a buffet and did Thanksgiving, the movie.
That sounds nice.
And it was fun.
I wish there was a vegan buffet I could go to and just go ham on, but you know.
That's something they should do.
Isn't that just a salad bar? I'm kidding.
It'd be a very expensive buffet. Like buffets in general are very pricey.
That's true.
If you did a vegan one,
I've been to one.
Yeah,
there's a chain of restaurants called Loving Hut that is actually run by a cult, but that's different discussion for a different day. You can look it up.
You can just quietly say that and go right past it. Ran by a cult?
Let's move on and talk about something else.
It's something else. But one year they're an all vegan chain or whatever, and they did a vegan buffet one year, and so I got to indulge briefly. But the problem with that is that I'm the type of person that eats like 6 times a day instead of like 3, because I don't eat a lot at once. I just eat small meals frequently. So a buffet is actually a really horrible value for a person like that.
Which I hear is a good thing to do, apparently, with the way you do it.
I've heard that. It's just kind of how my stomach makes me eat. So A food cult? No, a religious cult, actually.
I would join a food cult like tomorrow.
Look it up.
Isn't that Weight Watchers?
Maybe. They follow the Supreme Master and her teachings. And they have a TV channel that is on 24/7 in all the restaurants. I wish I was making this up, but they have very good food, and so we try to ignore these things.
Kind of like how we ignore that Chick-fil-A hates the gays.
Well,
Top Rex from the MVD sale. I think we can give some
Chick-fil-A.
of those.
I still go there,
but
let's
just
see.
made my shit list, Jeremy. I judge people hard for that.
For going to Chick-fil-A?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I definitely don't go there.
Okay, here's my thing. While we're on the subject,
me and
you
Eddie
can get a chicken. If you must eat a chicken sandwich, which I would urge you to not do.
Oh no!
You can get one anywhere. You don't have to go to the homophobic chicken place.
Oh man!
All right, that's it. I've said my thing. That's it.
Top Rex from the MVD sale. I know that Jeremy is very passionate about a few of these titles.
Yes, Art School Confidential is one of them.
Max Reload and the Nether Blasters is actually a really fun movie.
Fun.
$5 for that's pretty great.
Delirious is a must buy. It's from Don DeLillo, Tom DeCillo.
I was gonna say, doesn't that say Tom DeCillo right there on screen?
I got him mixed up with Don DeLillo, who did Cosmopolis. But he also did can't think of the name of the other movie. Anyways, I like his stuff a lot. And Steve Buscemi, I mean, come on. I would not recommend Zeroville though.
Wait, you're not a stan for James Franco there?
Well, not even just that, but it's also just a really bad movie.
Let's see. I remember liking The Wicked Die Slow. That's been a while since I've seen that one. I probably should watch it again.
Well, for $5, there's your chance.
Yeah, that's true. Killer Elite is one of the easiest ones to recommend in this entire sale. $6 for a legendary movie. Rollerball on Blu-ray at $5.99 is a great deal. Toby Hooper's Mortuary is really slept on. At $7, that is a wonderful price.
I
just saw your private message.
There's
an easy way to get off of it.
I already said about The Illusionist. I like that one a lot.
Oh man. Silent Mandible says I wanted to like Sukiyaki Western Django more than I did. They have a lot of Scorpion titles in here.
Tarantino doing a Japanese accent for no reason. That sounds about right. I don't know what you're referring to, but I don't doubt it.
I believe that's in Sukiyaki Western Django.
Yeah, he can make an entertaining film for sure, but that man's track record on race is questionable at best.
Yeah.
Yes, don't sleep on Canadian bacon. I agree with Dude McMahon.
Yeah, it's not very comfortable.
I'm out.
Hey, it is 1:10, and I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning tending to a frickin' turkey.
I'm sure it was
2:09 for me. I'm the real trooper here.
Yeah.
Let's not lose sight of that.
Silly Eastern time zone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, are you off tomorrow or are you working?
Yeah, I'm off tomorrow.
Yay, me too.
Good.
I was off today too. And I got to leave 45 minutes early yesterday, so that was fun.
Nice. All right. I don't remember liking Dahmer with Jeremy Renner.
It looks questionable. I haven't seen it, but
yeah.
If we're gonna recommend questionable serial killer movies, the Ted Bundy one on the VS site is very good, actually. Matthew Wright film. I don't think it's at risk of selling out, but it is very good.
I will happily defend Split Second with Rutger Hauer, Mikey, and Miami Blues. All three of those are great. Celeste, did you watch Miami Blues yet?
No, but I do have it. I have the Radiance one.
It's a great release.
The only Radiance release that I've watched actually is Messiah of Evil. And I have probably 5, something like that. These are the sorts of things that inform why I'm not buying anything right now.
I get that. This is really hard to stay up to date on 2 different chats now and go to another site. Action USA. This was a VSA. This is actually a really fun movie. If you've never seen it, this is obviously you don't need to go get the out of print Vinegar Syndrome when this is available for $10.
Yeah, Action USA is a blast, honestly.
Mike wants to know what you thought of Messiah of Evil. Jeremy, have you seen Messiah of Evil yet too?
I liked it a lot. Yes.
I love Messiah of Evil. It's fucking amazing.
Messiah of Evil
it's a pretty like, it's one of those movies where you watch it and you're like, yeah, I mean, that's probably now in my top 100, just like immediately.
A regret of mine is not seeing it because New Bev just showed it this month, and I wasn't able to make it because I had something else going on and I was like, son of a bitch.
Well, that Blu-ray looks beautiful. So
Blu-ray looks beautiful, but would have been cool to see it in 35 millimeter on the big screen.
That's true. Men at Work. That's a pretty decent movie from what I remember. It's been a long time, so I hope I'm not recommending something that's problematic.
Oh, that's right. Stan just saw it. Which one?
Men at Work.
Oh. Stan just saw Messiah of Evil at the New Bev. He invited me, but I couldn't go. As I just said. Very sad. I like the movie, I like the New Bev, and I like Stan. Would have been a great night.
I'll just recommend Vampire's Kiss again. I actually think that's a pretty genius like satire in the vein of American Psycho, and it's not like a so bad it's good thing that people like to make it out to be. Like, it is a super histrionic performance that has to be seen to be believed, but I think it is in service of a pretty intelligent social critique.
If you're a hardcore music fan like me, I would recommend this Harry Nilsson documentary, which is a whole lot of fun. And Harry Nilsson is the Beatles' favorite musician, so how could you not love him?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Have you been to any good live shows lately?
I was just at the most recent live show I was at was Say Anything. Did a couple small shows. Literally, I think like 2 in New York and 2 out here, or something like that. It was only a handful. It wasn't like a full tour. But that was fun because they're one of my favorites. Do you like them, Celeste?
I have trouble getting into them. They're I struggle with his vocal delivery and his lyrics, but it was actually on in the car the other day, and I'm like of 2 minds about it, where I'm like, there's something here that I like, and there's also something here that I find kind of repellent, but it is the kind of thing that I like, and I think I'm getting there because, again, both of my partners really love that band.
Okay, great.
The most recent show I've been to, Hot Mulligan is touring their new album right now, and they played the whole thing, and I was at that show with Heart Attack Man and Spanish Love Songs. That was a lot of fun.
I like them.
And, Jeremy, the bundle from Severance still hasn't sold 100. You're the only one that bought one.
That's quite possible. What else, Celeste?
I'm seeing Hail the Sun and Sweet Pill on Sunday, which, by the way, If y'all haven't heard Sweet Pill, they're probably like one of my favorite like new emo bands out right now. They're kind of like a math rock thing too. There's a female vocalist is just so fucking amazing. Like that record has just been on repeat for me for months at this point.
And Hail the Sun, really good live too.
Yeah, I'm excited about them. I hadn't even heard of them until that tour was announced, and I was like, I just really want to see Sweet Pill again. And then I checked out Hail the Sun, and I was like, this is kind of just like Diet Circa Survive, but like,
Yep.
you know, they're so good that the diet version is still really great, right?
Yep.
So
Dream Scenario is fantastic. Big Disc Energy. Definitely go check it out. I'm not sure what's next on my list concert wise. Probably nothing before the end of the year, sadly. But just recently they announced that Connor Oberst, who's my favorite musician, and I think Ryan likes him a lot too. I think
I do too.
He is doing a residency, a New York resident, an LA residency in March, and a New York residency in April, and playing the same venue once a week, so 4 shows. Here in LA, it's the Terragram Ballroom downtown, and I'm going to all 4 shows because each one's supposedly different. He's playing from across his entire, solo stuff, bands, everything, and then each one will have different guests and surprises and things like that. So I'm pretty stoked for that in March coming up.
6 left on Corco. That's nuts. I am again taking full credit for that, so you're welcome. Silent Mandible. I 100% understand that concern. I still wear masks every time I go to shows. Like I don't deviate from that because I saw Danny Brown and JPEG Mafia, and it got me sick, and it was awful. So I got back on that, and but yeah, Deaf Heaven is playing Sunbather the whole way through, and they're going to be coming to DC, so I'll be going to that. We bought our tickets as soon as they went up because we all love that band a lot.
Just yesterday, I revealed to my oldest, Jonah, that we were taking him to his first show next month. I was so nervous about how he was going to respond, and he has been nonstop glowing about it all day. And
Who are you going to see?
Taking him to see Emery.
Ooh,
right on.
That's a good first show.
Yeah,
I love it.
Scaring the Hose is great. They were touring that record.
Emery's good. We were just
I missed Death Grips this year too, but I've seen them twice, and the second time was like one of the best shows I've ever seen. Just like electric, so good. Anyway, I don't know how many viewers were leaving.
at least a couple probably.
Like talking about music.
Maybe. Just to finish up the MVD stuff, because we're literally on the last page. The Point is classic. Anvil, The Story of Anvil is a great documentary. Yeah. LA Wars was another ex Vinegar Syndrome VSA title. That's actually really fun. Yeah, then we got the Ghoulies 4K Swamp Thing Collector's Edition. If you want those films, you already know what you're in for with those. Brian says, so far I've only got 7 just the disc. Thanks to all 3 of you for spending your time here. Happy Thanksgiving. You too.
Thank you, Brian. Even the just the discs, as I mentioned earlier, even that bundle is close to 300. Nuts. Some expensive stuff this year at Severn.
I think we've gone through all of the sales other than like apparel stuff, which probably a good reminder if you're a big fan of some sort, like I know Jeremy's going to go on a big rant if I bring up the name, but like Rucking Fountain, they just dropped a big Evil Dead 2 thing. Graveyard Goods, I think, has one out.
Studio House has one. I got an email.
Studio House is a big one.
They're probably my favorite, just in terms of quality of the garments and the designs. Like, yeah. I know I sounded like a hater earlier, but like, pull up that fucking website again, and then pull up Studio House and compare the designs, and it's just like, I don't get it. Maybe, you know what? I got some pushback for it. If that's your thing, more power to you. I don't understand it, but I'm here for it if it makes you happy. So
here's Studio House.
I'm just staring at this What's Up connection from Connie, and I'm questioning a lot of things in my life, and I'm like, do I need it?
How much is it on sale, Celeste?
$20, and I have enough rewards points to just get it if I wanted to. But I'm kind of reevaluating my relationship to slipcovers in general right now.
Sure.
And so it's informing things because I would need those points to get the reward slips that I want.
What?
And
then how much is it down to?
30.
It's pretty low.
So I mean, it's gonna sell out. I'm just currently like, do I really need it now?
You're just going back and forth, keeping an eye on it.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. See, the thing is with Vinegar Syndrome and their partner labels, I actually don't have any standard editions. And that was kind of an accident at first because I kind of dove in like with the subscription. And so that's kind of just like stayed consistent. And now the idea of having one standard edition next to like 3 rows of slipcovers is like actually breaking my brain. And so I'm like, what do I do? Do I just bite that bullet and just be okay with that?
Or sell all of the slips.
Exactly. That's how my fucking brain works. It's like an all or nothing thing. And it's
big.
I know I don't want that.
Make big bucks if you sell all those slips.
Well, with Vinegar Syndrome especially, it's like with the slipcases and stuff. It's like, do I sell the slipcase and the slipcover?
Valid point from Media Membrane, but even that you'd have to jump on relatively quickly.
See, that's the thing is that they've been pretty consistent about getting in stuff that I'm looking for. People on Facebook are selling stuff I'm looking for. It's just, I don't know.
It's either you spend $20 now or you maybe spend $20 in like a month from now on Orbit.
Yeah.
Or even less.
I don't know. Or less.
Yeah. A lot of stuff used.
Yeah, if you watch my audit videos, I have been pretty consistent about getting this stuff used for like $15, and they're out of print, So
indeed.
Okay, Ronnie gets it. Thank you.
Well, I am the exact same way. I don't have a single one that is supposed to have a slip that doesn't from VS or any partner labels. I don't think.
But here's the thing. I don't even have any of the ones that never came with slips because it will break up the continuity. And that's silly.
Oh,
I don't have any. Yeah. They're all slips. Because I started with the subscription, right? So I wasn't into it back in the day.
I had that rule for a while until I saw that some standard editions were going to go out of print, and Ryan convinced me to get them. And I thought, okay, well, hopefully I can get the slips down the road. But it breaks my heart when I look at the shelf and it's broken up with a couple non-slips in there, since it's like 90% slips for sure.
Mm-hmm.
On my vinegar.
Here's the thing: I've gotten over it for a lot of things. Like Kino, I don't really care anymore. Screen Factory, I honestly actively don't care at this point because I kind of
Screen Factory.
They're not very good.
Kino barely has enough slips for me to care.
Mm-hmm.
Most
that was true. Kino now has like hundreds.
Yeah, they got a ton now.
Considering how many titles they put out.
But most of their older titles are non-slipped. So
sure, but they release like 5 slipcovers a week now.
But you're automatically going to have it broken up on the shelf, is what I'm saying. Like that's rule of like wanting it to be all or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
If you have any old Kino titles, you're already screwed because they didn't used to do slips.
That's true.
And then like studio stuff, I like kind of actively don't want them at this point because I'm like transitioning to sleeving my discs, and now I can't do anything with that slipcover, and I don't want
space
it anymore,
waster.
Yeah. So I think I sent them all to Bob because I know that he's like really into it. I kept like 3 out of all my studio ones that I thought were nice enough to keep or like special enough to keep. It really just and I like whittled it down from like 10 even. I was just like, you don't even really care that much. I don't know. It's really just the VS stuff and like Cauldron, like the stuff that's really nice like that. I don't know if I can let it go yet.
I mean, if you limit it down to like just that 1 or 2 labels, that's already great because so many of us cardboard heads do it for all the boutique labels across the board. So if you already have whittled yourself down to the point where you're just like, I'm only going to keep getting slips from Vinegar Syndrome and Cauldron or whatever, these select few, already in miles ahead of most of us.
It's true.
So I appreciate the therapy session as I stare at this WhatsApp connection page and contemplate.
Dropping down. Is it 30 yet?
Let's see. Nope.
Hasn't budged.
No one bought it as we were talking.
I just want to circle back to Stan Geezy's comment about brain donors getting delayed, which I'm rapidly furious about. We had a private conversation, Stan and I, about that, and I'm not happy.
So if I ask either of you to repeat yourself at all, it's because my good earbud just died and I had to replace it with the one that's like just kind of randomly broke recently, and the sound is all muffled. So we'll see.
It's also been a 5-hour stream.
Yeah, I told Ryan privately, I was like, we don't have to break the record on this last time. And he's like, oh, we're not doing that. Like, that's not even an option.
No, I couldn't. I don't think I could go 6 hours tonight even.
Well, we're close to 5, so we might as well.
Was that what the record was? 6 hours?
I think the full record's like 6:20 now.
It was 6 hours and change.
Yeah, and obviously it won't even count this time for me because I wasn't on it the whole time. But Celeste could break the record.
Well, you would just be breaking your own record. You'd be maintaining your record.
No, you'd be breaking my record. I wasn't on.
Oh, you're right.
The whole time. It doesn't.
That's true. So, as an act of service, we should cut it short. Is what you're saying.
Celeste, thank you for your sacrifice. We're done.
Yep.
Oh man.
Wow.
Was it the Oscar stream? No, I don't even think it was.
It was the halfway.
No, it was this. It was this. Halfway.
Jesus Christ.
And I hit 1,000 subscribers.
That remains
which, by the way,
live.
No milestones hit tonight, so that's like, we could make that happen at the last minute.
The New York Ninja star is down to I'm having PTSD flashbacks. The Redneck Zombie VHS is down to 135, so maybe not selling out anytime soon, as previously discussed.
I still can't believe that I mean, I can believe it, but it's also a little shocking that the Severn bundle is not sold out with the 100.
I'm flabbergasted. I was like, because Ryan knows this. I don't know if he told you, Celeste, that I was maybe going to join a little earlier, but me and Eddie's Thanksgiving plans, because the earliest showing of Thanksgiving was, and I'm like, hey, would you mind if I don't jump on till 8:30 my time? And anyways, long story short, I was like worried during the movie, like, oh, what if there's like a shit ton of traffic and I don't get back in time? Like, not only will I be late for the stream, but I'll miss the Severn bundle if I don't do it right away. And here we are, 3.5
hours after,
and it's still there.
Ronnie says it was the halfway sale. I remember feeling delirious towards the end. Me too.
Yeah, Ryan.
Yeah, I think I was actively falling asleep at that point. Wow.
Thanks, Mary.
Mary, thank you so much.
Shout out.
Did that last time too, near the 5-hour mark. That's incredible. Thank you.
I remember Celeste championing me because Ryan was avidly against continuing it, and Celeste was like, I think we should do it. And then we did.
I remember that as well. That's how I remember it as well.
Just wow.
And it's a very fond memory.
Sibner is asking, do we think the bundle not selling out spells the turning of the tide with people not getting swayed and just deciding to wait? No, not on this one. I think a $500 bundle was a huge ask no matter what. That's, for people not doing math at home, that's $50,000 in sales.
Yeah.
That's insanity.
But how do we think, because some of these exclusives, right?
Nothing in there is exclusive. A lot of it, I think all of it, you can buy separately from the bundle. However, if you wait, you would be spending more money, and some of that stuff undoubtedly will not be available by the time a lot of this goes on sale.
So that was the point.
Like they're not gonna have a metal spider on sale next November.
Correct. So as we see from the poster, it's a 23% off discount. It's in fact right here you can see it on the bundles page. Everything separately would apparently cost $653.
Yeah.
So you're saving over $150. So that's why I did it, because I just wanted everything that was in the bundle and wanted to save money.
Yeah.
Even though I was spending a shit ton of money.
David says half the Black Friday titles from Seven are things no one ever heard of. I don't know that that's quite true. I think a couple are probably super lesser known, but
Spider Labyrinth is their most requested title and
ever.
And Cemetery Man is their second most requested title ever.
And then the Church and the Sect are super well known titles.
With Cemetery Man.
Yeah, I thought these were relatively big titles, especially compared to the halfway stuff, which I thought was more obscure, I think.
I agree with that, actually.
John is asking you, Jeremy, speaking of tchotchkes, did you ever pull the trigger on the ridiculous Talk to Me hand bong from A24?
I'll be right back.
Mine came missing a finger.
Yeah, John's came.
He's going to come back with it, and it's going to be my fault because I talked him into it, sort of.
He literally just got it in, so yeah, he's excited to show it.
That's not entirely accurate. I didn't talk him into it. He was shamed into canceling it, and I said that was silly. If he wanted it, he should get it.
David says exactly half in response to what we were just talking about. I don't think I was necessarily done there either. Like the Buddy Giovinazzo title, a lot of people know that. David is close to Buddy, so that's not a surprise either way. The Raiders of the Living Dead is one that people have wanted for a long time. Not everybody had heard of it, but is there a $90 shirt in there too?
$100 or something like that?
I mean,
compared to a $60 horrible shirt, like, not too bad.
I will now pull it out. I don't know what. Oh, the Evil Bong stash box. I did almost get that, but I didn't. I will now pull this out. Did you say John's was broken, or
John's came with a broken finger? Yeah.
Oh, that's so sad. So is he getting?
He posted the picture and said how they responded in the Discord. It seemed pretty decent. A24 handled it pretty well.
Oh, good to hear. I'm happy for that. I'm happy to hear that, John. I have not been able to check the Discord in a while because I've been so busy. But here's mine. Did not come broken. Thank goodness. It's very life size, and all the writing is on it. I'm very happy with it. It's quite hefty. Padding on the bottom for resting it on surfaces.
Coffee tables for gatherings.
Coffee tables for gatherings. Here's where you put your illegal substances. And
depending on where you live,
not illegal for me. And then there's so
I agree. I think it's better than the umbrella one.
I still think it's hilarious that Umbrella announced a blank hand and a marker comes with it.
I just like, what are we doing here? Like this sort of like, you got to do it yourself. Like, that's not a replica.
I almost got it, and then Ryan's like, I would wait if I were you because I heard A24, and I was like, oh, okay, then I'm not going to do it.
And then look what happened. John DeMarsco said they refunded him fully, and they let him keep the broken hand, and he just super glued it.
Wow! I mean, you know what? You kind of made out like a bandit there, John. I'd say you got a free hand, and I'm assuming the super glue is working.
Free hand. I love that sentence.
Is the super glue holding up, John?
Let me give you a hand.
It's hard to beat that. I got to be honest. John made out like a bandit. He saved like $100.
I don't think he saved $100. He just didn't spend $100.
That's what saving is.
They refunded his whole purchase.
Wave says had 2 issues with the product from A24 shop, and they sent rush shipping with replacement within a couple hours. Interesting.
For the record,
I have not had a problem with their store, and I've been satisfied with the quality of their products generally. That is to say, though, I did not get a $60 Photoshop T-shirt, though.
It also comes with this little thing that has the party rules on it.
Oh.
So next party I throw, we'll see what happens. Maybe we'll get some demons involved.
Celeste, did you see Bo's Afraid?
No, it's been sitting in my rental pile for a minute, but I gotta say, it's a tough ask to ask 3 people who are always tired and working to be like, do you want to watch this 3-hour anxiety trip art house film?
That's super divisive.
Yeah.
Fair point. I loved it. I agree with Film Nut. But it is very divisive, and it is a hard ask for people, for sure.
Jeremy, you know who
and that's
Film
to say,
Nut
I'm
is,
pretty
right?
sure they would like it. It's just the energy and time commitment is usually more than what we have. So it is what it is.
Fair enough.
Jeremy, do you know who Film Nut is? It's okay if you don't.
I'm afraid to answer that. I don't want to offend anybody.
It is Adam Sandler, your favorite.
That's our dear friend Tony Meachus from Australia.
Oh, okay.
It's Dave Grohl, actually. He's a big fan.
It is the Dave Grohl.
And, at the whole time.
He's pissed off because he always gets told he looks like Jeremy Long from The Disconnected.
I know. Every day.
I don't know if Celeste knows the story. I definitely told Ryan, but my friend Jack, who was in my band with me, is one of my closest friends, works at CT Trader, where I go all the time and post about all the time. And when I was actually visiting for the holidays in Pennsylvania last year, so just about a year ago, Dave came into the store, and Jack got a picture with him and texted it to me and said, "How are you on 2 coasts at the same time?" Good to see you, Film Nut. Now that I know who you are. Sorry I didn't know.
Lots of Bo's Afraid love in the chat. I still need to see it too.
So good. That would be a good one for the new Bev to show. I agree with Big Disc Energy. Chris says, why are we not talking about Good Burger 2? Because it's not on sale at Vinegar Syndrome.
It was definitely watched at my house today. Not by me, but by
you watched it? Oh, they watched it today?
Yeah.
Do you have any interest in watching it?
I mean, I wouldn't I wouldn't hate watch it, but I don't have a real interest.
I love the original one. I think it's great, but it does feel kind of like a cynical, nostalgic cash grab that I find to be. I mean, I'm just going to use the word cynical again. I'm not super interested, especially because it's a fucking Peacock exclusive. We already established I don't fuck with Peacock, so
I think it's
or is it Paramount Plus?
I want to know why you
didn't think me.
I wasn't around for that conversation.
Oh, I just gave that was the one where I had X amount of streaming services, and then they announced Peacock, and I was like, I don't know what the fuck that is, but I'm calling it here. I'm drawing my line here. I'm not adding another one.
I genuinely
I've maintained that.
I only signed up for Peacock because they got me with some stupid sale where I got an email. It was either an email, it might have even just been like an Instagram ad or something, and it was like a year of Peacock for $20, and I was just like, well, all right, I guess I'll do that.
The only reason I signed up was for Halloween Kills.
I did that with
Anthony pay you to say it?
They had a great promotion, and I bought it, and I didn't watch a single thing on it, and then I was like, that was silly, and I canceled it. So, but that's a great service. But the thing is, like, I have so many discs coming in from like rentals and also just purchasing them that I don't really stream much of anything anymore. So I've actually got rid of a few of them. Really, the only one that I kept that I pay for is the Criterion channel.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't even watch anything on that anymore. I've been thinking about canceling it, but it's such a great service, and it was so integral to my like film journey that I can't quite pull the plug on that.
I feel that. That's one of the few I still have too that I pay for. I got rid of Arrow Video because I just wasn't watching enough on it. And
yeah.
same thing. So many incoming discs that.
The one that I got rid of was a Shutter, and I had held on to that for a long time, and then I was just like, they don't even have full 1080p streaming.
Mm-hmm.
The selection isn't huge.
It was
It's just-
between that and Arrow
Mhm.
for me. Those were the two that I probably used the least, and I watched Shutter more than I watched Arrow, so I pulled the plug.
Mhm. Like, I think the price went up too. I was just like, nah, I'm good. I haven't missed it because I just didn't use it. So
Yeah.
I should share. Speaking of, Criterion Channel
Oh,
is
yeah.
having their Black Friday sale. Now through Monday, you get 25% off for 1 year if you use the code MOVIES, and it brings it down.
it is only for first-time subscribers, which is important.
Yeah, I think it's $75 for the year that way.
Mm.
I got to tell you, this is the best streaming service out there, and it's not close in my opinion. So, I highly recommend it. They have all of the Janus films licensed in the collection with all the supplements.
Which is
It's astonishing.
That's
Like nobody else can claim anything like that. It's so good.
that is pretty amazing.
My big thing, I just want to cancel all of my streaming services.
Mhm.
There's a couple the kids watch that I can't, but I would love to just watch discs.
Yeah. We got rid of Netflix because I was just stealing my parents, and then they cracked down on that. So I was just like, well, I just don't have Netflix now, and I'm okay with that.
I don't
But,
have that now either because
my,
I was
my partner signed up for it just to watch the Scott Pilgrim thing, and she's going to cancel it now because we
Good.
watched it. But
Yeah, you should. I watched it with a friend, so I didn't sign up for it. Ever since I got kicked off my dad's account when they did the whole no more password sharing thing, I was like, well, fuck you. I don't need.
But the thing is, like, it was like $15, and there's fucking ads on it. It's insane. Like, I'm just like sitting through ads, and I'm like, what happened? Like, this was like,
Yep.
Yeah, they do send you coupons, which rules. I don't know. Like, the promise of streaming is just so fundamentally broken at
gone.
this point.
Yeah.
It's like, I just like feel like I'm watching cable now. Like, I'm paying lucrative prices for a smaller selection with ads.
Yeah, and when you
to be lower quality than discs. Let's not
Mhm.
let that slip away either. No, none of the streaming services are higher quality than discs.
No, they're not. And then they change them at a whim at any moment in time. I was just having this conversation with somebody else who's like, "Oh no, they're taking blah 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 off of," and I'm like, "You don't have that problem if you buy your favorite things on disc, and you have them forever. You're not
If your favorite things are available on disc, that's the hard part.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's also other means that I encourage that might not be as encouraged on this platform, but Criterion Channel also, they get like really rare shit all the time that like you just can't find anywhere else, and it's usually limited engagements, but like,
Yep.
I mean, I've seen some great stuff there that like, I mean, now I just can't find it, and it's, you know, but they do a great job, and the curation there. I'm just going to talk up the Criterion Channel for a bit because they're amazing. But like, really, the best thing about it is the curation. Like, they have real human beings creating very, very intelligent, like, well thought out, and like exclusive and like really like rare bundles of cool stuff that like really helps contextualize each other, and with like interviews with people, and like they have a lot of original programming that isn't like films, but like interviews with people. I don't know. It's great. So
I agree with all the above. I love.
I've still never subbed to the Criterion Channel.
you get those coupons, and there's a sale right now.
As someone who's looking to wipe clean all their subs, then you're in good shape, right? That's one less to cancel.
I would say that's the one worth keeping.
Well,
above all else.
My friends Alana and Nathan, who I was using their Disney Plus account for like mainly for the Marvel shows and such.
Yep, Sibner's on board.
They just canceled all of theirs because most of these streaming services, on top of everything else we just talked about, are like charging more for 4K now. They're like, oh, you have to move up a level for this, and
it's not even real 4K.
Yeah, and out of retaliation, my friends just were like, because I literally went to go watch something the other day. I was like, did you guys change the password? And they're like, no, we canceled everything because fuck those guys. And I was like, okay, great.
Good.
I support you, even though I really wanted to watch this thing.
Yeah, I kind of want to drop Netflix now because we just did the Follow the House of Usher, and there's nothing else pulling me in.
Not Scott Pilgrim, right?
Not really. I don't.
I like it.
I love the movie. I have no real reason to dive into that when I have 14,000 unwatched discs.
I'll say it's short.
It is
20-minute episodes, and they are very digestible and very much like you can watch them. You can space it out if you just need like a quick 20-minute thing.
You can burn through it. I watched it in one night with my friend, like I said earlier, so I didn't have to sign back up for Netflix.
But we did it like after we made dinner and just were eating on the couch. We would do an episode or two. Like it's pretty easy.
I'd like to ask Silent Mandible if they recommend One Piece. Because
you know what? I have Amazon Prime, but not necessarily because of the streaming service.
Right.
That just kind of is bundled in, right? So
I have been hearing such good things about One Piece from people I trust, so that's why I was curious. Silent Mandible said they subbed to Netflix for One Piece.
I've heard it's good.
But
Which
now
is weird because I mean the fucking weebs that will tear your shit apart like they did Cowboy Bebop if you like do it live action and don't do it exactly right. So I'm surprised that people like it, but apparently it's good.
Yeah, people are really loving it seems. Now Silent Mandible says we're making him want to cancel his streaming. Right after he said he subbed to Netflix for One Piece, and I was like, oh, guess I gotta cancel everything.
Well, there's a word that might be related to One Piece that could get you to your solution on that without subbing to a streaming service.
Is it? I'll say in the private
One
chat.
Piece is a show about something.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ryan's still confused. I'll say it.
It's a show about pirates.
Oh, got it. I don't know what One Piece is, so yeah, it makes sense.
Oh, okay, yeah. Look, I don't support stealing like these restorations that like these wonderful people have done out of the goodness of their hearts with like a fucking nickel in a shoestring or whatever. But like Netflix, fuck Netflix. Like honestly, I don't give a shit. I'll advocate for it.
That was the best way to say that.
They're like evil. I hate them.
I do.
I don't want to support it anymore.
I hate them very, very much.
But like the creators are still decent, right? But like they're not even getting like
we're just looking for.
They're getting screwed all the time.
Yeah,
like
they're looking for
getting their shit taken off. You know.
They're like, oh, you're gonna fund my movie and put it on a platform that everybody watches. Great. You know what I mean? It's hard to argue with that, but.
Mm-hmm.
Are we winding down, guys?
I think so. Everybody is very quiet.
That's why I asked. I would love if they brought back Circuit City. Cat Stevens says hello.
Now I have confirmation that it's about time to end this because my AirPod just gave me the "I'm about to die" sound in my ear. Do, 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 do. And Ronnie says, "I am asleep."
I'm doing better than I did last time. I strategically had coffee delivered when I was starting to feel sleepy, so we're doing good. But
during the halfway sale stream, is that what you're referencing?
Yeah, during that one, I was like fucking falling asleep at the end of it, and I was just like, I was pulling through for you because I knew it was like 10 minutes to record breaking, and I was like, we could do it.
I appreciate you pulling through for me. It was an honor to make that grand achievement with y'all.
It's just the evening time for Tony in Sydney.
Oh yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, well, we're creeping up on 3 a.m. over here.
Big Disc Energy says the oddest tweet of all time is from the writer-director of Coda. She said she got a bootleg DVD of Coda from Malaysia. I still need to get that 4K of Coda from Italy that our friend John DeMarco was
you don't gotta
talking
do
about.
all that, right? I'm pretty sure it was out somewhere.
I can't imagine making as good of a movie as Coda, or several other films that are streaming only on various streaming platforms, and not being able to hold that physical product in your hand.
Yeah,
must be gut wrenching.
Or just be assured that it will live on.
Yeah,
through legal means, in an official capacity, and that like the fucking dregs of the internet, such as myself, will have to preserve it through other means.
It's a good point.
I don't know what I'm doing with my life.
Well, I think it sounds like it's probably time then. At 5 hours and 20 minutes, and somehow it's still almost 100 people watching, which I don't think we've gone under 100 until just the last few minutes. That's been an astonishing trip. You guys, this has been amazing. This is always the funnest show of the entire year, and I appreciate you all for being here. I appreciate you two, Celeste, Jeremy. Jeremy, I'll see you next Thursday.
Yes. I'll see you next Thursday.
Everybody else,
it was fun.
Thank you. Please go make sure you subscribe to Celeste if you haven't. If you're watching from Celeste channel, subscribe to my channel. Hey, hi.
Yeah, do that. We both have Patreon accounts that I think have pretty good benefits if you want to support the work that we do. It helps a lot. It really does. And I appreciate the support of my fine patrons, and I know that Ryan does too. I just sent out custom-made postcards for people at the highest tier. I have a lot of fun doing that. I really take a lot of time to personalize them and make them special. So they're fun. We have a Discord that isn't as good as Ryan's, I'll be honest, but it is still fun. And
it'll get there. Mine was boring in the early days too.
Yeah, and I make at least 3 exclusive videos every month for patrons only. So
yes, you do. All right, everybody. We, like I said, we're here every single Thursday night. We have announcements to cover every single week, and there's a lot to cover. Thank you all for being here. We'll see you next week. Have a good one. And
Celeste is getting drowned by numbers. Don't you worry, Chris.
Hell yeah!
What a weird way to end that. Have a great night. Have a good week. Hope your holiday was great.
Thanks for
enjoy your Black Friday weekend. See ya.